Alright, it's back. Alright. Alrighty. Ugh. Man, now I like this on my fucking back. What the fuck? Feels like something's pinched. Oh, that's never fun. Found so exploit mercenaries are broken because you get events from your mercenaries giving you resources and research points every so often. The more merc stations you build, the more money you get, as these events are fairly often once you build 2 or 3 merc stations. Curious. Así esto está chévere. Man, how about the last little bastion of onion nuggets tonight? Oh my goodness. Paul was preaching like a king. Like a true proper pious king of the peoples. Of the peppers. And yeah, I guess it's amazing. Honestly, I'm so happy that they've evolved flash fried into onion nuggets, because goddamn. I think every one has been slightly better than the last when it comes to these things. And this one's certainly no exception. Paul's preaching that Cindy propaganda. Oh yeah, that syndicalist propaganda. Gotta weed out the union folk. Those sons of bitches. Workers are all night, indeed. Yeah, like, he honestly just kind of went all out with it. He was like, yeah. I don't necessarily think I've seen him, or at least heard him actually, like, overtly say something like that. I mean, it's a common catchphrase, I suppose, you know, when it comes to leftism, but, I mean, when it comes to, like, yeah, like, going off on a rant and just splatting it out, it's like, yeah. Because that's fundamentally is what needs to happen. That was a weak burp. What the fuck? Ooh. Ooh. I'm not even gonna lie though, I kind of missed the most thickest chunk of Ben Shapiro's little video that they were looking at, so I'm kind of happy that I did. And also at the same time I missed like the first 15 minutes of the cops segment, which I'm also kind of glad. But at the same time I'm not, because I saw, again, the video of a kid who was basically tortured and was beaten down by a cop and fucking had his arm broken, where you can like audibly hear it, and oh my god, fucking all I know is that the cop deserves a Colombian necktie. Very specific type of necktie, but hey, you know, it probably look good on him. Don't look it up. At least, don't do that with safe search off. Well, honestly, I don't know how Google is, Oh, I don't know how like liberal they are about like those specific searches. I suppose. I mean, if a safe search is off, I'm assuming it probably is. But I tried Bing. Do it on Bing. Bing likes to really give you the fuck shit. Just have safe search on. Are you really in a little ball over there? Where's your head and where's your head start and where your ass ends? Where's your ass begin and where your head starts too? Like what the hell? I just see a morphous of a ball of a dog over there. I just see straight up a furry morphous. Oh. Oh, I think I see a head. I think I see what looks like an ear that's kind of poking out. I'm really thinking about gifting you Overlord as a Merc exploits fun as fuck. You have no fleet and just suddenly hire one of your Mercs and go ham without losing ships. I mean, is that the one where it has like the Corpo type of shit and all that? Like the corporate overlord one? Because if anything, if you end up doing that, like, I mean, make it that DLC. Because that one, you know, especially when it comes to the whole worker commune thing, I kind of want to, you know, make my, like, whole, at least that's Megacorp. Oh. Well, damn it. I guess Overlord is their newest one, too. Shit. I guess those are, like, going to be the two ones I kind of want to look at. Oh, and the Federation DLC, because you get Titan ships. You already got that one? I don't got the Megacorp one. Do I? Hold on, I'm actually going to look at it. I don't think I do. I'm pretty sure I don't. I'm actually, like, I have my laptop right here. I wasn't even thinking about using this at all, but I'm actually going to turn it on just so I can fucking see. Because I guarantee you I don't. Unless you gifted it to me and I didn't know. Longest scene real quick. Well, hold on. I need to actually get my fucking, hold on. I need to see if his shit's on. Is it? Nope, it isn't. Fuck. My shit's reset, though, because I paid my phone bill the other day. So, let me turn mine on. Hotspot. This might cause the stream to glitch or buffer for a second. And I might, like, go F mode for a minute and come back. I mean, I don't know. Maybe not, but... So, let me just kind of get this going. Should be pretty quick. I'm gonna, like, speed run this as fast as possible, I'm not even gonna lie. Because I only got, like, what, 5 gigs? So, better make it count. Okay, logged in, connected, secured, let's go. Let's go, baby! Let's go! It's taking its time. Come on. Come on. Hurry the fuck up. Hurry up. Oh, yeah, it's loading, it's loading. Don't... Overlord or Federation? Fuck, I don't know. Titan ships is a late game thing, so at least, you know, because I just got the, you know, game, well, I guess re-downloaded it. I mean, that's not necessarily, I guess, really that important. So, I mean, honestly, this coming paycheck after I put $100 aside for my friend to pay off, I'm probably going to use at least maybe like 20 bucks to at least get another game that I've played growing up as a kid fucking endlessly. But apparently they're the company that well, either there is a, you know, I don't know what happened, but Age of Empires, like the developers or the game developers for it are kind of rebirthed it and like revived it. And now, at this point, it's becoming like, you know, they had like a whole massive graphical rework on the second Age of Empires and the third one a little bit. Have done DLCs for both of those old games. And they're making a fourth Age of Empires after like probably a decade or something. Or more, you know, since the last game. And it's just like, when did this all happen? Like, and I looked it up, and it was actually for recently. So I'm wondering if there was like a game developer that bought the rights to the game and revived it. Because if so, that honestly sounds amazing. Come on. Nemesis lets you go all Palpatine and overthrow the Republic into a galactic empire. Damn. Why does Steam not want to open up? Are we gonna open Steam? Like, come on. Oh my god. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna fucking just restart this real quick. Oh, you little flop. Oh, there it is. Okay, restart. Start anyway. It can be a little bitch when you first boot it up on your computer. Yeah. Well, I had the PC on for a little bit. I've just been kind of playing games off and on. Then I moved it in here today. And, yeah, so. I mean, honestly, it's just probably been, like, in sleep mode for, like, the last couple days whenever I'm not using it, so. I should probably actually do a legit restart and actually have it fully turn off and turn back on, because then Steam will actually cooperate then. Because then it is going to boot up like it wasn't booted up already. And it should be easier to deal with the fucking load up part. That's part of, oh, there we go. Oh, I needed to update. That's why it was, oh my god. Great. Man, really? I don't need this right now. Best part about Megacorp is the matter decompressor, which lets you, when built, gives you 2.5k mineral income. Jesus fucking Christ. You need a black hole to build it, though. That's like cheating. Like, that's like a cheat. It's like, oh yeah, let me just be a Megacorp, get a matter decompressor, and basically you just conquered the galaxy. I mean, because all those minerals can then get immediately reprocessed into shit like alloys, fucking, you know, all sorts of shit. Alright. I accepted your damn gift. Blah, blah, blah. Where'd it go? There you are. Okay. Yeah. Okie dokie. Alright, yeah, okay. So I do, yeah, now I got the Megacorp because of your ass, you know, gifting me that shit. Okie dokie. It looks like it should have downloaded already. You know, while I'm here, I might as well, fucking, what to download? March of War? Huh? What's this? It kind of looks like similar premise to Metal War. What game is this? Where'd it go? Did it not take me to the... Send me to the thing. Thank you. Okie dokie. Where's the regular store page of it? Yep, there isn't. Oh, it's turn-based. Okay. So it's like some turn-based type of thing. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, let me just look at screenshots to get a better idea. Yeah, it basically is. Yeah, it's like a turn-based type of RTS game. Okay. Just wondering what it was. Dice Sister gets you a 4K energy income. Oh. Endless profits of energy. Let me just like endlessly fucking just like endlessly and endlessly have just energy. Endless energy. Endless profits. Endless credits. You know, Jeff Bezos, you know, like somewhere out there, you know, is thinking, if only I could have a Dyson Sphere for endless energy income. Then I could truly rule the world. If it's fucking psycho laugh too. Dude, I see Europa Universalis 4 only needs like 3.5 gigs to download, so I'm gonna download that. Reinstalling. Combine that with the mineral income, it makes you formidable galactic power. I mean, and at least unless you don't have the technological advancements to have like insane fucking ships and things like that for some reason or another. I mean, essentially at that point you've become like one of those mega like fallen empire statuses, only you're pretty much not a fallen one. I want to get into EU4, but the sheer amount of DLCs imitate me. The sheer amount of DLCs imitate you? There's only really like, here, let me tell you the ones I have, because honestly, I mean, you don't really need a, oh, okay. I was gonna say, you don't need a whole bunch, but, I kind of have a bunch. I got the Evangelical Union Unit Pack, Sabaton soundtrack. I'm pretty sure those two are free. The Art of War, the El Dorado, Songs of Yuletide, which I think that's also free. Women in History, Test 6. Okay, I don't think that's a DLC. I think that's maybe like something else. Star and Crescent DLC, Purple Phoenix, Horsemen of the Crescent Unit Pack, Digital Extreme Edition upgrade. I'm assuming that's just free. Conquest Constant. I think all the music ones are free. And then there's the American Dream DLC and 100 Years War Unit Pack. So, never say which one you want, Nemesis or Federations. I don't fucking know. I'm not even on that. Oh, let me go to the goddamn DLC pages. Ugh. You make me fucking look at things and let me see. Blah, blah, blah. There, let me look at this. What type of stuff is in this? Become the Crisis. Enough power to end all existence? What the fuck? Galactic Custodian, it sets you up for a campaign for Galactic Community and declare you a Custodian, granting you emergency powers to combat the crisis, using them to bring the galaxy back from the edge of destruction and restore order. When the crisis is defeated, you may choose to relinquish your powers or keep them and form a new Galactic Imperium. So is that the whole, like, you can, like, basically go full Palpatine mode? Is that what you were talking about? Espionage, knowledge is power. Okay, so basically advancements into the, spy networks and stuff. New ship set. New ships inspired by some of the most imposing empires in science fiction. Whether you ever take control of the galaxy or wiping them out, look as powerful as you feel. Here, let me kind of take a little bit of a yonder over here, y'all. Ooh, I can see where some of the vibe is, you know, for like some of the science fiction stuff. For some reason, the reviews are very mixed. Here, let me look at the other one real quick. Necroids? Necroid species pack. Where'd the other one go? Federation, there you are. Man, whoa, they're all 50% off right now. I can see why you're gifting me them. Because they're half off. Let's see, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Expanded federations. Trade League, Martial Alliance, or Hegemony. Collect community, blah, 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 blah. Okay, Origins, each empire has a story. Oh yeah, so that will help kind of expand some of that shit. New constructions, which like things like Titan ships and stuff like that. Mega ships, mega shipyards. Fuck, dude. Honestly, they're both kind of hard to decide from, but I feel like I'm maybe a little keen on federations just because of the political shit. Yeah, some extra political stuff. Well, yeah, like, I mean, I'm kind of having the logic you have. I'm kind of a slut for the politics angle of things. When it comes to, like, a game like this, especially. Because at least right now, like, in my current Stellaris game mode, like, I'm actually kind of in a mode of, like, some kind of, you know, politics/reformations I want to do. Because I'm at a point where it's, like, I can't really, like, expand that much. But I can if I start doing some reforms into how my galactic nation works. So I did some reformation so I could do things like liberation wars and shit like that. Let's build 20 at a time. Well, the shipyard slots, like the naval capacity, it varies for ship to ship. Like destroyer, corvettes are 1, destroyers are 2, and it goes up 1 for every tier. So if you have, like, you know, let's say, you know, like a 20 naval capacity, that's your minimal to start with, but let's say that's just what you have, and you build like 40 destroyers, like that's that won't work well. You would have to build like 10. I'll just accept that really quick. But I suppose it could build 40 if you only have 20, because it would need 80 naval capacity for 40 destroyers, but it would be heavily penalized for it. So it's best to try to just expand your shipyards and naval capacity as much as you can. Which is what I've been doing. Because I pretty much kind of set myself up to kind of start doing some rapid expansion. Because my first Civil War in my game, I had very overwhelming success, and it kind of gave me a little ego boost of like, alright, we're going to take out some bitches. Because the Fallen Empire, I can't really do much of that. And if anything, they kind of, where they're positioned in, they've cut off like a way for me to kind of go into another part of the galaxy. So it's just like, shit. So I love mercenaries because you have no fleets and rely on your own private merc fleets to do your business. Basically be like Blackwater or Wagner Group or some shit. And, at least on paper, don't exist. Hey, let's just make, you know, my gameplay like reality, but just make it in space. Which actually, because of these new DLCs, I actually want to edit my custom faction a little bit. Which I guess in the current game I have right now, it's still going to be the same, but at least, you know, for the next gameplay I do, it will change. Or I could just do another one. and maybe slightly rename my current one to be maybe more like, not like a workers union by name, but like, you know, just a little something slightly different, but kind of a similar premise regardless, and to have one more, it's outright akin towards like a workers union thing. So, I don't know. I mean, I can make however many fucking custom nations I want, or custom like galactic species or whatever the fuck, so. Oh, Jesus Christ, that, man, imagine seeing a Titan ship and coming into orbit and that's the size of it. Fucking hell, that's like the size of like a continent. Hey, Bandit. Hey, Bandit. Bandit? No. Okay, Zukov's got it. Oh, little bandito. Share burden civics turns you into a combination aesthetically. Gives you the worker supervisor. Well, definitely going to be doing that for this next little upgrade. I probably won't do a game mode. I'm just going to create the faction for it. For, you know, the next one, you know. Let's create a new one.
Back it up.
Let's see, huh? We'll do these guys. Species name. The zoom. The zoom. The zoom. The zoomy. I'll just do that. Crawl. Like that. There we go. And traits. Is there any difference things to traits, or they're all pretty much the same? Yeah. And we'll do that. 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 And, well, hold on. Conservationist, and then we'll do that. We'll make these people communal, unruly, quick learners, conservationists, but also deviants. So they're going to be a hodgepodge of all sorts of things. We'll be in like some sort of binary star system, why not? Ooh, cool. Let's see. Oh, I need a fucking species pack for these. Well, that kind of sucks. Okay. We'll do. We'll just can't keep it like that. Origins, yeah. Let's see. On the shoulder of giants. Starts with an archaeological site. Common ground. Establish early contact with many alien neighbors. Finding strength in their different. Oh. Lost colony. Doomsday. Challenging origin. Your homeworld will explode within 35 to 45 years after the game starts. Valuable resource from the doomed planet's mantle boosts production on surface. No guaranteed habitable worlds will spawn near your home system. Oh, damn, bro. That's your allies take up your slots right beside you. Yeah, so I'm definitely not going to do that. Dude, the Doomsday one sounds insane. Hegemon. Early contact between areas gradually over the span of century, the mastermind of the birth of a cell union in which they would have dominant role. Start with the Federation tradition unlocked. Starts as the leader of a hegemony federation with 2 additional members. Ooh, I kind of like that. The Galactic Doorstep has a dormant gateway in the home system, potential technological benefit or a looming menace. When a planet goes boom. Oh yeah. A fallen empire has meddled in the development of the civilization for thousands of years, guiding them into a path of their choosing. Starts as a vassal of a fallen empire. Ooh. Void Dwellers. The civilization has made its home in space as far as long as it has maintained records. Life in a typical planetary environment is anathema to them. They live on 3 orbital habitats that were only recently united. Thrive on habitats and produce 15% more there. Severe habitability penalizes alongside a negative 15% production penalty on all normal planets. Hydroponic farms have +1 farmer jobs. Any fleets from your overlord ever so often? Oh, really? Shattered Ring. Starts with a ring world, or Shattered Ring world as a home world. Can be repaired, unlocking special ring world segment districts. Habitability preference is set to ring world preference, making other types of settlements undesirable. Remnants. The civilization once spanned the void, controlling much of the galaxy. They were eventually defeated and almost destroyed, but after a long period of destitution, they were returning to the stars. Starts with a relic world as their home world. Reclaim your lost glory. Damn, dude. If you know what you're doing. Ooh. Honestly, I kind of want to do maybe the Galactic Doorstep one or the Shattered Ring, because honestly, it's not like a inherent benefit unless you actually do something with it. Like, there's not much I could do with it until I actually have enough technological advancement to start fucking with it. The game will start with 4 additional... The process of unification starts with additional 2 districts and 4 pops, which I like that. I mean, it's a pretty simple one where it's like, yeah, your entire people unified and shit, especially considering the idea of what I'm doing with this. You know, let's just go to government ethics first. There's corporate. Byzantine bureaucracy. Process of unification is a good balanced origin. Well, yeah. Mining guilds. Yes. And Corby system. The sexes are the absolute right of the state to decide where citizens live and work. Nope. We'll do functional architecture because that's actually pretty good. Obviously, we're going to be materialist as fuck. And at least somewhat egalitarian. We'll do that. Wait, what? Okay, cancel then. What? Oh, here we go. If I click corporate, what does this do? What traits are here? Trading posts. Ruthless, free traders, franchising, criminal heritage, brand loyalty. Ew. Check out the worker's voice in the advisor, you'll love it. Where would that all be in here, honestly? Oh, visor voice. Okay. The worker. Yeah. Wait, what? Hold on, I need to turn him up.
Those who make will make wonders. The springs of cooperation flow most abundant. Those who need will receive. Those who make will make one.
Oh shit! I want you to keep talking.
The springs of cooperation flow most abundant. Those who need will receive. Those who make will make wonders.
Cool. Flag. Let's look at that. Because I'm sure there's probably something in here. Oh, that looks like kind of a paw. What am I? Necroid. Hornet. Zoological. Let's kind of go up and down this list. Let's see. Round. Nah. Pointy. Nah. Plantoid. Nah. Pirate. Nah. Legion. Yeah, there's that, I guess. Domination, huh? Yeah, not really in there. Corporate. Nothing in there either. Yeah, okay. It looks like we'll just do that. Ship appearances. Kind of like the way the reptilian vessels look when it comes to things like their Juggernaut, like, I mean, all of them actually look pretty dope. Kind of prefer the way they look, honestly. Hope they make a pirate DLC at some point because I love the LARP as a pirate republic. I can see it kind of be somewhat intertwined into like a, you know, the whole idea of being communal and shit like that as well. I like how the cruiser is actually not even really that smaller in comparison to the destroyer, or that larger to it. But anyway, here, let me origin, right? Yeah, we'll do the gateway one. Government ethics. Yep. Advisor name. Yep. Empower name. We'll just have it there for now, I guess. And we'll do that room. Oh, you know what? Oh my god, there's so many rooms I can choose from, actually. Fuck. You know what? Let me just skim through these then. I like that, actually. We'll do that. Okay. The flag, because I want to change colors on this shit. And we'll make it... You know what? Ooh, I kind of like that. But let's make the... No. Primary, make that. Yeah, I like that. Cool. I think that works. The default mammalian ships look utilitarian as fuck. I kind of like the reptilian ones because they look a lot more utilitarian, honestly. I mean, yeah, I guess they do. But at least, like, I guess, in a way, the reptilian ones at least have a little bit more of a character, I guess. Okay. overpowered if overlords because of mercenaries they can build with the right civics and ascensions build up 6 different merc stations. Ooh. The amount of resources I'm pulling with just 3 is amazing. I can't imagine what 6 can do. Well, double that at least. And let's go to yeah. Okay, I think I am pretty satisfied with what I got right now. Boom. Cool. Then actually I want to add this a little bit. Let's see. Keep it like that. As river. Okay, and you know what? I don't really even need to do much updates on this actually now looking at it. Yep, okay. Actually, let's do this. Could do Hegemon with this one. Nah, we'll just leave it the way it is. Okay. You know, I just not really much to do with that. Okay, cool. Paradox is gonna nerf it well, yeah, of course they're gonna nerf it. I mean, it'll definitely be something they'll nerf within a very short period of time after realizing how exploitative it is. There we go. Works against tonight. I have nothing to lose but your restraining cuffs. And your force fields. And what other random future tech they will use to try to suppress you with, I guess. Oh, okay. There we go. Boom. Well, I guess at the end of the day, I do got the Megacorp DLC now. Cool. Anyway, here, gotta see what like little fun stuff could be. Peeking his head around the tube, you know? Wait, what the fuck is this? Alito slams Gorsha for not being anti-gay enough. Oh my god. Hey, you're not anti-gay enough, you son of a bitch. I mean, considering, like, this country, it's like, I mean, there's still a pretty large swath of people that are still kind of, like, anti-gay and shit, but there's, I think, plenty of others that are out there that are like, nah. Even if you are, you're not going to really have an ability to just kind of, like, just blatantly go around just being that way, so. But, nah, I guess the Supreme Court's all like, nah, you're not being anti-gay enough, we need you to crack down on this shit further. Which kind of forces the point that they are anyway, so, yay, that's always fun. That's always going to be fun. First, Roe v. Wade, then gay marriage, what else is next? I'm sure they probably got like a little mystery hat where they have like little paper slips. They're like, alright, we got that part. Alright, that's the gay marriage thing, okay. Alright, what else is in the hat here? We'll mix it up a little bit. Oh! they look at it and be like, oh yes, this next issue will be great. Whatever it is. I mean, they already did like the fucking, essentially normalizing and having the whole, like, legalization of politicians basically getting fucking just checks left and right after their fucking elections and shit as a way to help pay back the loans or whatever the hell when it comes to their campaigns and shit. And it's like, really? Oh, sure. Let's give them some fat checks and legalize that and basically make it okay. Again, Supreme Court ruling that shit. Just making an edict where it's like, yeah, businesses just kind of own everything. I mean, I think it was like something that Ted Cruz was fucking fighting too, where he's like, yeah, I want this to be a thing that's normal and okay. Yeah. Because I want more money. Campaign elections isn't good enough for me. Ugh. It's just ridiculous. But, of course, corporations are people, money's speech, at least in America, so this is what happens. This is dead ass the result of those type of rulings. Again, the Supreme Court doing it too. They seem to really love businesses and corporations. It's as if that institution and that arm of our government is literally, utterly, and entirely co-opted by corporations. Probably like the rest of them. America's becoming a megacorp. It is a megacorp. I mean, it's like, if we're in like the Reagan days, yeah, I'd say, yeah, we're becoming one. But nah, that's been solidified for a while now. Like, this whole co-option and takeover by the business class and the owner class has been, it's not new. It's nothing even, it's not even like recent, you know, as like, you know, in historical sense, like Reagan and shit either. Like, the Gilded Age was 100% a thing. I mean, honestly, a lot of people that are aware of it don't really know too much about it. I mean, hell, I definitely don't know every single fucking thing about it, but considering that basically at that time, there was 4 families that essentially were the richest motherfuckers in America and had, like, company towns left and fucking right, and, like, it's just working their workers down to the bone for, like, up to 12, probably way more than that. Welcome to the Earth subsidiary of Amazon. Oh god, don't make it don't make it too disturbing. Jesus. I mean, like, knowing how it is now, like, we're pretty much down to the point where it's maybe not necessarily 4 families anymore, just, I think, by the proxy of just there being a lot of fucking people now. But, it's pretty much down to, like, maybe, like, 8 or 10, or, hell, maybe at most, like, fucking, like, 20 families. And that's globally. Like, in America, it's probably right back down to, like, 3 or 4 again. So, I mean, we're essentially not just back at the Gilded Age, but even worse. Because in a lot of ways, I mean, company towns don't have to literally overtly be called that to be a thing anymore. Like, I mean, a lot of these corporations basically will buy up real estate and essentially, you know, buy up communities and neighborhoods and shit and just own them. And speculate and rent them out, you know, for fucking extra profit. It's not a company town, though. But pretty much operates like one. Hell, I'd even go most cerebral and name Megacorp Cyberdyne or Wayland Yutani. Oh my god. Honestly, it's not going to be like Wayland Yutani. It's going to be more like Musk. Musk Bezos or something. Let's make Aliens a real experience. Yes and no. I'd say yes because I really want those xenomorphs to make a lot of food out of a lot of these billionaire fucks. But the problem with that, though, is that if we know anything about Alien and Aliens, is that pretty much the workers and the fucking, conscripts are the ones that get sent out to fucking die by the xenomorphs more so than them. So, hell, like in the movie, Weyland Yutani didn't even believe, not Rigby, goddamn, oh my god, why am I blanking on her goddamn name? What the fuck? Oh my god, I hate myself right now for forgetting the name of the character. What the fuck? Ellen Rigby, I think? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the name. I'm pretty sure. I feel like an idiot, but whatever. I just saw the What the Fuck Happened to Aliens thing that Paul did the other day too, and he was talking about her, like, what the... Ellen Rigby. Yeah, okay. I knew... Okay. I don't know why, for some reason, my brain did not want to, like, connect Ellen Rigby to Ellen Rigby, or Ripley. So it's just, okay, whatever. My brain did it dumb. Anyway, but, like, they didn't, my point being, though, like, Weyland and Tawny, when they got her out of cryo chamber and shit, they were like, oh, so what happened? Oh, an alien literally, like, came in and killed all of us, basically, and I was the only survivor. Oh, really? We don't believe you. Your license is revoked, your daughter died, by the way, and also, you don't got a job anymore. Fuck you. It's like, wow. And honestly, legit dead-ass, shows, even, like, in a movie from then, like, the callousness, of how corporations really do treat their fucking workers. I mean, especially, like, the first two Alien movies, like, honestly, there's a lot of legit kind of pro-worker, pro-feminist commentary in those films, especially the second one, at least when it comes to the feminist commentary. Because Ellen Rigby is straight up, like, as far as I'm concerned, it's like full-on, like, a feminist icon, especially at the time. Encounter an alien herself in Alien Isolation, which I consider canon. I mean, I haven't watched all the other ones, so I wouldn't really be 100% too sure. I'm not too sure how it all plays out, so... For all I know, the movie probably sucks. But, hey, it could be good. I hope it is. The game. Oh, the fucking game. I'm not as, like, adverse to the Aliens franchise, literally, besides the first two movies. So, I kind of forget the game exists sometimes. It's not the sci-fi stuff I nerd out all the time about, okay? I don't know everything about it, sorry. She's looking for what happened to her mom in isolation. Ah, okay. Well, I mean, it's a video game, so either way. I mean, it can be considered canon. I mean, to other people, it doesn't necessarily have to. And they accidentally brought another alien egg into a space station, of course. Let's see. Is there really not much? I'm seeing things about Ben Shapiro talking about beauty standards, and Jesus fucking Christ, I can imagine they're going to be utterly abhorrent. Can I stomach it? I suppose there's a... I mean, I'm getting recommended it via a Sonic clip, so it's like, I guess I could because he's there to also fuck on him. It catches facehuggers, hugs someone, and killings begin. Sure, you guess the story points from there, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. Pretty typical, like, you know, alien story structure there. Hide from the alien, try to find out what's going on, get the fuck out. Alright, I clicked on the Shibibo thing. Wait, what the hell? Oh, I didn't even have my Bluetooth on. Oh, you know what? That's probably a good thing. We don't get immediate Shibibo right off the bat. And actually, it didn't sound like Shibibo, so that's good at least. Oh my, well, there's this still screen of a dude piercing my fucking eyes and piercing my soul, so I guess we got that. Ah, God, now we got the goddamn fucking caterpillar eyebrow fuck. Oh God, alright, here we go. Oh no, here we go. Oh my God, why am I doing this? I always like, whenever I see a Ben thing, or a Tucker thing, I always think, why am I doing this? Ellen's daughter ends up killing the alien the same way her mother killed the first one out of the airlock. Nice. Let you have the movie experience.
So every year...
Bro, this guy literally... Look, all I'm going to say is this. Before we even get into this, all I'm going to say is this. If you look like the type of nerd who thinks your hands are going to get hairy if you masturbate...
I thought it was... Wait, okay, so I know he's referencing the Quran, because, like... Or maybe it's in the Torah, I don't know. Like, I know in the Quran, it's like, if you masturbate, your hand will get pregnant. I thought it was like the hand gets pregnant. Wait, so it's in, like, in other versions, it's your hand gets all hairy as fuck? So is there different versions to that? Oh my God, I think I learned something there. I mean, maybe in the Torah or some shit, like in Judaism, they have a similar type of story where it's like, instead of your hand getting pregnant, it's like your hand gets hairy. It becomes like a Bigfoot hand. Or something, I don't know.
You are on this planet specifically, by your own definition, to reproduce. You only see women as baby incubators, and you only see sex as a means of putting out, you know, little tiny Ben Shapiros on the planet. I'm just saying. Like, I don't know
it, like, how he could with all the fucking cat litter and goddamn sand that's in, you know, that he happens to be grating up against his dick with. I mean, like, it must be, like, sandier than a goddamn beach, you know, whenever he's fucking trying to lay it down. Like, because apparently, even though, like, when a woman's excited and has arousal, I don't know, pussy gets wet, but this stupid, sad, schlubby little fuck, you know, will never understand that. Because apparently there's a medical problem because my wife's a doctor and you should probably go get that checked out or something. It's like, yeah, it's called being horny, you stupid sad fuck.
Click on a Ben Shapiro video unless they're an idiot like me.
We have diagnosed this person as being horny.
I wonder what Ben Shapiro thinks about beauty standards. It's like, why would I care? This man is like, he's so far removed. He's like a machine, dude.
Now, Sports Illustrated
That's disrespectful to machines.
has its SI Swimsuit edition. And they usually have multiple cover models. And one is sort of the woke cover model. So they'll have like a couple of actual models, and then they'll have like a transgender woman, like a biological male who has had a boob job and a bunch of surgeries.
Oh my God. Yeah, shut the oh my God. Yeah, who cares? Somebody who was born male identifies as female and decided to fucking transition and now has tits and shit. Oh my God, what a goddamn travesty.
That's what they did last year. This year,
gender-affirming surgery, famously non-existent in modeling outside of trans women. Yeah, gender-affirming surgery.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's honestly, I didn't even really think about that, but yeah, like honestly, especially when it comes to the modeling industry, it is fucking cutthroat as fuck. Like, I mean, there would be pressure, you know, for models to straight up, you know, try to look a very certain way, either by trying to, you know, like thicken up certain body features and get skinnier in other areas. like, or vice versa, or whatever the hell, you know, like, I mean, there's a lot of, like, type of shit where it's like, hey, you need to kind of change your body a little bit for this type of shooting, blah, 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 you need to, like, enhance your breasts a little bit, or you need to do this, and blah, blah, you know, like, there's all sorts of shit. I mean, and it's not just exclusive to women either. I mean, men, you know, get a lot of the same shit, too.
Procedures famously don't exist outside of trans women, specifically, especially in modeling.
Yep.
Yeah. That's awesome. Like, he literally was
not gonna lie, I walked away to pee. This started, anyways. I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just basically,
beauty standards.
Basically, just like forgetting that it's a incredibly important part of like presentation in this sector.
They went woke in Ada.
Oh, by the way, fun fact, but the number one foe of trans people, after me, of course, because I'm an LGBT foe, is Joe Rogan, who also quite literally talks about gender confirmation. Gender-affirming hormones that he has taken throughout his like mid-30s all the way to now. That is testosterone replacement therapy. Testosterone replacement therapy is a type of hormone replacement therapy.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan is a big proponent, or big advocate of testosterone replacement therapy. He loves that shit. He used to talk about it all the time. So
not so much anymore, because I think, you know, there's been people that have, like, brought that up to him, and he's like, oh, I probably shouldn't mention it then, because I don't want them to, you know, feel like, you know, their stuff's confirmed, or whatever the fuck. Like, honestly, I mean, that's just a hypocrisy about a lot of these dumb fucks, like, you know, Joe Rogan, or, you know, Ben Shapiro and shit. Like, they'll be totally okay when it comes to certain elements of, like, gender-affirming surgeries, or, like, hormone replacement therapies and shit, when it precludes, you know, to their own interests and shit. Like if Joe Rogan taking testosterone replacement therapy and shit. Like, and when it comes to their own personal specific interests and benefits, then they're totally fine to hunky-dory with it. But when it comes to other people just deciding, or at least, you know, or coming to realization, you know, like, hey, I want to, you know, change some things about my body to make myself feel more comfortable with it, then, oh wow, suddenly it's like a big no-no, and it's verboten and absolutely taboo, and we can't allow that. We can't have weird trans people grooming our kids and some weird nonsense.
Okay, it's not just trans people that are doing like gender-affirming.
Just get woke. Everything's just woke now.
Therapy in any way. Joe Rogan is trans mask. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, he's has Joe Rogan. No, he's just wait. What is the term? I don't want to fuck this up. Isn't it called like? No. It's boy modding is when you're like
get woke up, broke, as quartering
male
says.
at birth, a trans woman, but you're like trying to go under the radar, right? That's like I fucking forget sometimes. Male to alpha male.
I mean, it's more like, you know, get woke and then sad, bigoted cringe lords go broke. I mean, because really, getting woke is somehow going broke or something. Oh my god, what a maroon! What a maroon!
Okay, never mind then. That doesn't appear. That doesn't fit in the joke I was gonna try to make. Then boy modding, isn't that how you say it? Oh, it's boy moding. Wait, doesn't it sound cooler if you say boy modding though? Like you're modding, like you're modifying. That's what I thought. That's how I read it. Come on, dude. That's way sicker. An issue. Be like, listen.
Just say, hey.
Illustrated. Her name is Yumi Nu.
Boy mode is not TRT. Please stop. Well, no. It's not.
Shit. Oh my god.
Unironically,
how's he go like?
And the reason why I mentioned this is because like it's.
I want more of the Shabibos
or whatever.
I want to hear more of what
like
dumbass Shabibo's going to have to say here.
And she is shaking over the SI swimsuit cover reveal. According to the New York Post, last week, model Yumi Nu visited her agent for what she thought was a routine interview and career check-in. While she was answering questions earnestly, my agents were in on this little plan, the 25-year-old told the Post. Midway through the interview, Sports Illustrated swimsuit honcho MJ Day and other staffers from the Bikini Bible popped out with the camera crew as the cover of this year's magazine, featuring Nu, filled a nearby monitor. I was processing the surprise of it not being a real interview, and this was actually the SI cover reveal. I could not speak. I had full body chills. I was shaking. I was crying. They really got me good. So she's a plus-size model. By plus-size model, we mean that she is somewhat heavy. and she's not like morbidly obese. But
what? Are you afraid to show the picture because like half your audience would be like weirdly, like insecurely, like repulsed, even though they would probably find her attractive anyway?
also not skinny or in shape.
Wait. Is this progress? Wait, hold up. Dude, I feel like 6 years ago, Ben Shapiro would never say that. Wait, that's actually crazy. I'm actually surprised. Like, he had to concede that she's not, like, morbidly obese or whatever the fuck. Like, because that's... I feel like
because she probably ain't.
That's where it was, like, you know,
and also, like, oh my god.
Like, people should be like, oh, you're not a size 0, you're a pig! Like, you're so fat! His wife gotta be a shape close to her. Dude, I think a lot of wife guys, are like, yeah, we can't do that. Like, we can't shit on her too much. That's like a lot of people in, like, JP's fan base. A conversation with Jordan.
Oh my god.
My girlfriend looks like... It's cool.
Well...
Oh, never mind. He was cooking some other random shit.
That's just the reality of the situation. Because being overweight exacerbates nearly every health problem you have. Unclear what her BMI is, so I would hesitate to estimate her BMI here.
Why are you trying to sound like a... Oh my gosh, shut up, Ben. Like, you're trying to be an expert. Like, oh my god. So, you know, just want to let you know that... She's not, like, totally morbid obese, but, you know, being overweight by any metric is definitely very unhealthy. And, you know, her BMI, I don't want to assume, but it could probably be... It's like, shut the fuck up.
You're gonna have a doctor wife and you're still talking about BMI, bro. Come on. It's literally the most fucking outdated system of, like, figuring out whether someone is in shape or healthy or not. Like, it is just so bad. The reason why BMI is outdated...
I don't even... Yeah, that's like the one thing he wants to get at. Not the fact that he's trying to, like, have this weird, like, pseudo-intellectual, like, analysis of, like, you know, what a person's health is, just basically... Just probably, honestly, frankly, based on literally just a fucking picture. There. Because I know he's gonna... Yeah,
like,
knew it.
Don't have a lot
Knew it.
And that's not an insult, that's just a reality. Okay, if you...
Freshman health class, Andy? What do you mean
Are
freshman
you
health
fucking kidding me?
Never not been obese. Severely overweight.
Oh my god.
Of course. You would think that person probably needed to drop a little bit of weight, and presumably there's a young, healthy 25-year-old woman. There is no reason why she couldn't drop a little bit of weight if she wanted to. But the idea here is to redefine beauty, of course.
Wait, what?
And this is what the left is all about these days. What sports is doing. And the idea here...
What the fuck? Oh, so the left it just wants to redefine what beauty is. And it's like, no. That's what you're doing. That's what people on the right do. Like, what the fuck? I mean, honestly, how would the left be fundamentally redefine it? It's a subjective thing. Like, if anything, people on the left or fucking, who are at least, progressive and shit, would be fucking, understanding of the idea of the fact that it's a subjective idea. So, I mean, by that notion, beauty is basically fundamentally at the eye of the beholder. So, what, how's that, suddenly trying to redefine what beauty is, Ben? Like, what the fuck? It's always going to be the people on the right and these weird traditionalist conservative motherfuckers that are going to be trying to push this shit. Like, give me a break.
You notice it, it's bad. So this is the stupid game that the left loves to play. Stupid game. What they do is they do something that is deliberately shocking and provocative. Then, when you comment
You mean like the right wing?
How dare you even notice? How dare you even notice? So the goal here is to...
The point is, it shouldn't be provocative. Like,
there's nothing even... is there, like, the actual picture or anything that's been propped up? Like, where... Is there? Is that, like, the beginning or something? Do we not get to see it? Or did I miss it? I'm assuming the one that I'm assuming those ones that are popping up are not it. Is it right here? Is that it? That's it? She literally looks average as fuck. Like, she doesn't even look like like, she literally looks like any average woman I would probably see, like, in the store, like, that I work at. Like, dead ass. Is that actually, like, seriously? Are you fucking kidding me? Let's enhance that shit. Seriously? That's the fucking hoopla? Is this shit? She's not even, like, she just looks, honestly, like, at least for me, she's, like, fucking sexy as fuck. Just because I like the thickness and stuff. I mean, I kind of, you know, like, a little bit more of a somewhat heavier set. But that's just me. Again, because there's beauty at the eye of the beholder. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's the issue with that? Like, what problems are with her? Like, whatsoever. She looks totally fine. Like, oh my god, these stupid fucking far-right dipshits. Like, so I guess there's a model that happens to not be, like, super ultra, like, dodextra, like, porn star, skinny, sexy and shit, or whatever the fuck. So suddenly it's like, oh my god, they're trying to redefine beauty standards, or whatever the fuck. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, get out of here. Like, give me a break. Oof. Man, I must have slept on my back wrong, because my back's all, like, fucked. Ugh. Think this makes the dickness. What the fuck? Thickness makes the dickness. Ugh, man, Benny boy, what a fucking idiot. What an absolute maroon. There, Elon Musk reveals his new party affiliation. More cushion for the pushing. Damn right. Kind of curious what this is all about.
He is overly controlled by the unions. The world's rich.
Oh. What did I just hear there, buddy? Ooh. You know what? Hold on. Let's play that back quickly.
He is overly controlled by the unions. The world's.
No, they're not, for one. And for two, the fact that that's your big ass fucking fearmonger right now should be saying something.
Billionaire Elon Musk has now come out publicly to say that he is going to vote Republican. So I have this video. I have his reasoning. I have my commentary, and I have plenty of laughs because this is so hilarious. This is something that I thought was already known. I thought he already kind of made this public when he released this ridiculous meme that I covered about how somehow the left has gone so far left since 2008, even though Joe Biden, VP of Obama, is now the president. Democratic Party has not moved, at least in terms of the leadership of the party and where the party is currently. But anyways, I have a full breakdown of that stupid meme in this video. If you want to look it up, I'll link it below the video on YouTube.
I've seen it. And it's literally just like something the equivalent of like what a fucking right-wing radio host would have if you watched their like video version on their website or something.
Face plants with stupid meme. But let me get to his reasoning here. So this is...
The Democrats are just so far left. Oh.
Not surprising. For somebody who's a union buster, for somebody who's the world's richest man, yeah, if all you care about is your own self-interest, you're going to vote Republican as a billionaire. But let me play his reasoning for you and then discuss a little more.
And I would classify myself as a moderate, and neither Republican.
Go fuck yourself. Oh shit. Where'd that go? God damn it. Where'd that go? Way over here. Fuck. I got a little too excited and fucking skipped way too far ahead. Okay, oops.
And I would...
But I would consider myself... It's like, shit, it's like, get the fuck out of here. You, a moderate... Like, the fact that you're a fucking billionaire just, like, is the virtue that just shows otherwise, you worthless sack of parasitical shit.
as a moderate, and neither Republican nor Democrat.
Well, so I guess that specific is true because yeah, you're neither or. You just want to have the party and vote in for the people that serve your interests. Which, by the way, he's not going to, stop voting Democrat. He will vote Democrat as long as it serves his best interests. It has his interests in mind. Like the corporate Dems and the DNC establishment and the owner class within the Democratic Party, which is still a good, decent chunk of them. He's just doing this for fucking PR shit because he's such an anti-union schlucky motherfucker. And on top of that, there, especially yesterday, there was a lot of progressive, left-leaning, and also pro-union candidates that won primaries all dotted throughout the country. So he's butthurt about that. He's butthurt that there's a labor movement that's on the rise. He's just, doing this for PR as, because especially considering the PR clown fiasco aficionado that he is. He can't get enough of it. So this is just another thing for him to especially galvanize a lot of people that already support him, which tend to be kind of right-leaning people anyway. So it's just a whole entire PR thing.
Democrats historically, overwhelmingly. I'm not sure. I might never have voted for a Republican, just to be clear.
Right.
Now this election, I will. The Democratic Party is overly controlled by the unions and by the.
I wish they were.
Trial lawyers, particularly the class action lawyers. And generally, if you'll see.
Oh, because you're a major target by a lot of them. I'm sure that's why.
That is not in the interest of the people. On the Democrat side, it's going to come because of the unions, which is just another form of monopoly. And
he's going to fucking try to do that? Really? Oh, that's fucking rich coming from a monopolist like him. Really? Oh my god. Oh, that's so fucking rich.
The trial lawyers.
Another form of oh my god, that's a new one. I haven't heard that one yet.
Happening on the Democrat side, they're not in the interest of the people. And then, to be fair, on the Republican side, there's if you say where is something not ideal happening, it's because of corporate evil and religious zealotry.
You're going to be talking about corporate evil, really? You're going to be the one to be crowing about that? You're the last motherfucker to be even getting close to even considering a thought about talking about that, let alone speaking on it.
That's generally where the bad things will be coming from on the Republican side, that are not representative of the people. So in the case of Biden, he is simply too much captured by the unions.
Oh my god, wow, well we know where his main target is this entire fucking rant. He's just straight up all butthurt because unions are on the rise. And honestly, Biden isn't even oh my god, I wish, man, if these motherfuckers actually what they say was actually reality, man, that it would actually be kind of nice. Oh yeah, unions actually have kind of quote capture the Biden administration to a point where they actually have some form of a major influence on them instead of corporate power. Yeah, that'd actually be nice. But nope. It's oh my god, I wish, but even then, it's you're saying it it's a bad thing, especially coming from you, Elon Musk. A massive corporate exploiter to your own workers and shit will fire them just on the virtue of trying to call your exploitation out. Even different black workers too, and also claims of just straight up racist shit going on in the workplace and demeaning black workers in your workplace too. There's been different cases about that shit. It's sounds like they could most certainly use some unions out in Tesla and probably SpaceX and all of his other fucking corporate ventures. Because there's a lot of just horrible practices that are done to the workers there. Curious. I wonder why he seems to be so gung-ho about it, trying to paint them as the biggest fucking evil. And we really are in the Gilded Age again, Jesus Christ. Because the same, rich-ass families and the corporate business class owners back in the Gilded Age and the late 1800s and shit, they were saying the exact same shit. The exact same type of stuff.
Obama.
All right. So first, There's many points here, and he also comes out with a more declarative statement.
Could stop instantly until they stop union busting, but it doesn't do shit. Exactly.
You on Twitter, but
not a thing.
Points here. He is
like he'll say, "Hey, we're watching you, Amazon," and hey, you know, we're gonna fucking, you know, like say that, yeah, it is the right of worker today for you, and blah blah blah. But it seems that your administration literally does nothing to actually try to ensure those type of ideas. Like, hell, even getting the PRO Act through, just, you know, pressuring that, you know, to be passed, or even getting the executive order signed to get the stuff that could be signed in an executive order in the act through, and then just get everything else passed through the bill after that. I mean, it's like you could do, I don't know, a thing, but nothing. Because it's just a total fucking lackey to the business interests and the owner class. Just, well, just honestly like the rest of them and shit. They just rather have someone who at least, you know, is a little more competent, but at least when it comes to him, it works perfectly considering a lot of the circumstances when it comes to a lot of social issues right now. And economic ones, too.
More anti-union. Obama did not give a shit about unions. Biden at least pretends to. I'm not sure if that's any better, but...
No, it's not. If anything, I think it's more weaselly.
You know, in terms of his rhetoric, Biden is better on that. But still, nothing has really changed on that front. And before I even get to more on the union talk, here he openly tells on himself. I mean, he says that the Republican Party is the party of corporate evil and religious zealotry. He rather side with that over the Democratic Party, which he describes as the party of unions and trial lawyers. If you ask...
Like, it really just shows his fucking, you know, detachment of reality, or at least where his attachment of reality is in comparison to pretty much literally anybody else. Because, I mean, it's just fundamentally... like, if anything, it's kind of good that he's such a fucking PR whore a little bit, because he does say a lot of shit, you know, that normally is the quiet part. Like this type of shit, where he's just like, yeah, the Republican Party is just basically, yeah, just corporate evil, religious zealotry, and kind of slowly but surely embracing fascistic ideas and shit. Yeah, you know, they're that, but I'd rather side with them. Because that other party's just starting to get a little too union, you know, loving, and, you know, having, like, class trial lawyers and other stuff. I don't like that, really. They're getting a little woke. How do working class people respect their fuck? I honestly, when I do see a lot of the sycophants that do, like, worship this weird ass, like, I honestly don't, I don't know. I mean, like, considering at least, you know, the people I know, nobody's really exactly fond of him. I mean, the only thing that I ever really have heard, you know, possibly mention anything about him is either, like, oh, I have a, you know, it's like, oh, I had a Tesla once, or I rated one of those, and they're actually kind of cool, blah, 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 which I'm sure, yeah, for, like, a novelty thing, it would be kind of cool, but, I mean, I hear consistently a bunch of different problems about him, and also there's at least other fucking, like, electric car companies that just are better when it comes to training their workers a little bit, and also just having the product actually just be better overall. Like, I know Lucid is, for last I've heard, a lot of their, like, batteries are, like, last about, like, twice as long, and have a longer lifespan and shit like that. So it's like, I mean, even though they're not as big because there's such a fucking mass monopoly due to fucking Musk, well, which honestly is so disgusting, he took Nikola Tesla's name. It should just be known as Edison. The Edison Corporation. I mean, but, because that's really what it is. Even Toyotas are better, more affordable car. Yeah. It's just a novelty of, like, ooh, it's Elon Musk and Tesla. You know, it's like, there's just, like, that little novelty to it when it comes to, you know, Teslas and shit. Even though they're really aren't even that good. I mean, also, like, a lot of his weird, like, wasteful spendings, like the weird, like, Vegas tunnel and shit, which is also, like, the most impractical, unsafe tunnel to really exist ever. Like, there's a reason why tunnels are pretty big and wide, because let's say there's, like, an accident in it, then you can at least get out and go off to, like, the side and have, like, a little emergency exit way where you can, you know, get, you know, at least kind of walk and shit and have, like, you know, space. Because, you know, sometimes accidents can happen in a tunnel, because, it, like, his little tunnel is basically just this weird little, like, tube It's like, that's like, if you look at how tunnels, even in like railways and shit, like the tunnels aren't like that. And if they are, they're fucking huge. They're like big ass tubes where you can like walk onto the side and, you know, or if you're in a car, you can open the door and kind of park off to the side a little bit. Like there's actual space to where you can just do other shit besides just go straight. It's just ridiculous. So you drive through as a car on something that moves the car. You're supposed to drive through it, and I guess because Teslas are automated, they're supposed to just like casually go through it. But there's been different videos of people that have gone through it with their Teslas, and there's straight up massive traffic jams in them. Like even if like no accident or nothing, you know, hazardous happens in the tunnels, they're just horrible when it comes to traffic. Like traffic jams just happen constantly in them, at least from every video I've seen of people, you know, going through them. There's at least a few out there. I know of one where a dude, you know, starts from the beginning where it's actually kind of empty, but then he goes halfway through and then it's just like this line of cars and he just slows down and it's like, oh god, oh no. He's like, yeah, you thought that was going to fix your little traffic problem, huh, bitch? It's like, nope, got worse. This was done in time where he calls this year alone for software and hardware issues. Yeah, it's as if maybe they, you know, didn't like exploit their workers so hard and also, you know, made sure that there was a quality standard on their vehicles. Maybe these things wouldn't be such a major problem. Which is why, at least, you know, when it comes to like other electric car companies, or at least cars or companies that are investing out of that shit, even though they might not be as like bigger or maybe as like, you know, widespread, so to speak, they are just better overall because they're not trying to, you know, be like some sort of massive cash grab scheme to just maximize their fucking coffers like Musk is. Which, frankly, like, honestly, the only thing I think he has that's even vaguely remotely close worth of shit is like the SpaceX shit, just because of like the Falcon X rockets and stuff like that. But that's not even his credit, you know, to be had. What, just because he, you know, hired a bunch of fucking rocket scientists and all that shit? Like, those type of people, you know, could still make those same type of ventures and, you know, research and shit. Whether it was, like, you know, via NASA or anything else. So it's like, or via an international coalition to invest in that type of shit. And also, like, the tech, it wasn't even necessarily a new one. It's been something that's been researched for quite some time. It's just that the tech to make it more truly viable wasn't really quite there yet. So it's like he didn't really exactly like, you know, spark a new, you know, like mass innovation when it came to rockets and shit. He just kind of finished mastering that tech with a lot of the researchers and shit that were the ones who were actually busting their ass to do that. Which frankly just kind of goes to the point that, like, NASA just really needs the funding and the fucking, you know, investment and shit, where honestly these space corporations or, you know, these rocket corporations should probably either be, at least in some part, or blended just and morphed into NASA and shit. Because if they're all just basically doing the same shit, what, you know, might as well.
Of people. He pretends here to care about the interests of the people, which is absurd. The idea that the wealthiest man
came
on
from
Earth
federal money, so it's largely
that.
publicly funded and you took credit. Exactly. So if anything, all there was is just a middleman, you know, taking a cut of the profit. That's all there is when it comes to shit like that. That's why, honestly, it's like it could just be morphed into NASA, or at least, you know, just cut the middleman out. Because especially when it comes to, like, space research and shit, why do we need middleman for it? Oh, because I guess they can get more investment out of it because they still get publicly funded tax-paid money and shit by federal contracts to do that. So it's like the only reason why they are doing that in the first place is because we, the taxpayers, are giving it to them. Like, you know, we could just do it to ourselves and just give it, you know, straight, you know, to the actual Fed Gov and just, you know, put it aside as a part of the budget for that type of shit, but we just give it to a middleman and let him take a cut of the profit for some reason, I guess.
But if you ask the vast majority of people, would you rather side with corporate evil and religious zealotry, or would you rather side with unions and trial lawyers? Even though people, I know, many don't like lawyers, I think they would side with unions and trial lawyers over corporate evil, which, by the way, includes many lawyers there as well, and religious
just
zealotry.
Corporate lawyers. Lawyers that, you know, honestly, I think why a lot of people hate lawyers, because, you know, usually a lot of lawyers are especially good ones, tend to be back and funded by a lot of these type of corporations because they, well, have the money to pay them.
Because he cares about the people.
And they got an army of them, too.
Not about his own self-interest, not about union busting, not about making more money for himself. No, he cares about the interests of the people. So he picks corporate evil and religious zealotry over unions and trial lawyers. On that point, he tries...
Well, the thing is, when he says to people... Pause on 420. But when he says to people, he means, like, the people in his type of circles. He's not meaning people as in just people, period. In general, like he's meaning like, you know, people within like the billionaire, millionaire class and shit, the top 10%. Like he's meaning a very specific type of people and shit when he's talking about it.
That unions have so much power. It's out of control. They have so much power, even though his workplace.
Man, I wish like they only really have been getting, you know, the time where they actually had like some legit fucking power is probably like during like the 50s and 60s and shit. Hell, even during like the 20s and 30s, after, especially after the Great Depression and shit hit, when, you know, a lot of people were, you know, having to really struggle at that point due to the whole depression. So it's just like, I mean, there was a lot of different little periods and little eras in America's history and shit where unions actually did have some fucking power. Not as much right now, but, you know, they're growing to be a very potential formidable foe here pretty soon. And honestly, I'd like to see kind of like a national, federation, kind of similar to the EFL, but separate between the Starbucks and Amazon unions, as once they start getting more power. Same thing with Trader Joe's, because I know at least in Massachusetts, they're starting some unionization efforts with Trader Joe's. So it's just like the ball keeps rolling, and it ain't gonna stop. The Rational National, yep.
More on that in a minute.
Goddamn
but in
heater.
terms of union power, this is data from the Economic Policy Institute.
Oh wow, there's even a thing. Oh, so just before the 1950s, so during the 40s and 50s. Well, there you go. And yeah, just before the 1920s a little bit. And even though the power, you know, being like essentially like at this point, like union power is pretty much has been as low as 1925. And honestly, the main reason why it was then is because of the Great Depression, and due to the fact that, well, no one really had money in their pockets, and obviously if that's going to be the case, or if they did, it was worth shit. So, like if that was the case, that also included the coffers that were within the unions too. So, you know, what power did they really have if the money isn't really going to be worth anything? So it's just like, I mean, when you see the trend, especially when it comes to, you know, the business interests and how things like the Great Depression happened, and how, curiously enough, that bar of, you know, the top 1% getting more and more and more money and more power and shit, as that continues to dwindle, seems it's not a coincidence. It's all, you know, coalesce for a reason. And it was only during like the 40s and 50s and shit where there was an actual like moment where, or period of time where there was actually some balance between the two. I mean, because I mean, that's pretty goddamn close.
To 2000 or 2019, things have maybe upticked a tiny little bit because of places like Starbucks, many Starbucks locations, and one warehouse, Amazon warehouse unionizing. But still, you know, union power is nowhere near where it was in the 1950s. So this is as union membership declines.
Why would I be a conservative, bro? At least it's not fascism, so I'll at least give you that. You have evolved a little bit.
Increases. So you see here, as currently membership with unions very low. Where does the income go? The top 10%. When unions have more power, that
it's just that, well, hey, Rational National guy. It's just that, you know, the top 10% just works just that much harder than the rest of everybody else. They just worked harder, basically moving numbers and on a piece of paper on computers and, you know, doing stock portfolios. They worked really hard to do that. Come on. Yeah, I mean, they just worked that much harder.
Is generated by the working class. More of it goes to the working class. Elon Musk tries to act like unions are way out of control, they have so much power. Who has power are people like him.
But that's why he has to scapegoat, you know, some other fucking boogeyman. And at least for him, it's unions, because obviously he would be, you know, like numero uno, number one when it comes to being a target outside of Jeff Bezos and, well, plenty of other people. Like, he's a part of the numero uno, number one targets when it comes to, you know, the efforts that unions are trying to curtail against. So it's always going to be curious as to why he's so formidably against it every step of the way.
You know, he's the victim here. The world's richest man, he's the victim. Is just absolutely insane. Now, in terms of, this is well documented. In terms of Elon Musk's union busting,
Oh, really? Oh, color me shocked. Did Tesla found guilty of union busting? Well, surely Amazon has never, you know, union busted at all, ever. No. We'll take Doge going to the moon. It literally, like, cryptocurrency period is, like, in the shitter, bro. Like, are you kidding me?
Here's one example. Tesla found guilty of union busting. So I linked to all my sources below the video, always on YouTube. But, there's an example of that. Also, in terms of maybe why Elon Musk doesn't like lawyers, Tesla must pay $137 million to one black employee who sued for racial discrimination.
Damn. Oh, I don't like these lawyers. They're trying to get millions of dollars out of me. Oh, the travesty of these disgusting people. I'm such a victim cry for me as I, you know, must just bask in my swimming pool of just wealth and Dogecoins. Oh, yes. Oh, I hate his laugh. Elon Musk's laugh just makes me just seethe.
Has since been reduced to 15 million, which is apparently the maximum. The initial judge, I guess, got a little out of hand with the first ruling, but the maximum $15 million they have to now pay to a former employee who sued them over racial discrimination because of how horrible the conditions are there. And it isn't just one employee that faced this, but many employees. There are hundreds of complaints over multiple years about this. So California is now, this year they announced, suing Tesla over the same thing.
Damn. Yeah, it's as if that, you know, Elon Musk learned a lot from his emerald apartheid slave mining and shit, and he's like, oh, how do I enact this as close as possible for my own workplace? Let me figure that out. Well, I can't really actually do it here, but I can at least, you know, do just a lot of discrimination and just, you know, undermine my black employees a little bit more. I can just do that at least.
Example of how terrible it is there. The lawsuit says Tesla turned and continued to turn a blind eye to the years of complaints from black employees at the factory. For example, Tesla allegedly is slow to clean up racist graffiti, including ones with swastikas, KKK, the N-word, and other hate symbols that were drawn in common areas and on the factory machines.
Jeez. Wow, so not even in the bathrooms or anything, like bathroom stalls, just straight up like in just different areas and on like factory machine. Dude, what the oh my god.
One black worker saw hang N-word written next to an image of a noose in the bathroom of the break room. The same.
Oh, so that's why they're doing it everywhere else, because they left a big special surprise in the bathroom.
Monkeys work outside, and FN written on the walls of the break room. The writing and drawings allegedly remained for months. The script.
If I was a black boy and like I'm just like kind of casually working, let's say I didn't see all the other shit on like the factory floor, and I go to the bathroom and I just see that, I'm just walking out. I'm just like, well, I'm gonna kind of gather my shit quietly and just get the fuck out of here. Like, even if I was, even as me now, like if I for some reason was working at a Tesla factory or something, and I saw that, I'm like, I just get my shit and be like, I think I'm done here. See you guys. You know, and I'm just dipping. Bye. I'm like, nope. Like I don't need to, like, you know, be in an environment where that type of shit is just kind of okay. No, thank you. Let's say, was this in California? All this type of shit. This article is specifically talking about instances and different cases that happen in California. Guessing it was somewhere in the South somewhere. No.
employees was constant, the lawsuit says, and has been going on as early as 2012, the year after Tesla started production there. Black workers at Tesla complained that managers and supervisors constantly use the N-word and other racial slurs towards them and other black workers. And by the way, there's more. There's a lot more.
But wait, there's more. Billy Mays here with Tesla's racism.
Oh, I will link to this as well, and you can search this up. Just search up racial discrimination Tesla. You will see the disgusting details.
Oh man, goddamn! I'm surprised. Are you? Are you really? Even I know California has definitely got some conservatism in it. Like, I mean, there's a lot of different places, especially in rural California, that, yeah, are pretty conservative and tend to have some, you know, kind of racial elements in it. So it's just like, California isn't some weird, like, liberal bastion or some shit. It's a very big state.
Surface here. It is crazy. So maybe he doesn't like lawyers for this reason. Doesn't like unions because he's a union buster. I mean, this is all just obvious. He is corporate evil. So that's why he sides with the corporate evil party.
He's just another goddamn Rockefeller at the end of the day. He's just another Jay Gould. And if anything, he's just got, you know, all these other fucking lobbyist politicians, Republican or Democrat, doesn't matter. Like, as long as they benefit his interests, he's willing to fucking fill their coffers and make sure they hang on his fucking little golden platinum watch. They don't give a shit. I mean, he's rich, so why would he?
Now, he went online on Twitter after that announcement and that clip to, I guess, maybe try and change the narrative a little bit, as maybe he realized how bad it sounded on him to claim or to say that he is siding with corporate evil and religious zealotry over unions. So he came out to say, in the past, I voted Democrat because they were mostly the kindness party, but they have become the party of division and hate, so I can no longer support them and will vote Republican. Now watch their dirty tricks campaign against me unfold. Popcorn.
And yeah, and guess what there, buddy? Like, the Democrats aren't, like, they're not necessarily the, oh my, I hate how, oh my, I don't even want to entertain how you fucking word it. Like, the whole, like, division and hate thing, like, that's what fucking Republicans do. And when it comes to the Democrats, they do the division part, but they at least mask their weird little hatred by just, you know, selling out to the fucking corporate interests and just doing it that way. They mask it, while the Republicans just openly blare it out into the fucking, you know, top of the mountain. So, there's at least a little bit of a difference there.
Give me a break. Jesus Christ. What are you talking about? It's been less than a week since the event in Buffalo that was inspired by the great replacement theory that is espoused by Republican lawmakers, at least some of them, and
I already know he's about to mention, but, you know, very prominent media heads, especially, you know, Tucker Carlson. Which, frankly, at this rate, considering the fucking Naziistic ideology and terroristic fucking shit that's, you know, the result of this type of shit, frankly, at this point, you know, there probably could be a consideration in, you know, cracking down on this type of shit to a degree. Because it's, you know, it's becoming very frequent and, you know, and more on the rise when it comes to this type of terroristic acts and shit by these fucking, you know, white nationalist Nazi motherfuckers. And it's like, I wonder where it keeps coming from. It totally can't be, you know, coming from a lot of, you know, the mainstream media from the right, like Fox News and shit. Totally not from, you know, different Republican far-right lawmakers and shit, like Marjorie Taylor Greene or McConnell and all these other motherfuckers. No, not at all. Definitely not. They probably just, you know, find it online randomly somewhere.
Media like Tucker Carlson, the most watched cable news host. Yet, Democrats are the party of hate? Come on. This guy, the thing is, he knows he's full of shit, which is why I think there's an ulterior motive here. I don't know what it is, but
it's getting rich as much as possible, as quick as possible, at the expense of pretty much the globe. Like, I mean, that's what it's about. That's what his motive is. It's not exactly hard to figure out.
He's sort of gearing up for something, and he wants people in his corner that are going to blindly back him. And I'll get to more on that in a second here. But also, you know, Republicans banning books on race, LGBTQ issues. So there's a lot of this.
I mean, like, that is, like, I mean, that's the type of shit in itself. It's like, isn't that just pretty much the equivalent of, like, you know, Nazis doing mass book burnings and shit? Like, I mean, this, you know, part of, you know, the elements of, you know, where, you know, like, a lot of this party is starting to embrace fascistic ideas, because they're, like, doing mass book bannings and shit. There actually has been book burnings and shit where, like, some pastors and different Republicans got together and have done book burnings and shit. So it's like, they're slowly but surely, and just not even realizing it, or maybe they are and don't give a fuck, that they're just, you know, going down the, you know, the very dark path of, like, you know, kind of some Third Reichian shit, honestly. I'm not acknowledging less progress and constant speed West Prem select points. Yeah, constantly. I mean, and then there was the whole, like, you know, when specifically you're talking about Proud Boys, like, stand back and stand by. Stand back and stand by. It's like, well, what the fuck is that? That like sounds like an order. That sounds like an order that you just made publicly on national television. Why nationalist president? Yeah. I mean, he wasn't really the only one. Yeah, he's not America's only one, though. I mean, if anything, George W., you know, to a degree was too, but mostly a Christo-fascist type, more so than anything. But, yeah. There are good people on both sides. There were some good people on both sides, you know. One side, the people were saying, you know, the Jews won't replace us. The other side was, you know, BLM, but you know what? There were some people on both sides that were actually pretty good. Tremendous. And there's definitely still people that, like, strangely support that dumb fuck's ass. It's like, oh my god. I mean, that's why, at least, you know, at the end of the day, like, I know, you know, at least when it comes to on-the-ground shit, because, you know, where I work and stuff, I mean, a lot of these mass, like, divisionary bullshit isn't there, because, like, honestly, when it comes down to our just, you know, the issues that affect us the most, that shit matters too much to give a fuck about these type of things on a, at least, constant fucking basis and shit. And it's just like, I mean, you know, I just look at all these different little things, and it's just like, what sad, you know, fucking futile little attempts, you know, in the long run at least, you know, of a way to try to keep people divided, especially as things continuously, slowly, or, well, slowly accelerating, at least, you know, of getting worse and worse and shit. It's like, did they really think that, like, you know, common people aren't going to start uniting more and more, especially when it comes to this whole, you know, aggression on labor? Because that's just something that, now more than ever, you know, really, honestly, in the last few decades, is starting to become more and more of a prominent thing, especially when people like Musk are, you know, starting to really get a little scared and talk about it constantly. Amazon being very, very hyper, union busting and shit as well. Like, it just, considering that even though it's a slow burn right now, you know, it's just, you know, something that they're taking very major awareness of and are not exactly too keen on wanting to have it spark even bigger. Because they know at some point someone's going to dump a bunch of gasoline on it, and they don't want that. They want to try to snuff the smolders before that happens. Because if it does, there will be a big fire. And they don't like that. That not only will rock the boat, it will set it ablaze a little bit. Okay, I packed this a little too tight. Liberation City threw out abortion card to tear workers apart. Yeah. And even then, like, honestly, a majority of people, even in my own workplace, generally have the moderate position of, like, you know, even if I, you know, think, you know, people shouldn't have abortion at this time, or maybe even really at all, you know, it's like the whole, like, kind of their body, their choice situation. Like, even my more kind of, at least socially conservative leaning coworker that I know, and even then, not exactly, it's just kind of, I guess, socially centrist, but, like, economically, not like, I mean, not centrist in a traditional sense, like just, you know, because a lot of his type of ideas revolve about being, you know, like for the poor and pro-worker and shit like that, but he's definitely have, you know, some, a little, not entirely, but like some conservative views here and there. But it's like, even then, like, I mean, he's not pro-abortion himself personally, but he'll still, you know, do the whole, like, you know, my body, my choice type of thing, so, okay. And he kind of is, like, across the board on principle, like, with that idea, I guess. So, I mean, I guess I'm like, okay, I kind of respect that and shit, but then there's things like vaccines and other shit where I'm like, I mean, it's like, I won't argue with it, but okay. Sure. Where does the golf go? I hear him. Ooh. There we go. I mean, especially this old abortion issue and shit, it's just like, it's honestly just like basically a moderate position versus like a very extremist position of just like, no, we're gonna just like prohibit this every step of the way. Boo. This sucks. Women have a choice. Boo. It's just like, so what? Like, how? Like, oh no, a woman has autonomy. She has autonomy over her own body. God, wow. Such verbotenness, such horrible travesty. What degradation upon society. Here, I actually gotta go to the bathroom real quick, y'all. Here. Put up a little tune here real quick. Wait, where'd it go? There we go. Zukov. What you doing, baby? Oh, look at you. You sweet little boy. That's why people are so against abortion, unless it's about keeping the birth rate, and even I think it should be a woman's choice. Yeah. And even then, like, it's not like, you know, birth rates elsewhere are, you know, on the rise as well. Because why do you think, you know, people migrate? You know, there's like different areas and shit where people, you know, can migrate to as well. So if there's like, you know, a lot of people in one area, then they can go to a different area. So it's like these people are so against, you know, abortion shit, you know, want to try to keep birth rates up, but then, you know, that actually is happening in other parts of the world, and then a lot of those type of people start moving into the countries like, you know, the US, and they're like, wait a minute, what? It's like, well, they're also kind of practicing what they preach too. So, you know, they have high birth rates in a lot of different places, like in, you know, the Middle East, Africa, and other areas and shit. And it's like, you know, sometimes you're gonna get people migrating. Oh, wow, wait. Oh, you're against that? Uh-oh. So they only want it for yourselves, basically, you know, just for your own benefit. You don't want to actually have any, you know, programs or anything in place to, you know, ensure better stability for, you know, people that do. You know, start having kids left and right and shit. Curious. But here, pull up a little tune real quick. I'll be right back. Whoa, that is louder than shit. Jesus Christ. We'll turn that down just a little bit.
Oh, look at your bite. Look at your bite.
Smartphone ringing, don't answer that. Heart start beating, hit the battle tab if the military interferes. I'ma handle that. Strength to the left and the right, no friction. Prototype 0 point energy engine. One one side of the planet to another in an instant. If the feds find me, they gon' put me in prison. Area 51 ain't got shit on me. Yeah, what up? Flying over cities, I'm a mystery. All eyes on me. I ascend from the scene, then zip away before they get a picture of me. What? Y'all ain't never gonna copyright like this. I ain't never gonna tell you where I find this. You would have to have the mind of a psychic. 9/11 levels of terror inside my life. Stolen UFO, and the government doesn't even know. I'll be hovering as I glow in the midst of the night in my UFO. I stole a UFO. I stole a UFO. I stole a UFO in the midst of the night in my UFO. It's all gloves off, it don't matter anymore. Flip on the warp drive, any matter core. Light up the pipe, hot box the cockpit. Go need the gods to drop down to stop this. This ain't Roswell, I ain't planning on crashing. Higher than a hippie, uncontrollably laughing. Slowly, succumbing to madness, fly to a black hole just to see what happens. One time for the spirits in the ether. Checkpoint at the pyramids of Giza. Yeah, boy, we can go and meet the Reaper. They deploy the Air Force, but can't keep up. Top secret, I stay unidentified under the radar till the minute I die. Mistaken for God by primitive life. You can see the cosmos when you look into my eyes. Stole a UFO, and the government doesn't even know. I'll be hovering as I glow in the midst of the night in my UFO. I stole a UFO. I stole a UFO. I stole a UFO in the midst of the night in my UFO. You're in violation of international law.
There you are. Come on.
Holy crap now. You wish to receive mercy from the UN. How nice. The government. The keys to the heart of the covenant. Another keep it a covenant. Now a week in the mind.
You know, saying that you have the right to an 8 to 12 inch robo deck. Wait, what? To place your natural dig if you choose. I mean, don't we need to like to have like nanobot like transhumanist technology before we can get that? Hey, buddy, come here. I'll give you a treat if you come here. Come here. Up. Oh, just a little. Look at you. Are you gonna get closer here? Come on. You lazy bones. There. Oh my god, you lazy bastard. There you go. Oh, you're a sweet baby. Who's your sweet baby? Who's your sweet baby? You don't even really need a song anymore. There you go. Release you from your cuffs. I have released you from your chains. You don't seem to care. You just want to chill here. Oh my lord. He's on lazy bones. He is a lazy bones. Oh, you're just a little lazy bones. Oh, you're just a sweet boy. My goodness. Oh. Who's a good boy, huh? He's a good little boy. Yes. 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 What? Yeah. Trump telling Dr. Oz to declare victory after he's lost. Oh my god. It's like, go the full Trump route, guys. Guys say it was rigged. According to Human's report. What the fuck? Hold on. Let's see. Oh. Trump cries foul. MPA's GOP primary telling Dr. Oz to declare victory. Oh my god. So he did lose, but now it's just about Trump is just all like, no, you need to declare victory and say you actually won. I mean, is he gonna do it? Is he actually gonna do that, or is he just like, nah, I'm just gonna concede? That will harm my reputation too much. Oh, this is a little. Oh, this is a little. This is a little. Oh my lord. Lazy bones. Look at you. Wow. Wow. Absolute lazy bones, you. I like his little just eyes are just barely popping up. Oh. You done chilling here now? I mean, you know, you don't have to stay here, you know that, right? You think being endorsed by Trump will take your reputation, but not in America? No. I mean, his influence might be waning a bit, but, I mean, even then... Can I help you? My goodness. You have to be all up my face. Probably win again in 24. Yeah, I mean, I think so far it's either like between him and DeSantis when it comes to popularity. So it's just like, I mean, it could be either or. Which I'm kind of hoping it's realistically neither. But I mean, at the same time, it's like, I mean, what in the Democratic Party is going to even look good? I mean, even if, like, because there's been rumor mill that, like, if Biden doesn't run, Bernie might run. I mean, and it's just like, well, even then, his age is sort of, it's kind of up there, you know? So it's like, I mean, we just need somebody who's just younger at this point, who can at least have the same kind of spunk and energy that Bernie had, at least in his prime. There's been a lot of them. But just more in smaller areas so far, like in, at least, you know, at the biggest and like Senate seats and shit. So, might be at least a little bit more time before we actually get somebody who might be viable, or at least somewhat worth a shit. Chompy, chomp, chomp. You're so loud and munches. Rambunctious of the munchies. Must you be that loud? Seriously? That is seriously distracting. I think Murray should steal a UFO and fly off to Andromeda where they keep it real. Oh my god. Wow. Well, he needs to at least, you know, like have a, you know, like a revolution of people rise up and join him. You know, like basically like kind of go like intergalactic version of Jim Jones and be like, my fellow humans, I will take you all to the place where they keep it real. But you must join me in going and confiscating this UFO. Some of you in the process may die, but that is the cost. And make sure we get to a place where they keep it real. And I'm sure who the Dems will run. Nobody doesn't know Trump and Clinton again. Oh my god. I swear to God, if that psycho bitch runs again. Like if that's the case, then it really truly, absolutely 100% truly is like no hope of redemption. Friend sent me out. He was supposed to be coming over. What the fuck? Let me do this real quick. There we go. And at least a little quick and easy peasy. Zukov, where'd you even run off to? What the hell? I'm honestly surprised he hasn't been boofing. That's the different noises outside. You know, they could run AOC. JK, I'm not that big fan of Do Nothing AOC. Oh my god, please. For a second, I honestly was just about to be like, really, dude? But, okay. Yeah, because honestly, I mean, I wish she could, but Ilhan Omar, like, she'd actually be somebody I'd kind of legitimately consider. I'm sending one more reply. CNN anchor cries on air and loses composure. I'm always interested in that. Okay. Islamophobic smears on her by everybody on the Republican side. She can't run, though, because she's not a natural-born citizen. So, I mean, that's kind of the problem. That's why I say I wish she could, but she couldn't. The most she could do is Senate, which she's in Congress right now, so she's pretty much like essentially about as high as she could really get on the political ladder. Well, I guess she could probably be within like administration and be like the head, you know, of like an agency or some shit like that. So I guess maybe not really, but like, I mean, she couldn't actually like, you know, be in a position where she actually runs for office or anything like that when it comes to like president. Which sucks, because I kind of wish that at this point that rule wasn't really archaic and draconian, you know, like as it is, you know, still there. I suppose maybe it's a silver lining because, you know, Musk is not a natural born citizen, so though he circumnavigated that anyway, just by basically just co-opting and owning, you know, the system of government to do his interests and his bidding. So it's kind of like the rest of the billionaires. Here, let's check this out. I'm always down to see CNN people lose composure, because I guarantee you it's going to be an act.
Talk to, you know, people there in the wake of the terror attack there, and he ends up like really breaking down in this segment. So I wanted to share with you, and then we'll talk about it.
It's actually going to probably be more legitimate. Quote, I've done 15 of these. Victor Blackwell breaks down. Well, you know, okay, maybe it might be a legit one.
So much for,
it's not Anderson Glooper.
Thank you. Allison, back to you.
Yeah. Victor, it is so hard to hear the raw grief of all of these family members and employees just trying to make sense of how their lives have been ruined
Wish for Arnold
in
now.
a few minutes by a horrible, hateful person. To hear Fragrance just tell you that she's had to teach her children to become small and invisible in this country, because you just never know when you're going to be the victim of a mass shooting, and just the raw grief that the other families are dealing with. It's all so overwhelming, and I mean,
love for him to deliver one-liners from the White House.
It just feels so hopeless at times.
I mean, honestly, at least he makes like kind of very unifying speeches, and like can actually kind of, you know, have people kind of, you know, feel unifying in a sense. You know, so honestly, you know, I get what you mean.
Listen, I was counting in the car, talking with my producer. I've done 15 of these. At least the ones I could count.
You could hear like the, you know, his voice is like trembling. You could tell he's emotional about it.
And we keep having the conversation about Democrats will say guns, Republicans will say mental health, and nothing will change. And I'll probably do another one this year. Family after family having nowhere to go with their grief. We'll get into a political conversation later, but is this the way we're supposed to live? Are we destined to just keep doing this city after city? Have we just resigned that this is what we are going to be? I'm gonna give it back to you.
Yeah, we share those sentiments, and on some days it feels like that. We'll be right back, right after.
Okay, wow, that bitch seems so fake. She's like, yeah, we share those sentiments. I don't have to be on the ground, so I don't have to actually, like, you know, absorb that. Like, okay, I actually do have a little respect for the anchor a little bit. Because, I mean, like, honestly, like, I at least have, you know, a little bit more respect, even for mainstream, like, anchors that actually do go on the ground and actually, like, kind of go to these fucking places, like this dude. You know, so, yeah, I can at least, you know, give credit. It's like, hey, at least they're doing something that's actual, like, fucking journalism. And, yeah, and honestly, especially if you're doing, like, 15 plus, probably just gonna keep on growing as a fucking number, you know, for this dude. I mean, yeah, it's gonna just take his fucking toll. I mean, it already has, honestly. I mean, it's just like, yeah, are we supposed to? But, yeah, here we are. It's fucking America. I feel like, honestly, the bitch on the right's reaction is like, yeah, we share those sentiments. Yes, we grieve with you. Yes. It's like, I feel like that's just basically America in a nutshell responding to a dude who's like, you were kind of, like, insane here.
Damn, he was not fucking around. He was.
And I mean, he wasn't actually, like, you know, crying full on, but he was pretty close to doing so, though. But he wasn't, like, full on cry mode, though.
Was real emotion.
Clickbait, Kyle. Clickbait.
Either that or he's the best actor in the world. I don't think that was acting. I think that was sincere. I mean, look, I respect it. The thing that I think cable news misses the most and just doesn't have is authenticity and honesty. And whatever you think of the policy questions there around mental illness.
And honestly, like, that's why I feel like he's at least honest, while she on the right wasn't really, because she's, you know, like a news anchor that just gets to sit in the office and is sitting in the studio all the time. Like, she doesn't have to go on the ground and, you know, actually see this type of shit, you know, with her own eyes and have to talk to these people and listen to them and absorb their shit, you know, when it comes to, like, what they are, you know, reporting on. She gets to be all comfy, so she has, like, this little, like, oh, we care, but, doesn't affect me that much. I get to just kind of, you know, regurgitate all the talk points and talk about it, you know, on my little studio. But, you know, him, considering he just goes on the ground and has to do this type of shit over and over again, constantly, and has to, you know, like, you know, meet these people, you know, talk to these people who, you know, have had these people, you know, like, their relatives or friends die, do this shit. I mean, over and over and over again. I mean, it's honestly why I couldn't necessarily do, like, that specific type of job, as much as that it'd be kind of probably fun. I mean, like, it would fucking weigh on me, like, because, you know, like, like going to, you know, different mass shootings and having interviews with people and having a grief and, like, you know, like, coming back and be like, yeah, maybe we ought to do something a little bit. Here's, like, you know, what people are saying, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, doing that enough times, it will just, it's just gonna fucking break you. I mean, like, it could definitely weigh on you and shit. I mean, that's why I at least, you know, have respect for people that, you know, when it comes to, even in the mainstream sense, that are actually on the ground, who are at least there, you know, like actually on the event of things, doing something that's merited to something equivalent of journalism.
That was authentic. That was honest. That was real, you know? So I think, you know, more moments of authenticity and honesty are the way to go. And in terms of the
isn't that what should journalism be about? Is being, like, authentic and honest? like shouldn't that at least be, like, you know, something at least as in part, you know, a tenement of, like, what journalism and, you know, like, what being news is about? Like, he's actually just, you know, like, if anything, he's just being what, you know, like, being a, you know, like, news and journalism is about. Like, yeah, maybe it's a little, like, quote, unprofessional that he kind of broke composure a little bit. But considering the circumstances and considering the travesty and the event and shit, I think it's merited and justified. Like, fuck, there's been times back in, like, the way old days of yonder, saying, when you had, like, someone on the ground, like, reporting back on the radio live on the scene, sometimes, like the Hindenburg thing, like, with the dude who's like, oh, the humanity, like, I mean, is that not breaking composure, where he's like, oh my god, the travesty and the humanity, watching it burn and shit, like, same thing. I mean, obviously, very different events, but... I mean, it's just like, still, like, even if you are a professional journalist and shit reporting on the scene, you, especially seeing something like that, or at least, coming on the aftermath of something like that, you're probably going to have a little bit of a composure break, being in awe and shock of the fucking moment. It's being human.
It really is so obnoxious, because this guy, under no reasonable system, should he have been able to get guns. Keep it real, even if you're super pro-gun rights. He had just threatened to shoot up a school like a year earlier.
Yeah, honestly, he's 100% right. Like, I'm definitely more leaning on gun rights and stuff, but even then, I do think there's 100% merit to make sure there is a line in the fucking sand, when it comes to the accessibility of that type of stuff. I do agree with that. And this is a kid that there was red flags left and fucking right, and yet... willy-nilly, they could just have it and just, be able to be approved for it, which is honestly making me wonder, is like, how many, like, loopholes or, like, lack of actual awareness or actual, like, lack of, checking there is in background checks. It's like, so it's making me wonder, is like, is just having, do background checks, is that really enough? Like, cause, like, are we actually being thorough with that? Like, it's not just as simple as having a background check, but having to make sure it's very thorough to ensure that, things like that are caught.
School, his friends say that he espoused Hitler-esque political views. He showed up during COVID to school in a full hazmat suit. You think maybe...
Well, you know what? If anything, like, I guess it can't be there's no such thing as being overly prepared, I guess. I mean, hell... I mean, he's, like, that's not the only time I've heard of that. Not from, like, some weird nonsense, but I know there was, I think it was, Michael Dell or whatever his name is. Like, the guy who did, the fucking, like, suitcase TV show thing. That guy. Like, he actually straight up went full hazmat status at the beginning of COVID and shit. Like, I mean, so... I mean, if anything, like, I know why he's doing it. Like, I know he did that as, like, a mockery of, like, oh, see, this is what we're all gonna end up being, or some shit. But, still, if anything, that's, like, the one thing I find kind of amusing, I guess.
There was just a litany of things. You know how oftentimes after these shootings, people are like, well, I couldn't see that coming. Bob was a great guy, he's a nice guy. Nobody said that in this one. Everybody was like, yeah, I sort of saw that shit coming. So
honestly, a lot of these type of shooters, that's not even the case. Like, there's people that, notice red flags about a year ago for a mental evaluation, because just being under constant watch by a government in some way. Honestly, like, at least when it comes to, checkups, like, say, hey, how you doing? Like, how you holding up and that type of shit, I think that should at least, be some form of a standard. Like, if you were, taken for a mental evaluation or something, I think there should at least be, like, maybe a weekly or monthly checkup, for at least, like, constant, basis on make sure that you're still okay, in a sense. But if you're too unstable or too much, in this situation where you may harm yourself or in a very just unstable mental state, then honestly, there should at least be very humane, areas for mental treatment, available where people can go to and shit, where, they still have, like, comfortability of being in, like, at least the equivalent of, like, a little studio apartment home or something, so, they can kind of, at least mentally, kind of get back on their feet, and if not, then at least, be in an area where they can still humanely, live comfortably. So, at least have something in place to where, these, people can at least get treatment, because the thing is, like, if these type of fucking far-right nationalistic Hitler-like-esque type of, fucking things weren't out and available for him, especially considering his mental instability and shit, like, if he was actually, having, resources available to where he can actually have, like, mental health treatment and shit, I guarantee he probably wouldn't be doing this shit. Or at least wouldn't have done it. maybe he might still been some weird conservative weirdo or some shit at the end of the day, but he probably wouldn't have been some weird fucking Nazi that, is off to, try to, like, do a mass slaughter of fucking black people, literally driving 4 hours out of his way to do it, writing some crazy fucking Nazi-ass manifesto. I'm speaking to these views, or some parameters. Yeah, he also was doing that too, and streamed it apparently on Twitch as well, and got banned pretty shortly after that. I've been able to find any info on that. From what I understand, he did at least stream, or try to stream the shooting on Twitch, but I don't know if he was somebody who was, like, already on Twitch before that. Considering his views, I would imagine that he would be somebody that, probably got banned on Twitch multiple times, or at least once, and then made another account, as a ban evasion to do this. On top of maybe some other shit, I don't know. I doubt if he had an account prior to this, it would have lasted long. Saw a video. So I guess it is saved somewhere. Yeah, I haven't, and frankly, I've seen enough of these fucking things to have my fill. I don't need to see another one. But, I mean, like, it's because, frankly, it's just like, it really, I just didn't know if he was active on Cozy or 4chan. I think 4chan. I know 4chan for sure, but like a lot of these guys are, yeah. I mean, they all tend to be, because it's pretty much like one of the few outlets, especially, that is accepting of their type of ideology. It also harbors a lot of different things that a lot of these people tend to be into and shit, like child porn and shit. Like, you could straight up find that type of shit on 4chan, despite, them also crowing about, groomers and needing to take out pedophiles and all this other garbage. It's like, hypocrisy much, huh? I think he says in Manifesto that he was a frequent user of 4chan and 8chan. Ugh. And from my understanding, 8chan is basically just 4chan, but like 100 times worse. From my understanding. I've only been on 4chan like a few times because some of the trolls had yeeted me off Twitch and shit. And every now and then we'll still kind of pop in on here occasionally. In fact, Ignore Husky, the literal copycat dude, is one of them. I guarantee. And basically, like, sometimes they'd share shit from 4chan and stuff, or at least one of my buddies actually found it. And that's actually, like, one of the few times I've actually been on there is because I found out that apparently these trolls have been, at least one of them was trying to pretend to be me being on 4chan or something. It's like, oh my god. These people, it just kind of shows, like, what type of, like, lives they have, which is really honestly none. I haven't read the whole thing yet. Shit was long. Yeah, I mean, I've only heard, like, little bits and snippets of it, but I already know the gist of what it's all about. I mean, it's pretty much, like, a lot of the same Nazistic ideology, the Great Replacement Therapy, white nationalism, all this other shit. Talking pretty much how, like, minorities, the Jews, Arabs, black people are all, like, the replacers and shit. I mean, I don't necessarily need, at least for me, I don't really need to read it to understand the gist of what it's all about. I mean, honestly, I guess, like, a lot of other people have, because, I mean, I've been getting recommended it a lot. Like, I think there was one up here. Well, I guess maybe not here, but I know Xanderhall did, because I got recommended him reading it. There's a few other people that were, and it's like, why? It's like, what the fuck? I think it was in here somewhere. But, either way. The same as the issues, manifesto racism and fascism at one stop. Yeah. And from my understanding, he also kind of plagiarized the Christchurch Manifesto anyway. So, if anything, you're pretty much, like, if you've read that, you essentially have read his. It might just have some different wording and maybe some other shit in there added on top of it, but kind of also shows how very creative these type of people tend to be. Man, I hate this goddamn crook in my neck. What the fuck? Yeah, Jimmy Snell is another one who did talk about the Buffalo White Place theory, blah blah blah. Yeah, so there's a lot of people that have been fucking talking about it. It's like, oh my lord. I always wonder where Elizabeth Kafka goes, but I remember he always used to hide over there. Little goof. Wait, what the fuck? The moment Joe Rogan suddenly realized he was pushing fake news. Okay, I gotta say
Days
this.
ago, Joe Rogan decided to go on a tear about
fucking loud
piece of legislation coming from Australia that would actually ban people from growing their own food. Now, how horrible is that, right? Joe Rogan.
Oh shit, Goob's trying to ban you for growing food. Oh no. I really didn't know that shouldn't happen until TJ Kirk published this video. Lol. I don't pay enough attention to the news sometimes. Yeah, I honestly didn't know about it until the day after it happened. Oh my god, it's okay, wrong side to pull. My fucking screen, my friend is just like, yo, blah, blah, blah. It's like, Jesus Christ. I've been trying to coax him to just get on here so it'd be easier to just chat through, but okay, whatever. Manifest this, dude. Oh my god, nice Venom.
Tearing into these people for being so oppressive until
this guy kind of has, is he like a clone of Alex Jones? Like, he kind of has like an Alex Jones head. Just not as worn down with the Brome Broth and Male Vitality X and shit.
Absolutely fake. So before giving too much away, take a look.
Is this like a sober Alex Jones? Who is this guy?
Rogan and this slow realization that he was
I'm apparently subscribed to him. I don't remember this dude.
spreading fake news. Here's the clip.
There's a part of Australia, I think it was New South Wales, someone was trying to pass a law that won't allow you to grow your own food. And they were saying, well, you could grow your own food, and what if the disease is from your food? And in fact...
Oh my god, I love how he's already immediately just like assuming that it's true and just like going right into it. And he's just sounding like an absolute idiot at the end. It's like, it's like, wow, the fact that you're doing that just really shows how much stupidity you really have if you actually believe that. We're banning food.
We can have that. They got a good grip on people during the pandemic. They locked everybody down in Australia, and then, you know what? We're going to stop these motherfuckers from growing their own food. Because that's how you fucking smoke out an anti-vaxxer. Yeah. You can't even go to the grocery store anymore, and you can't grow your food.
No, dependent.
Take that shot, bitch!
What? Wait, so all this is basically just because, oh, we gotta crack down on anti-vaxxers. Like, wait, so is this still really a fucking talking point to this, like, monosyllabic fucking amoebic worm? Like, are we serious? Like, oh my god, we're gonna still crow and cry about, like, vaccines. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
New Zealand is, like, right around the corner.
Could have. It's got to be a real thing. It seems too good to not be.
Obviously,
I typed in outlaw growing food in Australia, and not a single thing comes up.
Uh-oh.
Except for that, which was a false thing.
Growing your own food.
They want us completely dependent.
Yeah, I can't find it either.
Damn it.
Damn it. I was made to look like an idiot. Son of a bitch.
Fake. It might be fake.
But even if it's fake, right? Like, the fake is usually the warning.
Okay, so...
No. No. Literally no. Like, oh my god. The fake is the warning to what is actually to come. It's like, no. Like, what? Oh my god. What? It's that. I don't know who that dude is, but Jesus Christ, he shouldn't be talking about, like, on any issues. Fake is usually the warning. It's like, according to what? Like, oh, the fake story of, like, you know, this is like, yep, the world's gone flat. It's like, it's like the fake of the Earth being a globe was, you know, all illusion. Soon it'll become real. It'll be coming down. Or fucking, and then just this weird shit like, oh yeah, the fake, you know, legislation that they're gonna ban food, that actually means that the reality is that they will. They're going too soon. Very soon. It's like, oh my god. Jesus Christ. Like, why, like, there wouldn't be anything like that at all. Like, honestly, deadass. And even then, how would you actually enforce that? Like, have, like, some sort of, like, agricultural police agency or some shit? Like, go to, like house to house or some shit. Be like, are you growing tomatoes in here, eh? Well, guess what? We're taking those bitches. It's just like, huh? It's just beyond dumb. Like, are we serious? Like, there's no way that would ever even happen on a realistic level. Ever. Even if there was some weird, like, moron that was out there, like, you know, trying to legislate that in law, like, yes, we're going to try to prohibit that. It's like, if anything, that would basically be the last term that person has, like, guaranteed. So, it's like, I mean, there just ain't no way. That would just never happen. Of course, but honestly, I mean, Joe Rogan's known for falling for very stupid shit and very disinformational nonsense. So if I say something isn't real, it'll become real. Is that their logic? The fake is usually the warning. So it isn't real right now, but it will become real. I mean, it's at least the logic of whoever this dude is. Which I kind of want to know who it is, because he must, I'm assuming he's probably some weird-ass conspiracy nut.
Okay, yeah, sure, if it was real, I could understand that. But then he goes into the weird, like, this is how you get people to get the shot. No, you're kind of apples and oranges there. That's not a thing. Not exactly sure why you want to bring that up, but of course, you know, you've grown huge. You were
Before you know it, Joe Rogan will be endorsing the theory that the moon landing was fake. Lamau. I don't know if I've seen it yet, but Alex Jones claiming the shootings in Buffalo was fake. Oh my god. So he hasn't learned from Sandy Hook, like, whatsoever. Well, he's about to get sued again, like, into even more oblivion. In that case, my dick is huge. It's fake. Any day now. Yep. Any day. Just gotta give it some time. My lord. Dude, honestly, like, I know Joe Rogan knows that one weird conspiracy psycho, Eddie Bravo, I think, because he believes the moon landing is fake. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he has him on again, and it's just like, yo, that moon landing, man. It's fake, isn't it, bro? Tell me about it. It's like, oh my god. Man. And he's still very popular with a lot of goddamn people, and it's just like, what the fuck? Why? How? He's just such a fucking idiot. Like, even in his, like, you know, more stages of time where I was actually kind of like, alright to listen to him a little bit, I was just like, he's still kind of a dummy. But at least he's willing to open his mind a little bit. But now he's just a closed-minded, whiny little boomer dumbass. That's just basically what he is. The brain that's about the equivalent of just a very worn-out pebble. a very decomposed walnut. Joe Rogan's endorsed that theory before. He said, for the years, he thinks it's possible the moon landing is fake. Oh no, oh my god. Honestly, not surprised. Because of Johnny Bravo? Wow, mama, we don't talk about him. As an adult, I understand why John Bravo couldn't get laid now. Yeah. I love the show as a kid, but growing up as an adult, and honestly, I think that's why. It's like, yeah, you could be good looking and all that shit, but if you're like a fucking kind of a misogynistic jackass, then yeah, you're gonna be fucking, you know, like, you're not exactly gonna be getting laid left and right there, bro. My dog must be like very sleepy and lazy tonight to not be boofing hardcore at anything right now. That's at least good. He's being quiet, little boy. Dude ended up on his chin more on his back. He really did. It's like, honestly, looking back at it, it's like, how did he... It's like, how did he even, like... It's like, how do you even do it? You know, it's like, how do you even, like, get yourself into that type of predicament? It's like, that must not be good for the chin, but I guess that's why he has such, like, an insane chin, because it's probably, like, you know, calloused up over time, you know, and just, like, slam it down. Like, dude, imagine his fucking, like, neck right there. Oh my god, dude, it must be all fucked up. Beavis and Butthead was another favorite of mine. It still was a favorite of mine. Was. Is. Here, see what other little fun things could be on the tube here. Ba-da-da-boom, ba-da-dum. Oh, actually, there was actually a little something I remember seeing the other day. This one actually has like a little sting to me too, because I actually used to like this guy. Right here. I know it's already about to be loud.
Alleged comedian and self-proclaimed progressive Jimmy Dore is getting very close to just saying what he's been thinking for probably...
I like the fucking picture he uses in the background.
...time. That Republicans are good and you should vote for them. Now, this is someone who started with TYT Network. He was one of these firebrand progressives. At least that's what he branded himself as.
At least that's why I liked him initially.
Over the years, his content started to shift. He never criticized Republicans. He criticized Democrats, albeit from an ostensibly left-wing position, but he'd always ignore what the Republicans were doing. And then over the years, he's burned more and more bridges with people on the left, myself included, as more of us have called him out. And now he has basically no allies on the left because he's burned all of those bridges. And he basically took away all plausible deniability during COVID when he went full anti-vaxxer, when he started to go on Fox News and give Tucker Carlson daily tongue baths, or I should say weekly tongue baths, because there was a moment where he was going on his program like weekly. But either way, I mean, at this point in time, I feel like you have to be very dense to not see him as an obvious right winger, or at least a useful idiot for the right. But now he's going to help you out and just admit, yeah, I think that maybe you should consider supporting Republicans. So take a look at what he says about Donald Trump and how anti-war Donald Trump was.
If I hated the taste of puke, why would I like to taste the piss?
What were they really...
I don't know, are you into water sports?
...afraid of with Trump? They were afraid he wouldn't do this. That's what they were afraid of. They were afraid he wouldn't go along with them. Because he didn't come up in the Republican farm team. He didn't come up in the organization. He didn't have groomers, Trump. Trump didn't have donors for his whole life like everybody else. He was a donor. So he didn't owe favors.
I mean, as if that's supposed to be a good thing.
Just like everybody.
And also, by the way, yeah, he did.
But yeah, they couldn't control him like they could control everybody. So what they did was...
I mean, kind of.
They concocted Russiagate. red baited him for 4 straight years and impeached him twice because he didn't have his mind right. So if you were the anti-war person, you should have voted for Trump and the Republicans.
It was born rich. Yeah.
If you're pro-war, you vote for Joe Biden and the Democrats.
I was trying to save abortion. That's why I voted for Biden.
My God. Like. Ooh. Damn, that bike sounds nice. But, like, oh my lord. Like, guess, like, does he not, like, he has to know that, like, both parties are, like, fucking very pro-war, right? Trump sure as fuck had groomers, his dad sure as fuck groomed him to be a real estate cocksucker. Yeah, Trump was, like, basically born, you know, being groomed into the position that he was in. Like, I mean, the idea that he, you know, wasn't or some shit is just beyond comical. I guess that's where, you know, the comedian aspect of him is starting to evolve now, is that he just in himself is starting to become a fucking joke. Because, man, I actually, like, used to watch, like watching him, and I actually even saw him live once, and, you know, have at least one of his books, and it's just like, god damn it. I don't even, like, I mean, I don't even think I've worn the Jimmy Dore shirt when I bought it, when I saw him live in fucking, like, at least a year. Like, I have it, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, I'm just gonna put it over there in the corner. Because it's just like, what the fuck?
A little bit more effort into your fake laugh, Jimmy, come on. Like, 95% of his show is him fake laughing and his wife fake laughing at him, and it's not even convincing. Like, they're not even trying. They're like, like, you have to smile when you're laughing.
He didn't even really smile. Hold on, let's even go back a little bit, because I don't even think he smiled. He kind of looked, if anything, just like,
Abortion, that's why I voted for Biden.
Yeah, he's just like, he just kind of looks like, meh. I'm just kind of disgruntled and frustrated now. He kind of slunks over, just like, yeah, okay, yeah, you sure were laughing there, buddy. Now, son, your first listen is being a reprehensible scumfuck. The second is double down no matter what. If the facts contradict you, they will contradict you. Brush them off. We Trumps is what we do. And also, be a racist scumfuck piece of shit, too, while you're at it. And evolve and maximize our orange glaze. Evolve it into its peak glaze that it truly is.
Right there. But so, basically, he says Trump didn't have groomers, he didn't have donors. He was a donor. So we're going to get to the main thing about Trump being more anti-war, but I've just got to touch on that because that is so patently absurd. Donald Trump didn't have donors necessarily in the primary in 2015, but make no mistake about it, he took big money, and regardless of who bankrolled him, he was still obviously a shill for multi-billion-dollar companies. Remember how he flip-flopped on drug price negotiations after meeting with an industry shill? I remember that. He also questioned why they couldn't just expand Medicare to everyone and claimed that we should have healthcare for everybody before industry shills in his own party convinced him to go back in the opposite direction and take away what little health insurance Americans have, as shitty as it is. So think about that. He came into office saying we should have healthcare for everyone, and then he went in the opposite direction of taking away healthcare, trying to take away healthcare, do what he possibly
so pro-America, so American first. I tell you what, definitely, very progressive, I must say. Yep, that's definitely how you try to stab it to the Democrats. You gotta own those DNC libs. It's like, yeah, you should, but this is literally the exact opposite of how you do it, Chief.
Less Americans are covered. And even if we're covered, it's not peachy keen. The insurance in this late-stage capitalist hellscape is trash. It's garbage. But, I mean, still, he's trying to undo what little progress was made, if you can even call it progress, right? But yet, all of a sudden, Jimmy Dore is claiming he was this sole actor who wasn't controlled by special interests. This is the guy who cut taxes for all rich people, and you're claiming that, like, he's not a shill for his donors. Come on. He also says, so if you were the anti-war person, you should have voted for Trump. and the Republicans. That's what this means. If you're pro-war, you vote for Joe Biden and Democrats. Now he has up a headline on the screen from the New York Post, which says that Biden is going into Somalia. Now, if you were to be disingenuous, you could argue the opposite. Biden did commit atrocities with drones, of course, but he still drastically reduced the drone war. He pulled out of Afghanistan, something that Trump said that he would do but never did do. So you can make that.
And honestly, on top of that, Trump straight up dropped like a fucking Moab in Afghanistan. He did strikes at a Russian air base in Syria, which conveniently enough had literally like nothing at it. So like nothing was actually damaged whatsoever in it at all. Slaughtered an 8-year-old girl at fucking I think it was goddamn Yemen, like as one of his like first actions as president and shit. It's almost like having a small group of people who control all the wealth in a system that requires the capital to survive is a bad thing. I'm honestly shocked at this conclusion. I know, such a shocking revelation. Especially as we're slowly but surely kind of we're like devolving into like the feudal times or some shit at this rate.
It wouldn't be a very fair argument to make because the picture is much more complex. And it's important to be nuanced. Making a definitive statement about, Trump or Biden being pro-war or anti-war doesn't make sense because it's not true. Both of them have an anti-war party in this country. Both parties are absolute sellouts, and they are beholden to the military-industrial complex. So to describe a leader in any party as anti-war on its face is absurd. But let's just remember what Trump did while he was in office. The supposedly anti-war president. As Jordan Sheridan points out, LOL, anti-war Trump who armed Ukraine with 210 Javelin missiles, bombed Syria, vetoed the resolution to end U.S. involvement in Saudi genocide on Yemen, increased U.S. troops and money to NATO nations, increased troops in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria. What a clown. Yeah, and on top of that, he increased the drone war by 400+%. Even libertarians like Rand Paul's organization was pointing this out. Obama did the same thing. He got in office, ramped up drones, and then he ramped them down once they were getting reports and pushback about all of the lives that they were killing. And then Trump got in office, did the opposite. Raised them up to higher than they've ever been before. Now also the Vanguard points out, because some clowns are pretending that America First Republicans are actually principally anti-war, like Marjorie Greene, that's what they're referring to. Here are just some of the things off the top of my head that Donald Trump was responsible for while president. Moved the Israeli embassy to Jerusalem at the behest of Netanyahu, continued funding Israel, armed Ukraine, bombed Syria, vetoed bill to end weapons sales to Saudi Arabia.
So my god, this list is literally just get you like fat as fuck. Oh my god. I mean, this isn't even like all the this isn't even like the surface of it, honestly.
Soleimani escalated with nuclear-armed countries on Twitter. Failed to pardon Julian Assange. DOJ conspired to assassinate Assange. Considered bombing Mexico. Walker Weidman reminds us that he dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan.
Yeah, I remember that one.
You can go.
Honestly, I remember some of the YouTube videos that show that type of shit that at least have comments still on it. Dead ass, I'm not even fucking kidding. There was a lot of people that were making comments that had hundreds and hundreds of upvotes. They're like, we should drop this on Portland, specifically Portland, not anywhere else, just my town specifically. It's okay, well, if I ever met your ass, the first thing that's gonna be happening is a fist being very happily introduced to your face. So, and that's really the least of your concerns, you psycho fuck. But okay. I'm not even kidding. If you look at one of them that has comments on it, check it. Because you will see a few that are we should drop it on Portland. America would be better if Portland was dropped with this. Just all this other shit.
The Iran nuclear deal, which was essentially a peace deal between Iran and the United States and other countries. He unilaterally withdrew from that deal. So, you can make this case that, sure, Biden is very hawkish. He's done a plethora of very hawkish things, and I'd agree with you. But the difference is that nobody on the left is claiming that Biden is anti-war. That would be preposterous. He's done some things that are good overall objectively, like getting out of Afghanistan, bringing down the number of drones that the United States uses.
I mean, even the entire end game of what happened with Afghanistan isn't even really good because we're starving and sanctioning their fucking people. It's, constantly now since we left. So we're not exactly really doing them any favors since we've left either.
would be a misrepresentation because he's just not. It's factually incorrect. But Jimmy Dore is claiming the opposite. He's saying Trump was actually anti-war, even though that's demonstrably false. But the reason why Jimmy Dore is deceiving his audience is because he wants them to vote Republicans. He wants them to support Donald Trump if he runs in 2024. This has kind of been his entire project, and this is the culmination of what he's been leading up to. He wants to...
It's just basically going the Gabbard route now at this point. Like, even my friend Ripsey was, like, thinking, like, I wonder, you know, when Gabbard will start running for the Republican Party, and it's just like, maybe. But she's also a useful tool being a Democrat the way she is, too, as well. So, probably not. But, I mean, Jimmy Dore's basically just kind of doing that type of fucking game now at this point. It's like, I'm a Democrat, but I'm basically just kind of a Republican, though, with the, you know, name of a Democrat, so I'm like one of the good ones to them now.
The Republican Party. That's what he wants to do. So take a look at what he says about Ron DeSantis. He's going to make a disingenuous pitch for Ron DeSantis, and then when we come back, I'll tell you why what he's saying is just completely false.
Uh-oh.
And so now look, and now they give a right-winger like DeSantis, who should be repulsive to people who are on the left. Now they make him attractive. And how are they doing it? Watch. Here's what he says.
But clearly, our entire principles that the country was founded on, you cannot have a ministry of truth in this country. And so let's get real here. Let's make sure that we're doing things to benefit Floridians and Americans, but we're not going to let Biden get away with this one. So we'll be fighting back.
Oh my god, so they're trying to stop our spread of misinformation because, you know, we think Breaking Bad and religious fucking fantasy is real and all sorts of other nonsensical bullshit. Like, they want mysteries true to, you know, curtail our fucking nonsense, man. Oh yeah, that makes him look so, you know, attractive. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I'm suddenly, you know, starting to get a little respect out of DeSantis now. Give me a break.
Losing everybody who's gives a lick about liberty, freedom. It's a civil
DeSantis
rights.
literally does. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. He literally is quite the opposite there, bud.
They're losing everybody. They tried to paint Trump. Remember during Black Lives Matter that Trump was the crazy authoritarian who's going to send the army into the city. Well, now Joe Biden is doing worse.
Guess what? Trump kind of did. He's like the National Guard. I mean, at least for Portland, I know Kate Brown for sure sent the National Guard in, and Trump sent in fucking feds that were pretty much in unmasked vans and shit and unidentifiable themselves that were, you know, out to kidnap different fucking protesters. Me almost being one of them. Luckily, I had a bike, so because I saw one of them roll up and about to open a car door, and that's when I'm like, boop, I just booked it because I was on my bike, so I was able to at least do that shit. And like, cause I knew immediately like there was just gonna be like a squad of like 4 of those fucking fed pig motherfuckers, you know, out to just like swipe me real quick. Because especially considering that I was streaming a lot of that shit on Twitch at the time, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I would have been kind of a high profile target for them if they noticed me. But that's why, especially, you know, when it came to those type of things, I always made sure I was prepared. And having a bike, definitely something worth being prepared with. Can't exactly catch me unless they want to fucking run me over.
So they're making guys like that look attractive. If you're for freedom, if you're for free speech and civil rights and liberties, who are you going to vote for? This guy or Joe Biden?
Neither.
Oh, no, isn't it?
Wow, like, you trying to make it like there's some weird ultimatum between the two. It's like, fuck off.
No, not really. Ron DeSantis just this week signed a bill into law banning protests outside of private homes. He also signed a so-called anti-riot bill into law that granted immunity to drivers who ran over protesters. This is your free speech guy, Jimmy Dore?
It should be probably the opposite of protesters who retaliate against people running and creaming them over. It should honestly be laws protecting protesters, you know, that retaliate against a motherfucker like that.
version of Don't Ask, Don't Tell into law, which literally censors LGBTQ plus teachers and forces them to hide their identities from students so they won't be fired. But yet Jimmy Dore is saying, if you're pro-free speech, how could you not support this guy? How could we not support this guy? How could you support this guy if you want to actually be perceived as being pro-free speech? He is signing bills into law.
You quite literally can't, because like what he's doing basically at this rate is essentially being fascistic as fuck, kind of like how Trump was and shit, but just being very civil about it. It's like, oh yes, I'm gonna be basically the nicer, not asshole version that's a Cheeto, of basically being a white nationalist motherfucker. So, I'm gonna have at least a little bit of a better approach about it, and I guess have progressives progressives, quote unquote, strangely fucking, swindled their way into my little sphere of influence and shit. Yeah, I'm gonna be just, look like more civil type.
Institutional. And yet Jimmy Dore claims that you should support him if you're pro-free speech. I remember there was one time on Jimmy Dore's show, he smeared me and claimed that I'm for censorship like a motherfucker because I thought that it was okay for Steven Crowder to be demonetized when he was doing targeted harassment of a gay content creator.
And also, that's not even censorship. That's just demonetization. Like, as if there's a massive difference between the two. And I hate how they get fucking conflated, honestly. It's like, oh, they've been demonetized. They're trying to censor us. Like, yeah, guess what? You're demonetized. I mean, you just, guess what? Find another financial outlet. That's why, there's a whole idea of things like Patreon and, Streamlabs and shit. There's, other ways of doing so. Hell, even fucking PayPal and shit, or fucking Cash App or something. There's even more very direct ways of doing it. It's like, oh my god, these fucking chuckle fucks. I hate when they conflate it.
That's all he cares about. Like the freedom of speech battleground. It goes down to Twitter and YouTube because that's what affects Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore, he's not going to go protest at the homes of people's houses. He's not going to go and, join these Black Lives Matter protests. So this doesn't affect him. But these big tech companies banning people, that affects him. So that to him is where the free speech battleground takes place because all he cares about is money, his own reputation, his own image. But remember how he claimed that AOC or protesters should go to AOC and the fraud squad's houses, that's what he called them, because they weren't fighting for Medicare for all enough. But yet, this government...
And honestly, I would agree with that for me personally. It's like, yeah, if, it's like, at least where it comes to their, congressional house, and shit, in DC, protest in front of it and, let them know what you fucking think about it. Honestly, that type of shit, I'm not against, but the idea of, oh, I'm going to be in favor of somebody, who's just going to pretty much prohibit the fuck out of it, but, out of my other side of my mouth, I'm going to be in favor of it when it comes to political opponents I'm more, advocate of criticizing. It's like, can't we just do that across the board, you stupid schmuck? It's like we could protest in front of the houses of people like AOC and shit, when they fuck up, and we could also protest at the houses of people like fucking you, DeSantis, and fucking, all these other type of people like the Supreme Court and shit. Cause guess what? That should be a right, to do, cause guess what? Because that's a part of the Constitution is a right to protest and shit. And doing so in front of somebody's house is not a big fucking deal, as long as they're not actually trying to, go on their property or try to attack their property and shit.
Endorsing is saying we're going to ban people, or actually he did ban people from protesting outside of homes, and Jimmy Dore is saying, well, this is the free speech guy. Unbelievable. I mean, if you think Jimmy Dore is a leftist at this point, you need to get your head checked, because he's very clearly telling you, I am no longer a leftist, I'm with Republicans. I'm not even pretending to be against the duopoly anymore. I'm just saying, vote Republicans now. That's what he's saying. Take his word for it. You heard him there. Now, he also self-reported by saying DeSantis, who should be repulsive to people on the left, is now attractive. But he is repulsive to people on the left. He's attractive to you from your perspective because you've shifted ideologically. You've become a right-winger over the years. And again, this should have been evident when you began to show up on Tucker Carlson's show on corporate media. I mean, he once railed against...
Which is also fucking white nationalist fascist show on Fox News. So it's just like, he seems to have a very keen interest of having some strange little kinship with these type of things. And honestly, kind of started to make me wonder about him and what his ideas really truly are, fundamentally. Because it seems like, more and more he gets a little bit more warmed up, towards people who ends up being more fascistic more than anything else.
Them hacks, and rightfully so. And now, he is a friend of Tucker Carlson, defends him. He's in bed with all of these mainstream individuals on the right, Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, but yet everyone else is the sellout, but not Jimmy Dore. I mean, this is very clearly gaslighting and mental manipulation, and the only audience who's with him currently, who actually has brain cells, is the right, because he's doing what they want. But if you're a leftist and you're still watching Jimmy Dore, I mean, I don't know what to say. If you're watching him to hear the conservative perspective, then okay, that makes sense if you want to hear that. But if you're watching him because you're a left-winger who wants to hear left-wing principles espoused, then you're in the wrong place. How often does Jimmy Dore talk about how capitalism is bad? How often does Jimmy Dore advocate for socialism? Never. So he's just an op for the Republican functionally at this point. He might not vote Republican yet, even though he's telling you that he wants to do that. But I mean, everything that he's done is in service to the Republican Party. He's either their useful idiot or an operative for them, but it's a distinction without a difference because he's doing their propaganda relentlessly, and he's getting paid handsomely for it. Look at how much views he gets on these videos. It's insane. He also said they tried to paint Trump, remember, during Black Lives Matter, as a crazy authoritarian who's going to send the...
honestly, if anything, I keep getting recommended his shit even though I'm not even subscribed to him anymore. Like, frankly, it gets kind of fucking annoying. Yeah, man, what's up, Logan? Cool. Sweet.
Well, now Joe Biden is doing worse. Yeah, I love the soft defense of Donald Trump there. Oh, they were trying to paint him as crazy. He literally tweeted out, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. And guess what? People heard that call. They showed up, these right-wing militia members showed up to these Black Lives Matter protests with guns, and they intimidated protesters.
Yep, I remember a lot of it and shit. I mean, frankly, it's like they are continuously going to do that even when there isn't protests and shit. They're gonna show up with arms and shit, and basically make themselves either martyrs or heroes if they live and shit to their fucking cause and maximize whatever fucking chaos they can for their fucking ideology. That's just what they're about. I mean, it's just anything to sow more social discord and more fucking chaos into the midst of shit. While fundamentally they're fucking owner class motherfuckers and parasites that manipulate them and fund them, make all the money and maximize their coffers at the end of it. Because they know that, they're more so of a means to end for it, because a lot of them are just outright openly willing to die for their fucking shit. And that should be the most concerning thing of it of all, is the fact that they are willing for that.
But Jimmy Dore is saying, oh, they tried to paint Trump as crazy as he was threatening to use the Insurrection Act. I mean, in my city of Portland, there were unmarked vans with federal agents who kidnapped peaceful protesters. They just picked them up off the streets, threw them in the van, didn't know where they were taking them, didn't know nothing.
Yep.
But yet...
Again, like I was saying from earlier, I almost could potentially have been evicted from that shit, but luckily I had a bike, so on the corner of my eye when I saw one of those little unmarked vans of a few... very scrupulous figures suddenly starting to come out. I was like, whoop! I yeeted right out of there.
Now, what he's referring to there in this clip is Biden's Disinformation Governance Board created to combat misinformation. And look, I'll acknowledge that disinformation is a serious issue, and as a society, we need to find some way to combat it. But I personally do not support this board because I see how easily it can be abused. I understand that when Republicans are in power, they can do worse with it than Democrats could even imagine doing. So I don't necessarily support that. But just because Biden has that doesn't make him inherently more authoritarian than Donald Trump, the president who will literally consider doing martial law so he can illegally stay in office. I mean, at this point, Jimmy Dore is just selectively choosing what to talk about to create a specific narrative. Like, this is quite literally quintessential right-wing propaganda. But yet, if you ask him, he might say, well, yeah, I'm still progressive. Does anyone really believe that?
No.
Jimmy Dore knows he's not progressive anymore. But he pretends because, having that plausible deniability is important for propaganda purposes. He can have Tucker Carlson bring him on as the leftist who disagrees with the left, which really goes to show you how unreasonable they are if they have their own side disagreeing with them. But Jimmy Dore isn't a progressive. He's just a rank-and-file conservative. He agrees with them on literally everything at this point, and when he doesn't disagree with him, they bully him into compliance. He talked about critical race theory last year, and then it got massively disliked when we could still see the dislikes, and then he shut up about it after that because he had a good take on it. He actually claimed, yeah, actually it just sounds like it's teaching history and it's not that big of a deal. His audience ripped him a new asshole, and then he shut the fuck up about it because he's been captured by his right-wing audience that he's been cultivating for years. So
I mean, it's also happened with like trans rights as well. Like he actually was a little more in favor of trans rights and shit, but he basically kind of got bullied into being more and more transphobic over time and shit, and being more against trans rights as a idea and shit, and started kind of falling down that path too. Like he's basically just been slowly but surely going more and more right wing. That's really honestly is just what's been going on. And at this rate, yeah, he's just essentially become a total conservative at this point. Like where he's just like full on, just grifting off their same type of fucking talking points. Soon Dave Rubin grift. Yeah, but it's at least, being more successful with it in comparison to Rubin. Ugh. What a fucking scumfuck piece of shit. Man. It's like, even at the very beginning of COVID and shit, he didn't, like, totally fall into it quite yet when it comes to, like, a lot of this right-wing shit. But, alas. Man. I didn't think. I liked him enough to, go see him live and check him out and shit and get an autograph and a picture with him and shit. Damn. Dumb. To think Ignat used to carry old water for Jimidol. Yep. Just to think. I used to. Back in days of yo, I see. I'm kind of wondering, do I want to, like, wait for my friend to show up and do a dab on stream, or do I... Come on, chill it. It's okay, I used to be a Dave Rubin fan. I even wasn't a Dave Rubin fan. He was too boring. Like, even when he was kind of somewhat okay. Ugh. Wow, man. Damn. It's Sargon and COD. Okay, that's on. Alright. I had that. I fell for that one. I fell for old Sargon myself. There. Gotta finish this burrito that I had saved over here. Fuck yeah. This is good shit right here, I'll tell you what, boy. Sargon could have easily been what TJ was, but for the UK. Honestly, I can see it. Not just any rightoids, but incels too. Like specifically the incel crowd. Like he basically, at this point is fallen so far off the deep end, he's like just basically going into inceldom. I mean, maybe he isn't himself, but he caters to the crowd. Well, the last little remainder of this burrito didn't last long. I paid attention to him here, so I want to know his current content. I remember TJ months back did a debate at Hope, and I was reacting to Sargon's latest content at the time. And it was basically because there's like female abs and like some sock puppet like licking those abs. It was like that video where that circulated a lot, where he was kind of mocked into oblivion. It was really over the most stupidest shit. But that's why everyone looked at Sargon and made endless fucking mockery of him because of it. Good burrito. Too bad I ran out of tea. So now I don't get tea to wash down. Sad face. My friend should be coming with a brew as well, if I understand things correctly. Bering was another right-wing guy in this fall when I was transphobic. Oh, I remember him. The weird transphobic right-wing bear. There's like another one that kind of fallen off now at this point. I don't know what this one is doing, but there was Rags who kind of delved into a lot of gamer shit. But basically was like another, like kind of dog whistled a lot, ironically enough. His character, or at least his persona, was a Shiba dog. So, funny, irony enough, I guess. But he basically would dog whistle a lot of different fucking talking points that were like, oh, the woke ruin everything, women ruin everything, you know, and all that stupid bullshit. Ooh. I kind of followed him before he started really kind of bringing that up more on the forefront, because initially he didn't really do that as much. And at least, even if he did, he was actually, at least initially, kind of reasonable about it. But he kind of slowly but surely, you know, morphed into something quickly different as he got more comfortable talking about it. Because I'm guessing it's like, is it okay, you know, does my audience accept these ideas? Oh, they do? Okay, I'm comfortable now. Yeah, let me just go all out with it now. It's pretty much kind of what slowly happened. I'm just like, oh my god. Talk about like the woes of feminism and all this other shit, and how like women are ruining gaming or whatever the fuck. Whatever malarkey bullshit. Jimmy Dore lets his odds bullying him into being a right-winger. Pretty much. Kind of like how fucking Dave Rubin gets bullied into submission, into being an obedient little fucking, like, self-hating gay guy, you know, for the right wing. Curious how the right wing basically, like, tries to bully you into submission to their fucking ideas. While the left is more like, hey, you know, it's, you do you, boo. Weird. But I'm glad TJ has some morals and refuses to become a right-wing grifter. Yeah, and if anything, I'm kind of glad his morals are any idea of, like, how do I, like, unite Earth into something better? It's like, I know, I'll conquer the world. I mean, if anything, honestly, it's like, I don't think it's gonna be realistically feasible whatsoever, but honestly, it's like, I kind of admire TJ's determinism on the idea so far, since he seems to, dead ass, honestly, he's kind of serious about it. It's like, okay, whoa. It's talked about it enough this much. Remember on Grease Trap how Paul was like, you know, if you keep talking about it and you actually do get some power or some shit, you know, they're just gonna, like, whop you. They're gonna Epstein you, bro. And it's like, I mean, it's like, in the rebuttal that he had, it's like, well, that's why I look like a weird, crazy wizard guy. Because how are they going to take me seriously when I look kind of like a clown? It's like, I'm just looking at it, I'm like, bro, so, like, have fun with that. Gotta teach TJ the rules of the Empire of Man, the ruler. Honestly, I feel like that can kind of go either two ways. That could go really, like, benevolently, or that can be, like, a very, you know, chaotic dystopian nightmare. What would happen to Rasputin? Yeah. I mean, he had a lot of influence, especially right within the, like, Russian monarchy and the royals and shit. So it's like, you know, considering how much influence he had even within the own royal circle, it's like, higher up social circle, yep. Especially with him, considering how was like a major slut. He was like a man slut, just like fucking like I love all the women around here. I think I'll fuck everybody. And that he did. Speculated he was even banging a Russian queen. Yeah. They don't. It's like there's this whole song on it. Radha Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. There was a cat that truly was gone. I mean, my boy Rasputin definitely be banging the queen. Just like Ben Franklin banging the fucking French queen. Like, even if it is, like, a story and that's it, like, nah, it's canon. That happened. I don't give a fuck. I watched an all-history video where Rasputin led the Russian Revolution. Can you, like, I never seen it. What, huh? Is this a new video I haven't seen yet? Or is this, like, an old video, you know, that's just, like, way back in the archives of alt history? Or are we talking, like, alt history hub, or just some random, like, alt history channel? Because if it's alt history hub, I'm just like, huh? I feel like I would have known that video exists. Oh. It's part of all history hub recent videos of doing deep dive in a bunch of all history things. Okay. So it's one of their newer videos. Alright, cool. The iceberg. Oh. Here. Oh yeah, find it real quick. I know there was a part 1. I watched part 1, which is a fucking hour long. I don't think it was in that, so maybe it's in one of these part 2 or 3.
Asking the question, what if? Imagining different paths for history to go down.
Well.
Changes both big and small. And I came across this iceberg online, created by the user Emperor Fanta, who I thank for creating this list of alternate timelines that have been imagined throughout the years. It's a list so extensive.
We'll just watch it anyway, fuck it.
Hour-long video, I was only able to cover half of the topics. So here I am with part 2. I've included a few of your suggestions to the iceberg that weren't on the original list.
Alright, level 9. Okay, well, I kind of want to see these. If Israel lost the war of 1969, Fire on the Mountain, Iron Harvest 2021. I wonder what that's about. Bring the Jubilee, 1953. Player 2 start. 2030. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Red Alert series, 1996. The Gate of Time, 1996. Okay.
The Gate of Time. The Gate of Time is a novel by science fiction writer Philip Jose Farmer about a
one of
European
Max.
fighter
Oh.
that after getting shot down finds himself in a world far different from the one he once knew. Instead of landing in World War II Europe, he realizes that he is surrounded by an entirely different people. Not even European, but a people that speak in a similar language to his own ancestral tribe. Eventually, he realizes that he has somehow landed in an alternate world where the Americas simply don't exist. There was no crossing into the Americas thousands of years ago, and instead what we would call Native Americans went on to colonize northern Eurasia instead, even outpopulating and taking the place of Slavs in our own timeline. The Americas, while sunken, are not entirely gone. They instead are a series of island chains running from north to south, the remnants of the Rockies and Andes. While never populated by Amerindians, these lands are perfect homes for another people coming across the sea. Without North America to be the barrier that provides a warm ocean current to Europe, this Europe is far colder. The continent is split between Amerindian alliances in the east and groups like the Lithuanians, Germans, and Celts in the west. Lands we'd call the British Isles are instead bloodland. Monotheism concept seems to have not taken off, as Europeans continue to worship the old gods. Overall, the world seems more connected to its ancient roots. Greece and Israel, as an example, are staunch rivals, competing over the eastern Mediterranean, while the Etruscans and Razna struggle over the west. Fire on the Mountain. Fire on the Mountain is a novel by Terry Bisson about a timeline where the radical abolitionist John Brown
Okay, whatever this is already based. Something about Radical John Brown? What?
successfully razed the town of Harper's Ferry.
Based.
Taking its
yeah.
stockpile of weaponry and arming the local slaves.
Yeah.
In this alternate world, this kickstarts a massive slave revolt in 1859. The main change in this world is that the issue of slavery is not ever decided by the Civil War. Instead, it's decided by the slaves themselves in an armed rebellion within the South, aided by the likes of Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass. The slaves end up declaring independence from the United States.
Oh shit.
Emancipation and the war are a much more complicated affair, as Mexico
going even farther
involved and retakes California.
So what I mean, that would be kind of interesting to see how that would New Africa. Honestly, I would be curious to see how that timeline would work out, because honestly, there would be like in their borders like a lot of landowners and rich like plantation southerners and shit will like obviously see that nation in very fucking like feminist vitriol. So it makes me wonder, like, I mean, what would the relations of the country between the United States would be at given circumstances? I mean, also, what would that make of Reconstruction as well? Like, would that just look like something different, or would that be I mean, it would be kind of it'd be a very interesting timeline, to kind of see what different scenarios kind of play out as a result of the independence of a nation like that.
The United States in general shrinks. It is unable to retake the territory lost in the rebellion, and it cannot bring the new black state under its control. Instead, as the 19th century continues on, this state called Nova Africa becomes a socialist nation. Supported by Karl Marx, leftism in the United States and around the Western world is more prominent as revolutions rage across Europe. Another French commune is declared, effectively by the end of the 19th century.
Okay, you know what? I love it. You know what? Why couldn't this happen? John Brown, you should have won. John Brown was stifled.
Capitalism itself collapses. In this alternate timeline...
This sounds like a base timeline. This timeline! Oh my god! Oh! I hate, like, sometimes I hate alt history because it's like, Like, cause then there's like a timeline I hear about like this, and I'm like, oh god, it's so based. Oh, the based. Too much based, too much Sigma energy. I can't. Oh god. Chat energy, too hard, too much.
Technology has progressed leagues beyond.
This all went marching on. Yep. That's true.
Our own in the 21st century. Nova Africa is a prominent and successful nation, landing astronauts on Mars by the 1950s. There is an...
Okay. Now we're starting to get a little far-fetched with the fucking alt history now. I mean, based on everything else, but there's no way Mars by the 50s. I mean, maybe. Okay.
In this universe.
I still love the idea and concept in the timeline period, though. I don't care.
Castle
I like
that
it.
imagines a dystopia world where John Brown died and the issue of slavery was determined by a civil war in the U.S. If Israel Lost the War is a novel by 3 authors, Robert Little, Richard Chesnoff, and Edward Klein. Written only 2 years after the Six-Day War, the novel imagines what would have occurred if the recent conflict had ended in an Israeli failure. Israel in the book is effectively conquered. The novel entails Arab victory. Palestine as a nation actually doesn't become independent. Instead, the land is simply split between the victor nations. In this newly occupied land...
Well, that's not exactly based.
Former Nazi collaborators and criminals are put in charge to oversee the Jewish...
Yeah, we're starting to see some problems.
The time...
Nazi collaboration? What? Did I hear that right?
That if the U.S. pretty much ignored Israel, it would have fallen in the Six-Day War. Bobby Kennedy wouldn't have gotten shot and instead goes on to beat Nixon. The novel has largely been used as a worst-case scenario in Israeli right-wing circles, pretty much saying that even if Israel fell, Palestine wouldn't be cared about by their neighbors. Which is a topic I am not even going to touch on, I'm just...
Oh my god, man. I don't even want to know what the comments are like with this one alone.
Timelines are about. Moving on. Player 2 Start. Player 2 Start is a timeline on alternatehistory.com by users Ryson Kari and Nivek. In our history in the 90s, Sony originally came to Nintendo to help develop their next console. Nintendo turned them down, and instead picked the company Philips, a decision which backfired terribly, not only because of the games, but it created an enemy in Sony, who then decided to join the console business with the PlayStation, just out of revenge. In this alternate timeline, Nintendo instead chooses Sony, creating a world where the two don't become rivals, but partners. The point of this alternate timeline is mostly just for the funny changes to pop culture in the 2000s that almost actually happened, such as Avril Lavigne never becoming a singer and instead going into skateboarding. Nintendo releases the Ultra Nintendo in partnership with Sony instead of the N64. N64 games...
Oh, that's not cool. N64 is awesome.
As we would know them still are developed, but with the inclusion of CD-ROMs, they are much more ambitious with the better hardware, such as an alternate Super Mario 64 with way more worlds and content. Rare as a company sticks with Nintendo, and Gran Turismo premieres on the Ultra Nintendo. Nintendo also releases the Game Boy Nova, a handheld with the ability to show 3D graphics in the late 90s. James Cameron directs a Metroid movie, which changes the landscape of film and makes video game adaptations
strong claim on that one.
Much more mainstream.
Video games and movies never have gone well together.
Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez dual direct the 1998 Godzilla movie. Phineas and Ferb are green.
Oh, dude, that would be cool.
As a series when first pitched in the 90s, making these characters and show belong to an entirely older generation, being among cartoons like SpongeBob, Dexter, and Ed, Edd and Eddy. Pokemon's second generation comes out with the games Pokemon Sun and Moon, the original names for Gold and Silver. Nintendo's next console is the Nintendo Wave, sticking to the original ocean theme of the GameCube, while Microsoft premieres a less technically impressive Xbox with their launch title, The Covenant, a third-person shooter developed by Bungie. In other news, Shigeru Miyamoto dies after getting hit by a car while riding his bike. Bring the Jubilee.
Damn.
Bring the Jubilee is
Sounds like a good timeline. It looks like it's a give and take on some things, but yeah.
Wald Moore about a timeline where the Confederates win the Battle of Gettysburg. The South then wins the war, and only a few years later, go on to free the slaves, while also deciding to invade their southern neighbors.
Huh? Wait, did I hear that right?
South then wins the war, and only a few years later, go on to free the slaves, while...
Huh? I don't see that happening. Sounds like Southern fan fiction. It sounds like, hey, how do we make the Confederacy not sound as bad if we won? Oh, I know. A few years later, they decided to abolish slavery for some reason. Like, no, they would not. Like, oh my good God. Oof. Or some dude's Victoria 2 game. Yeah. Wait, when... no, hold on. When was it?
Bring the Jubilee.
1953, it said?
After getting hit by a car while riding his bike. Bring the...
1953, okay, yeah. So... Well, it ain't some Victoria 2 game.
To invade their southern neighbors, creating the Golden Circle. The United States loses its relevancy as a nation, while the South becomes a new global power. Even becoming a superpower that rivals the German Union, a Central European superstate which formed from the German and Austro-Hungarian empires. The US, for the most part, are basically the losers of history, as they haven't even really been able to settle past Iowa. The South, meanwhile, is successful, and actually less racist than the North. The North, for the
Okay, this sounds like some hardcore fanfic.
most part, is a land of indentured, weak citizens. So, yeah, red alert. The red alert...
He's just like, yeah, just take that for what you will. Damn. He just didn't have much commentary for that one.
Game series developed by Westwood Studios and later just EA. In the series, Albert Einstein performs some time travel shenanigans and attempts to stop World War II, inadvertently allowing the Soviets to grow so strong that Stalin launches a war against Europe, causing an alternate global war anyway. After being defeated in the war, Stalin is canonically killed with a rock, and the Soviets are under the watch of the West. However, they soon are under the influence of the psychic Yuri, a megalomaniac madman who successfully takes over the Soviet Union and launches a war to conquer the United States.
Oh my God.
Teaming up with Einstein,
I fucking love Red Alert so much.
the US and the West defeat Yuri's mind control and defeat the Soviets, leading to the USSR eventually falling. While the Soviets are falling...
Man, there should be honestly, there should be a movie based on dead ass, like, the exact same cinematography, like, status, and, like, honestly, like, if they made a movie, like, just, like, how they edited these cutscenes, I would fucking watch the movie, and I would love it. Red Alert's so absurd, it is, I love it. Red Alert's so awesome.
Back in time to kill Einstein, who defeated the Soviets in the first place, and also invented nukes, which brought on the Cold War. By killing Einstein and stopping nukes from ever being invented, the Japanese become a prosperous empire who use samurai mechs to invade the Allies and Soviets from giant aircraft carriers. There is no real canonical end to the series, except it is suggested that the Soviets do eventually fall to the Brotherhood of Nod. Iron Harvest. Iron Harvest is a visual setting turned game by Polish artist Jack Ebrozolski. It is set in an alternate world in 1920, where Eastern Europe is largely divided between three major powers.
Red Lord started as a prequel to the Tiberian timeline, but became its own thing. Oh.
The Polish, the Rusviet, and the Empire of Saxony. Polania is an alternate and stronger Poland, which successfully rebelled against their occupiers in the 1860s. The country is a constitutional republic, a rarity on the continent. The Empire of Saxony, a far more militaristic and stronger Germany, and the Rusviet, a nation that is pretty much just if the Communist Revolution stopped halfway through. There are combined
halfway through
of both the old Tsar regime and the new constitutional revolutionary government. The government is largely under the control of Rasputin, who overthrew
so this is the one with Rasputin.
Officially in the 1920s. Apparently Rasputin is a part of a secret organization called Fenry. The Battle of Warsaw during the War of 1920 is one
So
of the...
where are the mechs come into play? Like, I mean, because obviously they're here and I'm seeing them, but I'm just kind of wondering, like, how did they become a development in this? Or is it just ever explained?
halting the Russian advance west. Polania, while
oh my god, imagine like that fucking cannon just going off. Jesus Christ.
Was able to keep the
Why does that have a bayonet? Like, that's so unnecessary.
Bay. There is an uneasy peace, while Polania remains occupied in some regions. This war may look a bit different than what you would expect from the 1920s, and the reason for that is because of gigantic metal mechs called auto machines. They were developed by Nikola Tesla. Which really is the best explanation you need for how technology went down this path. Auto machines are the barest version of mechs you can imagine, operated from steam and coal. They can range from small anti-infantry mini-mechs to larger anti-cavalry units and even monster landwalkers. Each faction has their own unique doctrine when it comes to the mechs. Polania, for instance, uses lighter but more maneuverable walkers that complement horsebound cavalry.
Well, that at least explains the mechs. Basically, well, Nikola Tesla, that's all you need. Fair enough.
Agent of Byzantium. Agent of Byzantium is a novel set in an alternate 14th century.
Ooh, Isaac Asimov.
Never existing, the Byzantine and Sassanid Persian Empire remain prominent powers. The novel is a collection of short stories centered around a Byzantine agent called Basil Argyros, as he's sent on various missions throughout the empire, such as a spy, or a diplomat, or even a military asset, an international man of mystery in medieval Byzantium.
Byzantium James Bond.
Muhammad became a devout Christian and never went on to become a prophet for another global religion. Instead, he becomes a canonized saint of the church, Saint Mohammed, who lived out his days in a Syrian monastery. The Middle East remains much as it had since the ancient times, a slugfest between two empires. The West, or anything in Germania and Gaul, is left ignored by the Byzantines, seen as a backwards and barbarous place. In a way, the Byzantines regained the former glory of the Roman Empire, uniting the entire Mediterranean.
Saint Mohammed.
This world is as if...
Dude, that would be kind of interesting. It's like, God be praised, I am Saint Mohammed. What, do you think I was going to be doing Islam in this timeline? No. I'm a Christian.
Much of Northern Europe remains stateless and pagan. Roma Eterna. Following the same idea, Roma Eterna is a novel by Robert Silverberg about a timeline where the Roman Empire never collapsed. The cause of which is pretty much that monotheism never takes off like it did in our world. After a catastrophic attempt at escaping Israel, the Jews under Moses are largely relegated to an even smaller minority in the Middle East. They never return to their homeland. The Old Testament and Judaism are never a significant group within the Roman Empire. Christianity doesn't exist or spread, nor Islam after brutal Roman suppressions. The ancient old world continues to survive in one way or another, and a polytheistic, militaristic Roman West becomes the model for the next 1500 years. Really much doesn't change. The world is divided between two major empires in the West and East. Technology is developed like machines, cars, and even space travel. The Hebrews attempt to get a new colony on Mars, however their rocket explodes mid-flight. The reviews for
Damn, they had their own Challenger moment.
were middling. Island in the Sea of Time. Island in the Sea of Time is a 3-part series by S.M. Sterling about a U.S. Coast Guard vessel and the entire island of Nantucket being transported backwards in time to the Bronze Age. More specifically, the 1250s BC, a time of the Trojan War. The story revolves around the crew members of the ship and the population of the island eventually dividing and spreading out, using their knowledge of the world to influence historical events, such as interacting with Native American tribes and civilizations like the Olmec, or even just straight up deciding to become kings in this time that were largely lost to myth. Modern people attempting to become prominent in an age of heroes. This story is a spin-off of another novel by Sterling called Dies the Fire, where physics and science begin to break down. Think of it like that NBC show that aired a few years ago, Revolution. Modern civilization collapses because technology and electricity just stopped working on a very specific date in 1998. In the aftermath, Portland becomes a neo-feudalist land.
Oh, wait, whoa. A neo-feudalistic land? What? So what, I'm just gonna be some feudalistic serf piece of oh my god. Well, it's nice knowing y'all. Guess I'm in a feudalistic serfdom.
Mississippi River is simply called the Death Zone. The Mormons form a new state of Deseret, because of course they would. While much of the coasts and well-populated areas of the former U.S. are left desolated. The main place to survive is in the interior Great Plains.
Neo-feudalistic serf.
Cascadia. While one series focuses
what was this part?
on populated areas of the former U.S. are left desolated. The main place to survive is in the interior Great Plains or Cascadia. While one series focuses on the apocalyptic aftermath, the Island in the Sea of Time focuses on the island of Nantucket and the vessel which were transported back in time thanks to the same event which ended the world in 1998. Hako Ichiyo. Hako Ichiyo is a timeline created on AlternateHistory.com by the user Asami about an alternate Japan that instead of going down a militaristic path in the early 20th century, instead went with the constitutionalists and liberals. This creates a modernized Japan that has no need for the aggressive expansion of the empire. This scenario, however, isn't simply focused on Japan, which throughout an alternate Taisho era moves towards a stronger democracy and not a military oligarchy. With World War I raging and Japan
sounds base, it does.
Territory in China, there is a militaristic coup in Tokyo to force back the democratic reforms and force the emperor to concede to more hardline power, known as the Incident of October 6th. However, in this alternate timeline, the plan for the militarists goes horribly wrong, backfiring and harming the emperor in the process. Overplaying their hand, the conspirators are vilified by the public, and even high-ranking officers are tried for treason and executed. This stunts
So basically, the militarists essentially and the imperialists were like, "Hey, let's try to do a coup," and they failed so bad that the public just hated them even more. Damn.
Militarism that in our timeline dominated Japanese politics pre-World War II. The United States never joins World War I, thanks to Wilson being defeated by an isolationist William Borah. The war in general becomes a situation that all parties are trying to find a way out of. The British and Japanese reach an agreement with Germany to leave the Western Front, an arrangement which suited all, but alienated them from their former allies. The attack which left the emperor injured only infuriated the Japanese public so much it led to a general shift away from the military and heavy nationalists. Lenin is assassinated in 1916, leading to a far different Russia. Korea is given more liberties and becomes an independent state within the Japanese realm. China eventually falls to a new Mongol empire led by the warlord Roman von Eugen Sternberg, not only uniting China, But pushing back against the Japanese, Emperor Taisho succumbs to his injuries, and now a new era begins under Hirohito. In an alternate, better relationship between the US and Japan, the Roosevelts and Japanese royal family are on very friendly speaking terms. FDR's own niece eventually marries Emperor Hirohito and becomes an American Empress of Japan. I don't want to keep going into too much detail with another
Okay, that just sounds convoluted as fuck.
scenario.
What the
so
fuck?
I'll just leave it at that. The Alteration. The Alteration is a novel by Kingsley Amis, set in a world where there never is a Reformation, and instead Catholicism remains a dominant force in Western and Northern Europe. Martin Luther not only never rebels against the Church, but falls back into the institution's good graces, eventually becoming a pope himself, Pope Urbanian I. There never is a Henry VIII. The Tudors and Spanish monarchy create an heir, Stephen II, who fights a crusade against a usurper, ending in a Catholic victory. Ireland and Scotland remain firmly in English hands, and for some reason are renamed into West England and North England, respectively. If that isn't the most cursed thing you can imagine, I don't know what is.
That is beyond cursed.
London stops being the capital of England and instead is changed to Coverley. Overall, Western society remains much more unified around the concept of the church, and history revolves around religious ties, especially against the Muslim world. Society as a whole is controlled by secret agents and organizations that are much like the Gestapo of our own timeline.
Oh god.
Like a modernized version of the Inquisition.
So basically we just have like, you know, a very hyper-Christian fascist world. Gross.
For the most part, the Americas are still under the control of empires like Spain and Portugal. There is much less technological progress, and electricity doesn't even exist. In many ways, this world is displayed as a dystopia, a Protestant's worst nightmare. Think of it a lot like the 40K universe, with a society of zealots where nothing really changes for hundreds of years. The Footprint of Mussolini. The Footprint of Mussolini is a timeline by the user Serrero on AlternateHistory.com. Almost struck down by a communist assassin's bullet, Mussolini is saved by a Jewish fascist supporter. The supporter, giving his life for Italy, changes Mussolini's perspective, altering his relationship with the Nazis. Effectively, Italy doesn't join the Axis powers. The Italians in this alternate timeline openly spare the Jews from any hardships of the war, and he ends up kind of getting an almost hero status in an alternate Israel. It's pretty odd. Frostpunk.
Huh. Well, honestly, fascist fan fiction, Lamau. I mean, it doesn't sound as bad as our current reality with Mussolini, so I guess I could take it. Questionably based?
City game developed by 11-bit studios set in an alternate 1886. The Earth mysteriously falls into what can only be described as a brutal Ice Age winter. Across the northern hemisphere, giant storms destroy society and force millions to flee south. This event is simply known as the Great Frost. In this alternate 19th century, the world's first computer is developed, leading to the birth of a more technological industrial revolution, such as the creation of steam cores and automatons. Surviving cities such as Tesla City and Winterhome were lost, the survivors fleeing to New London. Cities grow around massive generators, one of the few sources of heat and power in this new world. Tesla City in its final days was ruled by an autocratic Tesla, who in his madness accidentally electrocuted the population to death. Yet its remains are still valuable for any survivors that may scavenge its ruins.
That sounds pretty fucking dope. Damn.
A Different Flesh. A Different Flesh is an anthology book by Harry Turtledove, set in a timeline where Homo sapiens never successfully crossed into the Americas, and instead the New World is populated by the last remnants of Homo erectus. When Europeans first land and encounter the people of the New World, they wouldn't be interacting with tribes of Amerindians or grand civilizations like the Aztec and Inca. Instead, the Americas would be populated by a more primitive, for lack of better words, species that would not be Homo sapien. These people, called by the Europeans Sims, would be distantly related ancestors to Homo sapiens by millions of years. Ones who might not have the brain capacity of modern humans, lacking development in language and other linguistic and social functions. Sims cannot speak, though they do understand language in the most basic aspects. This is used to make them very loyal servants by the Spanish, Portuguese, and English.
Basically, enslavement of a subspecies of, well, it sounds cool on the face of it, but then you realize the implications when it comes to the colonial powers. Sounds like it's gonna be a lot worse than, you know, how fucking natives were treated in a way. Like, just like, oh, we could just easily just slave these people, make them servants. Okay.
Comfortable questions. What is considered human? Does that label even matter? In this alternate America, instead of interacting with native tribes and tribal politics, Europeans find themselves fighting literal cave people. Sims are considered ape.
Sounds like slavery
in an
next
almost
steps. Yeah.
messed up twist of fate, the existence of these non-speaking ape men actually end up helping the advancement of other races, such as African slaves, as Sims are considered so unhuman that they undermine the very existence of racism against Africans. Which, man, Turtle Dove, that is a lot to process.
Shit, like, damn. Yeah, Turtle Dove, like, man, he's definitely a very interesting dude, especially when it comes to a lot of his alternate histories, but man, that one is definitely... this one's definitely an interesting one to process there, bro. Looking at it, what do you want? What do you want? What you want, bubba? You little sweet booba bubba. You lazy bones. Just trying to harass me, annoy me. Look at the baby. This sweet boy.
And Turtle Dove gives to this whole conundrum is that while the Sims wouldn't be humans like we'd imagine, and they could never really be in human society, they should still be treated fairly, whatever that means. This story just goes down some weird paths, such as an American impregnating a Sim female, giving birth to a human erectus hybrid, and also a Homo erectus getting AIDS. I think we should move on. Our struggle.
Well, oh boy.
Our struggle is a timeline created by the user The Red on alternatehistory.com.
I see Hitler and I see a hammer and a sword. Is this basically Hitler if he was a communist? Is this what this is?
An alternate world where Hitler became a communist.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it says. Hitler gets influenced early on by the futurist movement. In this alternate timeline, the futurist movement influences a young Hitler down the tanky road. He and
the tanky road!
With even Goebbels being here, still take over Germany in the 30s, renaming it the German Workers' Republic. Much of the story is just the Nazis' rise to power, swapped out with communist elements. Much of the story is just the Nazis' rise to power, but replaced with communist elements. 1862.
I mean,
1862
I
was
guess.
a novel by Robert Conroy set in a world where the British decided...
Still sounds kind of based, I guess.
In the Civil
Tanky Hitler is weird. Yeah, questionably, honestly, fundamentally, at the end of the day, questionably based.
After the Trent Affair, the British joined the Confederacy in the Civil War, even sending in troops. But by some strange twist of fate, this isn't the doom for the Union that you would expect. Instead, the North defeats both the rebels and the British, forcing them to surrender even earlier in an alternate 1863. Not only do the British lose, they lose their holdings in Canada, and the Confederates mourn the loss of Robert E. Lee. Lincoln is never assassinated. Somehow, while being outmatched 2-1, the Union just wins the war in an even faster amount of time. As one star sets, another rises. As One Star Sets, Another Rises is a story written by the user, the gosh darn Hearts of Iron 2 fan, on alternatehistory.com.
That gosh darn Hearts of Iron 2 fan.
Nation
What a name.
Japan, along with all of its people, are transported back in time to 1939. Smack dab in the middle of the war against China, and 2 years before Pearl Harbor. What would happen if you replaced this incredibly militaristic and brutal imperial state with a pacifist democracy? The complete opposite in mentality from their past. This story isn't simply about people from Japan being transported back in time, but also many groups from our modern day, like Americans and Germans too. Important figures in the past learn about the future from shows and even documentaries. Japanese admirals from 1939 learn about their tactical mistakes from documentaries on the History Channel. The German public somehow learns of the extent of the Holocaust, and Nazi Germany falls to a revolution. Mexico sells its oil to Japan and uses the financial leverage to become a first world nation. Much of this timeline just compares and contrasts how much each nation has changed since World War II. Watchmen. Watchmen is a graphic novel written by Alan Moore with art by Dave Gibbons, and it also happens to be set in an alternate history timeline. In this world, cape superheroes have been the norm for years, although no crime fighter has actual superpowers. That was until the creation of Dr. Manhattan. Manhattan is pretty much a god among men. He can rearrange matter, is impervious to death and harm. Using Dr. Manhattan, the United States obliterated the Viet Cong and won the Vietnam War, propelling Nixon into winning not only another election, but repealing the 22nd Amendment. By the time of this alternate 1984 America, Nixon is an old man running for his 5th term. His actions in the
fuck?
Office have only led to the world coming closer to a nuclear war, one that is prevented only after a sudden catastrophe. This United States of America. This United States of America is a novel by Harry Turtledove set in an alternate timeline where the United States never formed as a cohesive nation, but instead developed more as an alliance under the Articles of
Probably my friend finally showed up.
In this alternate world, the United States as an idea pretty much died right out of the gate. Instead of states coming together, they split further apart, soon acting as their own nations, with their own agendas and rivalries with their neighbors. Somehow, states like California still exist, just in a more general term since the name predates the U.S. Not much is really officially known about the wars in North America. The book revolves around a conflict between Ohio and Virginia, so that's where the book focuses on.
I don't think you're a dog.
Clashing over control in the region we would call West Virginia. Not only a competition over resources, Ohio and Virginia are socially split as well.
Damn!
Ohio has
Tobacco, weed
historically
smoke is
armed
prevalent.
black uprisings in Virginia.
I came in here and I was like, whoa, smells.
And often lead to nothing more than a nuisance.
I actually have pretty clear sinuses the past few days.
Ohio launches
like I can really like smell shit.
biological weapons.
You ever like have weeks
Virginia,
where you can't really
such as
smell anything because you're just stuffed up with allergies?
Civilian casualties.
And then you
This war
forget what
begins
shit
back and
smells
forth
like.
over the Ohio River
Like you
and
live without
Georgia.
smell almost.
By the end
you
of
know
the
what I mean?
conflict,
Hi there, little boy. Yeah, I got glass in here, so
it's alluded
I'm
to
gonna
that
be
these
careful.
types
I
of
might get up and move
conflicts
it
are
somewhere he
simply
can't
the
get
norm.
in.
Yeah, here, I'll pause a little bit.
Yeah, my dogs, I took them out, right? And then one of them refused to shit. And I went back home, and then as I was leaving, Vito like got in my way of the door because he was like, I need to shit.
You can just put that over there. Or just put it over there.
Oh,
It'd just be better.
There. My bad. I didn't see where you pointed. Okay, and what was I saying?
Took out.
Oh, so I took Vito out again, right? I was out of bags, so I had to unroll a new bag, right? And sometimes the first bag with the Dollar Trees, I've noticed the first few, some of them have like a little split in them for some reason. And so I picked up his dog shit with a little split, and it got me. Like it wasn't a full turd, it was just like a nugget. And it got like here, and I guess it dragged. Yeah, so I had like remnants, like a residue, and then I had like at the end I had like a full smear, like by my thumb, right here by my thumb. It went like this way.
Okay.
That way. It was not very big, but it still got me.
Okay. It's like, oh my god.
I got home, bro. Like there was this tweaker ass motherfucker, and he was yelling and screaming. I was like, I don't have a fucking cigarette. Shut the fuck up. I don't smoke cigarettes, motherfucker.
Zuko,
I don't smoke
baby.
cigarettes, you know, like he's yelling and screaming. I'm just like, I got fucking dog shit on my hand. Like, what the fuck's wrong with your day? Fuck you, dude. I bet you don't got dog shit on your fucking hands. Like,
Oh my
and he's like,
God.
I can't fucking hear you. I'm like, then why the fuck are you shouting at me?
What the fuck?
Like, if you can't fucking hear me, then how is it I can hear you and I'm shouting just as loud as you are? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fucking stupid as fuck. Some tweaker ass shit. So then I go back home, finally put the dog away, and I have to like do emergency like super germaphobe clean to my hand. So first I saturated my hand in bleach. And then I took old like paper towel stuff that I used to like wipe up the floor. It's not as dirty as shit, I tell you that. And I wiped the shit off with it. And I doused it in bleach, and I wiped it again, and I doused my bleach, and I wiped it again. Then I washed my hands with soap, right? And then after that, I took like the shittiest like rag I had that was dry and was like clean, but it's like kind of a crap rag, so I don't care about it.
Yeah.
And I dried my hands with it, and then I rubbed my hand in fucking rubbing alcohol. And then I got another clean towel and wiped it. And then I washed my hands again.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure you got everything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, dude. So
I think you're good now.
yeah, I think I'm okay. I was the whole way I'm driving the car. I'm like touching stuff with my hand, and then I'm like rubbing alcohol.
Oh my
I got the
God.
squirting like device that used to be hand sanitizer. I'm just rubbing alcohol in there instead.
Oh my lord.
I'm telling you, dude, you get like a good like a clean piece of clothing on you that you just use it like a fucking wash rag that you're trying to dry your hands with. You get like your hand doused in rubbing alcohol and you wipe. Might not be completely sanitary, but it's gonna be better than what you probably had before going on there. You know what I'm saying? Well, let the dab begin.
Dabarona.
Yeah, hey, you're just such a gorgeous dog. You're just so good. You're just so gorgeous. Oh,
You're
yes.
a sweet boy.
Yes. We need to flea treat you, and then after that, I can give you the Furminator coat deferminated. I got the deferminator, bro.
Nice.
I got fucking.
He's honestly pretty.
No, it's not the top coat. It's the undercoat.
Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, when it comes
my
to
dogs, I got piles
Oh my
this
God.
big, bro. Like a fucking
fur. I know.
You-
I do too. Like when I brush them, it's ridiculous.
Yes. It's retractable though.
Huh.
The one I got, you press the thing and it like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. So I don't have to like pull it out or use a comb to get it out. It just comes right out. It's like the top of the line shit apparently. At least everywhere I went, it was either top number 1 or the top 3. So.
I'm brushing
Got it from. I'm not
good.
ashamed to say I got it from Walmart because you know what? Everywhere else it was more. It was like $40, and at Walmart it was $33. So.
Wait, 34 versus 33.
33 versus 40.
Oh.
Like.
Well, it's not even.
Some places like Petco, it was like 41.
It's not even. It's not that bad. Like $7 difference.
Yeah, I'm a penny pitcher though, man. I gotta save that money. I don't have a big income. What's it called? What was I gonna say? The Petco. I bought dog food from them when I price checked the Furminator though, because they had some discounted dope, like super high quality dog food that they're like, yo, we want to just get rid of this, like as soon as possible. It was like a $80 bag of dog food for $25. It was 25 pounds. Which is exactly kind of the price point I was looking for.
Oh no, you're a softball.
You know, about $1 a pound.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got like sweet potatoes in it, yeah. They're gonna love that.
Oh, it was just so annoying.
That's right, I'm interacting with you. I'm going chomp, 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 chomp on you like your mama used to. That's why they let us do this breed. Because their mom would do that. They'd go put their mouth inside her mouth and I can eat you.
That's why he does it so often.
If he lets me do it, then it's a submissive. Yeah, he's trying to fight with me, but I'm gonna get him. Yep. That's right. You know that we're in charge. Yeah, but it's good to play. It's good to play. Just like the mom would get it, depending on the dog and how prideful they are. Yeah. take like a couple minutes for her to pin them and do that. You know? Sometimes
Yeah.
it takes like 10 seconds with some dogs. But they have a third litter now.
Really? Already?
It's born. They're born.
Already?
They're like him, but miniature, like to the extreme, like little Chihuahua size.
Oh, so they're little minis?
Right now, yeah.
Well,
I mean, they're
yeah.
like just born.
Well, yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's a little boo.
Yeah, my neighbor, the guy, I was thinking if I had to rehome a dog, I was thinking about, you know, him. Because the apartments kicked his dog out.
Oh, really?
Because it was a pit bull, part pit bull.
So?
Pretty shitty, huh?
Yeah.
They let my dogs, even though they're part German Shepherd.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
and
kinda-
American Bully, too.
American Bully is in the pit bull family.
Yeah.
But it's so not like a feared breed.
Yeah,
When people
not
see
as
it,
much.
They see they see an English bulldog.
Yeah.
It's like more athletic. That's what they see. Because it's got like that body, that muscular, like short body. You know?
Yeah.
You've seen, sometimes they can breed them to be really muscle dogs.
Yeah.
American Bullies. I've seen some photos where they're like fucking stacked.
Ooh, right, yeah.
That's why they got some muscle on them. They're not just like droopers. Like German Shepherds are kind of droop dogs.
Yeah.
Their weight just kind of hangs. Not to say they
I have
don't
a
have
pit bull. I
muscle.
love pit bulls. They're adorable. No,
Yeah, pit bulls are great.
I mean, we don't have pit bulls, but
I was kind of sad to hear that his fucking, you know, pit bull was gone, because I would have liked to meet it and like had dog friends next door, you know?
right, yeah.
That would have been cool.
You know, like Zukov basically can't get enough because there's so many of
Yeah,
them.
you got this fleas. I got to show you the flea.
I never seen any on him.
He's biting himself right now, man. That's flea bite. My dogs were doing it after he came over, and then I flea treated them. No more itches. Like they don't itch at all anymore. Like they don't itch themselves. There's no foot itching, no picking.
Yeah.
They don't do it anymore. It's I think it's right because it's the veterinarian shampoo that does it. You get right here, and you get right by their ass. That's the only places that they're really like hang out. They'll bite them all over, but that's where they like to nest.
Right, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You
don't
I'm
want
living
them
in
to be
city
like
to council banned pit bulls. Wow, that's so fucking stupid.
You don't want them to be like my dog growing up and have like a fucking ass that's like a fucking callus.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, not a callus,
like a
a
little
scab.
patch.
Just
Yeah.
a scab, like constantly. He would pick at it for like months. It just would never heal.
Yeah.
We had that for a while, and then we got a cone. Yep. Cone of shame.
Oh, but I don't want him to have the cone of shame.
It's only like a $14 of shampoo, bottle of shampoo, and I've had it for like a year and a half. You only need a few drops. It's pretty strong. And then mix it with the other shampoo. What I would get for your dog, because it works for mine, it's cheap, and I trust people know. You know Burt's Bees? The like chapstick, Burt's?
Oh, yeah.
Chapstick?
No, I know what you're
Well,
talking
they
about.
have dog shampoo. And it's like anti-itch, hypoallergenic, and it's pretty natural, most of the ingredients from what I looked at. There's a few, you know, common shampoo type ingredients in there, you know.
Yeah.
Man-made, but the most part it's just honey. They have some green tea in there, I think. More
Well, I've
natural
had it
stuff.
before. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's only like $7, $8. They didn't have it at Petco, so I went to Walmart. Thought Walmart had it. Petco was charging $15 a bottle for whatever. There, it's gone up a lot. It was like $11 last year.
Damn.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, as everything else is, there's been just a lot of fucking price gouging on this shit.
Oh, you're just adorable.
He's adorable. He's such a
He
blood
said,
super.
He said, I'm not used to this.
No, he is. He does it all the time. He does that little. Oh, look at you.
You kissing you licking my sweat? You licking my sweat?
You goofy little weirdo.
We're gonna give you a backyard. You're gonna be the master of your domain. We got a doghouse coming for you. Tomorrow. And you're gonna love it. We'll keep you safe from the rain, and when it gets too hot with the sun, you can get out because you're a black dog. Yep. You're a little Negro dog? No, just kidding. You know.
What?
He's not. He's a German Shepherd dog for the most part. 33%. That's where your part of the genes come from, is the Germany. Yeah, but really they all come from Siberia, where the fucking gray wolf was domesticated. Isn't that true? Yeah. That's where they came from. We domesticated you in Siberia because we needed each other to eat.
It wasn't just Siberia, though.
No, not that. They figured it out. They did recently. They found a state. So because of a certain ice, like, there's a heating and cooling throughout history, well, it fucking cooled off again after people first migrated to Siberia, and they couldn't leave. They were stuck. They had limited, because you couldn't migrate, limited food resources. And so dogs, they found places where they actually have evidence where they're able to trap wolves and feed them, you know what I mean? And then have them have sex, and then they would take the pups, domesticate them. And there's other evidence in another place as well. You know the emus? You know
what?
You know emus? They're like the ostrich things.
Yeah, I know what they are.
Even older domestication of them. Apparently, like, we domesticated those guys somewhere else like 12,000 years ago.
Besides Australia.
Yeah.
No, I said besides them because of the emu war.
Oh.
They literally lost the war against emus. I'm not even kidding.
They're like basically like, sentient raptor beings. You know what I mean? They're kind of like raptor dolphin things. Like, you know what I mean? They're actually really intelligent.
Well, yeah.
And emotional. They have like relationship connections that are very important to them because that's how we domesticate them.
As do like most animals for the most part.
But they don't have the interspecies, very easy for them because it's not necessarily the first emu they see that they think it's their mother or their, guardian, you might say, caretaker. It's just first anything that it sees when it opens its eyes. So I think they had that kind of in the Mandalorian, with the you know what I'm talking about? The fucking, he's got the, Jabba the Hutt. He's got the thing, the Rancor, I think is what it's called.
What about it?
Well, in Mandalorian, no, that's actually not Mandalorian. It's the Book of Boba Fett. He gets a pet Rancor as a pup, and it reveals its eyes, and Boba Fett, first guy that it sees. So it's like that's his master. His pet fucking Rancor is pretty dope.
Okay.
I mean, Mandalorian had pet Grogu, so.
Well, he wasn't a pet. It was a baby, like, alien child.
The Rancor is like a pretty awesome dude. He comes and saves the day a few times.
Well, it's not like a sentient thing like fucking Grogu is, because Grogu is like a little Yoda baby, basically.
Yeah, I mean he's force capable. I don't know if like Rancors could fucking be force.
They're not. They're
like big King Kong things.
Basically.
Yeah. Essentially. Well, I found the best meme on Facebook. It was like stormtroopers on the fat like dinosaur looking things with the, you know what I'm talking about, just combing the desert.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like on these fat things riding them.
Oh,
and
the Banthas?
Yeah, the Banthas. No, not the Banthas, aren't those the hairy things?
Oh, wait, yeah, those are the hairy things.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about like the long kind of like dinosaur.
No, I know what you're talking
but
about.
Like fat cow dinosaur kind of looking thing. You know what I'm saying? It's got like a fat lizard tail thing. Anyways, and they're riding it, and this person's like
Dewbacks?
Digital mimicking art, and it was this fucking cat was just perched right in front of the TV. Mm-hmm. And he decided to take like a fucking stormtrooper with the exact same helmet insignia and everything, and like the same gun and everything, like, and had it like positioned exactly the same. Like, I was like, that's pretty cool. I wish I could do more stuff like that with my dogs, but I'm just weird and I sing to them. I just sing to my dogs, man. Like today, I like full like belted at Jazzy after I got back from the gym. I don't even remember what I was saying. I don't remember, but it was actually some good shit. It wasn't too bad. It was like, I don't know, man. It was good. I was love you, such a good little Jessington. Started rattling off all the little different names for my dog that she knows. Jessington.
My dog's cats like there are people. I do too. Zukov a lot.
Dude, pets are better people than people.
Obviously.
And you know, Mother's Day, I said mothers and dogs are the best people out there, but that's not true. Dogs are.
Yeah.
There's some, man, moms can be fucking rough sometimes, man. My mom's blowing total bipolar ass on me. So first, I like thanked her for like being awesome. He's never gonna shut up. I mean, yeah. I'm
No, but you're fine. You're fine.
So you know what's funny
I
about
just
that?
find it funny that I don't think I've barely said much. You know
what's funny about this though is I even like some people I got talking to today, being nice. I was telling you I was being nice to people randomly, and the people who actually talked to me and they were nice. When we actually parted, I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm a bit of a talker." So it's okay, man.
Yeah.
I acknowledge.
I mean, it's fine. I mean,
gorgeous
my
boy.
Friend. He is, dude. His tail's a little fucking broom, brushing all up at me.
Gobble. He's a little baby boy. Yes, he's just a great big joy.
He's a little baby boy.
Oh, he's just a smile. Your little smiles, they just brighten up our days.
They do.
Yes, we wish you could live to be 100. It's too bad that you will only live to be 20. Maybe 25, that'd be cool.
They could.
Sometimes that happens with doggies. That happens with cats a lot more.
Yeah.
They reach that age pretty commonly.
Yeah, my first cat lived about to be like 16 about.
Yeah, it's pretty normal for them to live pretty long like that. Yeah, dogs don't usually get that old. I'll be happy if my dog... Your dog got like the breast milk and shit, dude. He's just like a healthier dog. Like, he doesn't like vomit and shit the way my dogs did when they were this age. And Jazzy was still like not fully healthy. She was still like runtly.
Yeah, the only times he's ever puked is like because he would actually...
you could still see her ribs. Like at 1. Because he's about 1 year old apparently now.
Yeah.
He's still a pup, bro.
Oh, he is. He's so fucking ridiculous little puppy boy.
It's his, like, face.
Yeah, his face
pup
is...
face. You seen Vito's face?
Yeah.
He's like, angry face.
Yeah, and now he has
got like an adult angry, like, I'll fuck you up face.
Yeah.
I think it's because of where I moved. Because they didn't bark at people. They weren't aggressive. And then this fucking tweaker sneaked up on us. The, like, second week I moved in.
And now he's all kind of...
I'm protect dog. I have purpose. It's my job.
I mean, honestly, it's not a bad thing necessarily.
Yeah, because where I live is really bad.
Yeah.
Apparently, it was worse 30 years ago. People were saying.
I guess I wouldn't necessarily be that surprised. But
yeah, no.
I mean, 30 years ago.
I was like, do you still live there?
That'd be like the
I was
90s.
going to ask him, like, because, dude, there was like a shooting between... Like on 92nd, but
yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
Full on, like people got off their cars and started shooting at each other.
Jeez.
Right on 92nd and Flavelle, by my place. They had to close off the whole fucking like 10 block radius. No one could come in and out.
Jeez. It was basically just like kind of keep everyone stuck there and just.
Yeah, dude.
My lord.
I know. There's a lot of people live there. It's like a ton of apartments and condos. And then the side streets are closed off too, so people who want to get into like more suburban parts of the Portland streets, they can't get in either.
Yeah, everyone's kind of stuck and fucked.
Yeah, dude, it was really kind of a shitty deal. I heard the gunshots, dude. And it's funny, these black kids, they came out, like I know them, because they just live a block and a half from where I live. They pet my dogs sometimes. Anyways, they're like joking at me, kind of like, be safe on the street now, boy. Shit's going down, or some shit to me. Like, and then they went like, blap, blap. So it's like they knew, and that was like 20 minutes before the like gunshots started going off.
I mean, well, probably because maybe they might have had something to do with it, I'm assuming.
They're like fucking 6 and like I think the oldest child might be like 10, so I don't know.
I mean, maybe they knew about it and weren't involved.
Like they have a family member or their
maybe knew somebody. I don't
family
fucking know.
member has a buddy that's their uncle, you know. I've met the parents, and they don't seem like that kind of crowd, you know. They smoke weed and shit, you know. But
So I don't know. Maybe they just might
they don't
know
really
somebody.
seem like a violent type of people, you know.
Well, maybe it's just because, and maybe just being part of the neighborhood might just know.
You have a
some
bad
people.
cousin. Everybody have a bad cousin.
Probably. I mean,
I guess
could be some familiar that they know that actually might be into scrupulous shit while they are actually pretty chill.
Oh man, my back.
My back's been kind of fucked too right here.
No, your neck.
A little bit more like right
back?
here. Yeah.
That's from like sleeping probably.
Yeah. I
Bro,
kinda
get
slept a
yourself
little
to Walmart and get a copper pillow. They got these copper pillow things.
I could just order one online if I wanted. I could find them there.
No, when you order shit like that online, it gets compressed into boxes. It's not the same after that.
Okay.
Trust me, I know, because I actually had a fucking, like, queen mattress fucking memory foam pad thing. And it was sent to me in the mail. It was really nice. Don't get me wrong, but it was not proportionate. Like, I ended up sleeping better with it, like, just off.
Well, I mean, that maybe it
I
got
gave it
damaged
to
in
Harley.
shipping.
You know Harley, he'll take shit.
Well, yeah, he wouldn't care.
You are so adorable.
It's ridiculous.
We're going to give you the little world back there. Yeah. We're going to have just the gorgeousness. We're going to show Ben. Ben's going to be so impressed. He's going to be like, I need to do this for my dogs. He's got a space, you know. He's got a little space. He just needs to do better with it, you know. He just kind of lets his dogs shit on the area that used to have plants and stuff, you know. And now it's just kind of like a mud pit.
It's a little mud pit now.
Yeah. He's got a dog run. He could alter it really easily. I'd help him do it too. Especially because he's got like a kind of full-time breeding operation going there. Damn, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's not the one running it now. It's his girlfriend. He's just going to work and he's like, I'm washing my hands of this. This is all you. Jane is her dog, technically, so she can...
Really, it probably isn't really honestly ethical in the first place. I mean, really, just because...
I was going to say, I asked her how old she is, and they said like 3 or 4. So I'm like, alright, well, should probably stop now.
Yeah,
That's
seriously.
the only reason why I'm like okay with the 3rd pregnancy. Like, if you are going to breed your dog real fast, you probably want to breed them quick when they're really young. You know, like 2, 3
I mean, even
years
then,
old.
I don't even really necessarily encourage it overall, just because it's too many fucking animals in adoption centers and places like that.
No,
Yeah.
but there is people love dogs. They're gonna buy them.
Well, that's
It's
not necessarily.
75
There's a lot of places where there's shortages where people are wanting them, but not enough. And there's places where people aren't adopting enough, and there's like overflow in a lot of shelters in certain places.
That's why you neuter your dog.
Well, yeah.
But he's kind of like making money off this operation. Native Americans do that though. They'll do that, you know, because they get government stipends, so they can kind of hold it down and just let, you know, horses or dogs or, you know, let things grow and then make money. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
not just Native people that do it.
No, I'm saying, well, Ben is Native American.
Well, he
doesn't
is.
always have to work, like. And
Well,
his
yeah,
house-
'cause
his whole
he
property's
is.
paid off and everything. Like, I'm just saying, like, he's like 5 different tribes too. He's like very native. But I need to go see that guy again. I saw him like a week or 2 ago, but I don't see him often enough. I used to see him every fucking day.
Yeah.
For like almost a whole year or 2.
Look over. Look at you.
Fucked up.
Look over. Look at you, baby. Easy,
You
little
gonna
boy.
get that fire pit going, bro?
I mean, it's been gone. Like, someone actually buried a bunch of fucking dirt in the other day for some reason.
You're gonna fire pit the shit out of it, bro. Get out of the fire pit. Maybe we can get...
Why are you supposed to
I
be
don't
setting
know
up a
what-
dab or something?
Yeah.
We're
I
supposed to
can
do that.
I can do that. My fucking, I don't really know anything about hot tubs, how to fix them or nothing. But, does your roommate know anything?
I doubt it.
Okay. So none of us really know. We should figure that one out, because that would be cool. Fire and hot tub. That would be kind of epic. Because you already got one there. Maybe it just needs a pump.
I don't think it's a pump. I think it's something else, but I don't know what it is.
You need to go poo-poo, boy. You got that stinky-ass fucking fart smell that my dogs have when they're about to take a shit.
Ew. Yeah, I smell too. What the hell? Bruh. You goof.
Oh, that stinks, man.
Yeah, get him closer to me. That helps.
Yeah, we'll let him out. This will help. You got a lighter I can borrow? Thank you, sir. This will help clear the air.
Suppose.
No, it does. It fucking connects the sulfur in the air.
Then watch everything go boom boom. Everything explode.
I don't know. Is that really like true?
I honestly don't even know. I'm
just like a MythBusters episode on that one.
No, I think there is like some truth to it, but you have to actually have like kind of a powerful one, I guess. If that
like
makes sense.
A cow shit shark thing.
Well, no, if I understand, a person can do it, but I mean, honestly, I don't know how it all works.
Because it's pretty prevalent. It's kind of like the lady with the singing and breaking the glass. You know? She like sings, the fat lady, she sings so high that she makes the glass shatter.
Well, because there's a certain frequency that can be, attained by people.
I saw MythBusters on that one, and they were like mostly myth. Like that's what they concluded. Like they're like.
You have to like train yourself for like from a lot of your life.
Like,
yeah.
They're like, it's possible, but we didn't do it. Like, while we were unable to do it.
That's probably not a safe spot.
It is now. It's a game of centimeters, my friend.
That's never really a good metric, though.
Centimeters is a great metric. It's better than American metric.
Not that. By like.
Should we be going by inches? I mean, because that'd be like a quarter inch.
That's not what I meant. Oh my fucking God.
I mean, your dog is kind of like right there, but
that's what I mean.
Calm. He seems calm. You see?
You're saying that now.
It's not for you. This is not a treaty. You can't eat this. Look at it. I'll show you it, so you know that you can't eat it. See?
He's gonna do it anyway. See?
No, he won't. It's not edible.
Drop
that. It's not edible.
Told you.
What are you, dude? Are you a shark?
Yeah, I told you, dude.
Leave it. You need to leave this. This is no. This is no. This is no. This is no.
Careful.
This is no.
The propane. Oh my God.
This is no. Hey man, I do 2 of these, and Vito's twitchier than him. Telling you. And just imagine when Jazzy gets excited, Mrs. Wiggles.
I know, dude. She's like the most wiggly little thing I like.
She really
way more
is,
than
though.
him.
That's not even me lying. That's why we called her Jazzy's, because fucking Robert, he didn't really like the idea of me getting dogs, and then he saw Jazzy, and she was like, "Who are you?" Wiggle, 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 wiggle. She got all excited to see him, and then he's like, "I kind of like this dog," you know. And he named the dog actually. He was like. Heard the story about how I got her listening to jazz radio. He's like, why don't you call her Jazzy? She kind of moves around like she's all happy and shit, you know?
Especially of how she
sporadic wiggle.
I know, like her weird little wiggles. They're
I've
so
seen,
silly.
like old movies, like depicting like the 20s and stuff, and you'll have like a woman and she'll like just be doing this. They'll like do this kind of like super jerky.
I like a little back and forth thing.
Yeah, that's how they'll like jump into dancing. They'll like be on this, getting a drink, and they're like, I'm gonna go dance. And I was like, that's actually what they would. That's not even like I feel like I've seen swing videos of people actually doing real swing back in the day.
Oh yeah.
And they would do some stuff like that, just be kind of ridiculous. But they're having fun.
Yeah.
So it actually makes them a good dancer. I feel like you're just good at dancing if you're having fun. That's really all that matters.
Yeah.
If you keep having fun, you're probably gonna do some cool move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because honestly, it's more about like kind of feeling for the beat and listening to the song.
There's this guy who's not very good basketball player, but he's 7'6", and he's like one of the best community members of service in the NBA. He gets out there and meets the fans and stuff. And he's got fucked up ears. He's got fucked up ears. They're like elf ears.
Huh.
He's got like weird, like giant disease. You know. Anyway, so people love him, and I gotta put water in this before we do this.
I was mentioning that. Yeah.
When he finally gets to play, because like his team's destroying in the fourth quarter, and he gets like a minute or two in the end, he can finally like score a point, you know, because he's kind of like a disfigured giant person. When he scores, people just like freak out. He's like, even though he's not the most skilled, he's still beloved, you know, because of who he is as a person, not just because of how good of a player he is.
Right, yeah.
So it's kind of cool when people just get appreciated, because he just has fun. He's got like a supermodel wife, you know, because he's not insecure about his, I guess you're going to be that way, you better just own it, you know?
Well, yeah.
You got elf ears, dude. I'm not even joking, like giant elf ears. You ever seen like 80s movies where they have like elves and they have like these ridiculous fake elf ears attached over their ears? They're like overtly large.
Yeah. I know, yeah.
He's got like that actual, like with his actual ear. Like the thing that connects your earlobe, it's like huge. It's like fucking like that thing.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Trying to root for the free people who shouldn't have a shot, you know. Most of like American society, people like, you're ugly, we don't like you. You don't
fit to societal cultural standard norms of how I feel, so boo.
Yeah, and instead...
You need to revert back to traditionalist weird ideas of how I personally feel what it should be.
It's nice to have people just accept people. What I think he is I think he's part, like, Neanderthal. I think that move
well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people there are people out there that do have some percentile.
There's an anthropologist professor. He's in, like, a high community in Europe. And he got his DNA test, and he's like 11. He's very high percentage Neanderthal, and he looks it. Like, he's one of those people who looks like he's got weird, not even like Tyler, like he's like eyebrows and shit. Like, you know, right here, it's like this. They're not together and stuff like ours. It's just different skull shapes and stuff. If I could remember the guy's name, I could show you a picture of him. And he's the guy that put forward that we need to look at Neanderthals as ancestors instead of this other species, because so many people have.
Well, I mean, they were. It's just that there was a lot of intermingling and
well, they are ancestors. So now they're actually technically part of the community is calling for them and has accepted enough. It's become the majority to where it is Homo sapien sapien and Homo sapien Neanderthal. That's what they're calling them.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's still human beings as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that's why they say Homo sapien sapien.
Yeah.
Because you have to be a Homo sapien to be a human being. But they're considered human beings scientifically, is what that would mean. So, pretty cool. He found burials of Neanderthals, man, with fucking feathers, like crowns, and like necklaces with beads and stuff, like full-on artwork that they were like jewelry and shit that they were.
Yeah, they had like different, little nomadic complex societies themselves, just as much as we did. Maybe just in different forms.
I'm so curious. The next few years, we're gonna be able to find out how the breeding events went down. There's
probably just
about 5,000 of them.
I mean, probably just various different mixtures, how it happened, like how humans will. I mean, I imagine probably a lot of...
The numbers we'll be able to suggest.
Yeah.
We'll be able... If there was a...
Because I'm sure there was mixtures of, things like rape and pillage, and then there was also things like hey, you actually look pretty good. I think I do kind of want to spunk you, and this back and forth mutual thing, or...
Or
trading...
were there Neanderthals that were enslaved into communities and... Didn't know that they had kids that didn't really understand that they weren't, the same.
Yeah.
And they just were like, I'm going to take there's no girls like me, so I'm just going to take a...
YouTube didn't find me, I'm on break. Yeah, I got Logan with me chilling.
Who's this?
Stefano.
Yeah, man. Talking about cave monkey ancestors.
Yeah, I haven't really uttered much of a word for like 30 minutes. Just because, obviously that's just how it goes with Logan sometimes, but, whatever.
Well,
he doesn't cut.
Man.
Yeah, and you also aren't on stream that much anyway, so I'm always blabbering off and shit.
Where's the...
Oh, here, I have a spare lighter right here.
Yeah, we got
this should...
Spark it. I do it nice and there we go. It won't light if you do it too fast. The gas just propels out. Oh, it's been a good day, man. I don't know how your day went, but it was pretty good for me.
That's not too bad.
Best day I've had in a long damn time. My mom.
Yesterday and today were pretty chill. Outside of just like this little neck crook thing I got going on.
Yeah, that will actually. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that's not fun.
Yeah, but outside of that, it's pretty chill.
My
I got a cave monkey right here, grabs cry.
My mom, like I said, she went total bipolar on my ass. Because she's all like, thank you so much. Because I thanked her for like taking the time to, you know, show me exercise and make it like a kind of a runner's high beneficial thing for me. You know? Something I can always go back on. Because she was the one who showed me how to work out when I was like 11 years old. She was the one who's like a dad would. She's like, I'm going to show you how to curl. I'm going to show you how to bench. I'm going to show you how to bench press. I'm going to show you how to, you know, shoulder press. I'm going to show you how to, you know, do push-ups right.
Yeah.
It's cool, man.
It's good shit.
Yeah, yeah. And it wasn't just like I'm going to throw you in soccer like other moms. She was like, I'm going to, like, go to the damn tournaments and get in the coaches' faces about playing time. like a dad would. She would fight with my coaches. And they were like,
damn,
to fucking punch you, bitch? Like, I'd have to have other children's fathers get involved and be like, yo, coach, you need to back off. She's just a woman. Like
seriously, jeez. But I mean, able to like kind of stand her own, you know, determination against that shit and just say, well, fuck you, I'm gonna get in your face anyway. I mean,
yeah,
it's definitely some strong woman shit right there. Honestly.
Well, my mom, she came from basketball, and it was like she had no support from the family. In fact, she got shamed for it that she played sports.
Oh,
the woman's place was only to go to Relief Society at church, and that was it.
Yeah.
You know, mother, you know, worker for the church.
The very like traditionalist,
it was
nuclear family mentality.
I think it's actually making my mom insane, to be quite honest. She's kind of breaking at the seams with the fact that her religion and like the dogmatic shit she was taught.
Yeah.
She's kind of come because things have advanced so far, so
since,
quickly
you know,
within a lifetime.
Yeah, and that's why, especially when it comes to organized religious dogmatism,
it's very hard for somebody to accept that maybe it's labeled wrong. You know, and that maybe there's a different path. You know, like that's what Stairway to Heaven talks about. Talks about like a woman who comes from, you know, traditionalist, you know, I might say Christian, you know, background, and but she also comes from a traditional American background of consumerism.
Yeah.
And so she buys into materialism, that like materialism's gonna get her to heaven and pleasure, you know, everlasting pleasure, and then she realizes like what Robert Plant's kind of advocating for is like maybe you need to look at paganism. And, you know, look at more of like being a free person, you know, like, you know, laughter in the echo of the forest. That's what that lyric's supposed to symbolize, is the natural way of a human being.
Yeah.
You know, how we used to be, laughing in the forest. And he's actually quite right scientifically, because we came from the trees, humans. Originally, we were like monkey-like. We were.
Well, we're primates, yeah.
Before we came down into the savannah, it wasn't fully savannah. It was still treed, very treed Africa, and we would.
Well, there's a lot of jungles and shit.
Yeah, so
time prior.
But eventually there wasn't enough, like you might say, fruit and other food up in the, you know, so we had to come down and walk around for food. We'd leave and go into the savannah and come back.
Yeah.
And then we eventually became more savannah dominant, you know, probably because of scavenging culture. Vultures and humans have evidence of stealing kills by bum rushing.
Yeah.
You can see it on the bone fragments forensically that, you know, hyenas chewed on the bone before humans butchered it and chopped it up.
Well, yeah.
So.
Well, because hyenas are like also very hyper opportunistic anyway. Like they'll.
No. They killed it. They were the ones who killed it, and then we stole it. They were sitting there mowing on it, and then we fucking like 50 of us would just be like, motherfucker! There's only 3 of you, and the fucking 50 of us, and they leave. They're like, we've eaten enough. Fuck it. And vultures do the same thing to hyenas. They like 50 of them from the sky, just like, motherfucking claw your face off, motherfucker. You can't get to me up here, bitch. I've seen it, like videos of vultures. They're fucking like precision. They don't lose. They don't lose. They win.
they're primarily just scavengers. They usually just feed off of whatever's already dead.
No, they'll like, yeah, but they'll be like, get out of here. You're done eating. We're taking the rest of this.
Yeah.
Fucking, what's the vulture? Vultures are kind of like emus. They're like these kind of dinosaurs that are still existing, you know?
Well, birds are kind of a distant relative to a lot of what our dinosaurs are today and shit.
You know,
a lot of different reptiles, too.
Dude, what you're saying right now, I totally agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
But my grandfather, so a lot of times he's on. He's like on. He tells me some cool shit. And I start talking about, like, some of the shit we're talking about a little bit, kind of like that. And, I mentioned how T-Rex, his closest ancestor now, is like a fucking chicken.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, well, I don't know if I believe in that whole dinosaur theory now.
Oh my god.
I'm just like,
damn.
Come on, man.
Man, really? What the fuck? That's
what do you think gas is?
What the hell? Damn, bro.
The South are weird, man, because they don't educate. It's like he's smart on the shit he educated himself on. Like he read books and actually like, because he's historical, he likes history. But man, when I start talking that anthropology shit, he's like, I don't know if I really agree
I don't know
with
if I
that.
actually think I believe that now anymore. I tell you what.
I
It's
think
like, oh my
you
god.
might not be right there, son.
Oh my lord. It's like, oh, you know, like that. Oh, fuck, what? The chicken came from, you know, like the T-Rex eventually became a chicken. It's like, nah. Oh, wait, hold on. That sounds like it's bullshit now. Fake news.
I was saying before though, my mom, she was like, oh, thank you so much. It makes it all worth it, you know, the sacrifices she did for me with sports and teaching me stuff and taking the time. I was like, hikes too. Hiking, I mentioned, it was like hiking and outdoor shit, camping and stuff.
Right,
that also helps, you know, like prepare me for lifelong healthy, you know, because it gives me the urge to want to do healthy shit, you know. Like now, I've become a full-on rafter, and that's not because of my mom. That's because I have the urge to do outdoor shit because she like instilled that shit into me. I did not like doing outdoor shit as a kid. She made me do that shit.
Yeah, I wasn't really as big of a fan as a kid either, but over time I eventually got more into it.
And then I, you know, moved over close to the river.
Yeah.
Over there, and so I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna start rafting on my own. $15 raft. Been doing it for years now.
Shit.
Some of the best times I've had on the river, I feel like.
Yeah, honestly, like my favorite times, especially, are always, you know, going to be like when doing rafting and kayaking and shit like that, or just kind of swimming in rivers. So it's always fun.
It's blissful, man.
Yeah.
It's you know, I feel like I'm just getting to that age where I don't want to drink as much, and I just want to enjoy my life in other ways. You know, sometimes I'll have a really nice like soft drink. Like
When will raft season start this year? I don't know, Stefan.
So the Big Float, actually, the guy who was running the Big Float Stefan. He's retiring it. So this is going to be his last year.
Damn.
This is the 12th year technically, but it was, because of the pandemic, it was halted for 2 years. This will be its 10th run.
Damn.
And it'll be, because he realized how hard it is. During the pandemic, how much time it took, and he's older kind of now. You know? And so if somebody else wants to take it up and keep running it, fine. Keep doing it, but he's done. So this will be the last Big Float potentially.
Damn.
I think it's July 11th to July 12th.
I mean, that kind of sucks a little bit, but I mean, honestly, it is understandable.
Like during the Big Float days, like during that part of January, you'll just see like a fuck ton of people on the river all the time.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of like a half Big Float all the time there. So we happen to go, me and you and Stefan. Me and Stefan have done the Clackamas together more often than anyone, but
I've done it once, I think, right?
When me and him do it, there's just not a lot of people on the river usually.
Yeah.
I've noticed
that, yeah, because I've been out at least a couple times myself, and you know, and yeah, it's usually not a lot. Usually, like at the drop-off spot where when we've.
There's like a congregated.
Yeah, because that's usually like kind of the
People just
spot
kind
where.
of slow down. They're like, oh, I don't want to go home yet.
Yeah. I can't believe Logan got me hooked on rafting last year. I thought you were always kind of about that.
No, I think his parents that's new to them too. Weren't we gonna take them rafting? But like that didn't work out that Sunday last year. Stefan, I thought we were all gonna go rafting last year. That would have been dope. His parents were probably really cool people to go rafting with, I bet.
Oh yeah. Oh, I bet. Yeah.
I could just see his dad doing some like epic.
They wanted to float, not raft. Oh.
The same thing. It's just, we're going down. It's like hiking. There's like trail running, and then there's hiking.
Yeah.
We mostly just hike, and then sometimes I trail run, and then get out of breath, and you guys catch up to my ass.
They don't raft. Well, they should get into rafting.
Bro, we get them like. We need to get them one of those like. I found one for $100 on Craigslist, but I just don't have the money. It's like a, I don't know how to explain it. It's got the two, like vessel boat things, and then it's on a platform on top of those two things that float. And then you're like seated, and you get like really long fucking oars and shit.
Ooh. And
you're just like manning it from like the top, like this, like way up high.
Yeah.
Because you're up high, you get more leverage to steer and propel. So, and it's kind of more like you're in a boat in a way. It is kind of like a raft boat in a way. And I think you can put a motor on it too. So that's one thing that's cool about those. But I found one for $100.
I have the paddleboard. My really good raft and really one shitty raft that Harley likes.
Yeah, that one that has like a chamber that doesn't fully like inflate.
For some reason, I don't know why he wants to just like torture himself with, I guess.
It reminds me of his dad, bro. I guarantee you.
Oh, I bet.
It reminds
It's just
him
like
of all those night adventures with his dad. Him and his dad are like, fuck, it's already night. Okay, you gotta keep rafting.
So, yeah.
I mean, I don't blame him, because he's the only adult there.
Yeah.
He's got two boys.
Right.
You know how hard it is to get boys to stop playing?
Right,
when
yeah.
They're like, it's like the time of their life.
It inflates, it just doesn't handle very well and isn't very comfortable.
What did you say?
Oh, you're saying that it inflates, it just isn't comfortable and doesn't handle well.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. And yeah, it definitely doesn't handle well.
Yep. What are we gonna do this year when it comes to the floats? Are we gonna finally explore the Sandy River?
I would definitely want to be down with that.
Because that was, I thought, that was the last thing on the trip.
All the rafts inflate good. Hey, well, that's good at least.
Yeah. I've got a couple rafts still as well. I don't remember how well they're patched. I think that we got it mostly patched though. I think there's only like one thing that we couldn't fully patch. Oh, was that one that they threw in the sticker bushes?
Oh yeah.
Those fucking dipwad fucking tweakers. Never going to Riverside again. Fuck that shit. Used to be a pretty cool park. They got homeless in there.
Yeah.
They'll kick them out when Little League baseball season comes in town. I tell you that.
Yeah,
They'll be like,
that's probably likely what's going to happen.
You need to get away because we have children that you could be pedophiles with. Not even joking.
I mean, so I know I think that's more of like, drug abuse shit probably.
With the kids?
Maybe. I mean, it could be anything really. It's just, the virtue of them, potentially being a risk.
You remember that guy who came up to me and Stefan while we were like rolling up our fucking raft? He's like, "Come here, I won't hurt you. You're my children." He started like trying to walk up on us.
When was that?
That was the last time I went to Riverside.
I don't remember that.
We got the fuck out of there, and then he bum rushed us.
So what the fuck?
Yeah, he started screaming and yelling, and I was like, "Yo, back the fuck up!" And when we regrouped with like the 4 other people we were with,
come on, Lord.
And then he was like, "You don't live. This is my fucking shit. You don't go there. It's my beach." Like, he flipped the fuck out, dude. hardcore.
Dios mio. What in the-
hard tweaker status.
My God, yeah, it sounds like it. Jesus Christ. Oh.
Watch the skill. I can't do it with this one because it's cut. I can do it with this one. It needs to be angled.
It needs to be angled, huh? The angling. This guy's hella jank. Last time I was
Got
in
it.
was firing a semi-auto airsoft gun on dock. So what the hell? An airsoft gun? Jesus Christ, dude.
Bro, so there's this Louisiana blues thing that I want to show you. It's got some pretty epic ass songs, and like every song's like a different artist that, you know, old school blues, Louisiana. And your dab's up here, by the way. And you're like, oh shit, yeah. You're like, I don't know, I'm not. It's not that big of a dab. It shouldn't kill you. It's funny, you die on dabs, but I die on mooks.
Yeah, well, that's. I'm not gonna be taking.
I'm not sure who dies worse. Me on mooks or you on dabs?
Probably me on dabs.
I don't know. I'm thrown up in front of you. Some mooks. And you've had like a cough fit pretty hard that one time before we were after. You had like a full 20 minutes of like misery.
Yeah, I really did.
Like,
I honestly did. Yeah.
Oh, dude. So I've had a coughing fit, but it's because I'm laughing, and it's amazing.
Well, wish I was that fortunate.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of like, wow, he's in like this kind of painful. I'm laughing, and it's amazing, but it did hurt my core.
Right,
like,
yeah.
I straight like got muscle like tears the next morning. Like I was sore in my abs. You know, you like do fucking crunches and shit.
Right, yeah.
It was like I did 1,000,000 crunches because I was full on was like 20 minutes of laughing.
Damn. Oof.
And laughing and then coughing, like
So just like laughing,
full on
coughing type
mucus,
shit.
like out the lung, like full on phlegm out the lung, kind of cough, and then laugh. You've seen the Joker, like the new one, where he can't control his laughing,
times.
where he can't control his laughing and shit. It was like some of that shit. It was like ha ha ha.
Hey, baby.
I had another guy who had that happen at a party up actually not far from here a while back in high school. Wonder if Micah still lives there. Do you know a guy named Micah Allen? He was like a year or two older than us. Hey, leave it. You got the dab stick. Watch out.
Where?
Watch out. It's by his face.
Oh. Well, what the hell? I didn't know it was there.
No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
It's up.
He was.
Look what you've done to me.
He was staying clear of it for a while. Now he's not.
Rivers
Here,
are so cold this year, not even close to rafting right now.
What did you say?
Rivers are so cold, so they're not really feasible for rafting.
It's been cold. It hasn't really warmed up yet. Last May, it was really fucking hot, and then last June was really fucking wet and cold. Remember that shit? It was like backwards last year.
Yeah.
This year it's like kind of overtly normal. It's like a little too fucking cold for May. There actually is going to be mass crop failure. We might have a minor famine in America.
You mean, well, yeah. I mean, that's most certainly going to happen. We're already having a baby shortage or baby formula.
Yeah. We'll make more money. You took the most micro dab ever, man. Micro dab. You let it like drip like dab. Like you let it drab. You didn't press that shit in at all. You were like,
well, I don't want to fucking die on it.
I'm gonna let this fucking clean droplet. You know, that is the best way to take a dab though, is how you did it. It's just tough to kind of do the finesse. You did finesse it though. But usually the way you do it that way is it's okay, I'll take that.
Yeah.
The way you can do it is you roll it up. You get that kind of oil you can roll in your fingers, kind of like hash, and you roll it into like a little snake, like this long little piece like that.
Yeah, and just kind of like.
And you pull it out when you're done. You're like, too much, can't take any more.
Right, yeah.
Pull that bitch out. Take half the snake if you can't do more. I need to get a better nail too, because
for some reason, like
I like taking bigger dabs than this one lets you.
Man, I'm just like, like that's already fucking big. So what's like huge in your mind? Like, oh my god.
You didn't even like one side's still like solid. It didn't even get hot. The other side's gone though. You got that whole other side. This side's got like chunks.
You're just like criticizing my dab.
No,
man? Oh my God.
I'm amazed at how cool you took. Look. You see, there's still structural untouchedness.
Structural untouchedness.
No, you see that? You see that flake? It melted.
I see that,
It melted, kind of was like ooh. It did like a ooh thing. That's crazy though. I've never seen that before.
Like I would just come out with it, just like you're criticizing me.
No, dude. Like you could be like glass blower. You know what I'm saying?
Blower?
That's that kind of. You have to have just the right. You can't like. I don't know a whole lot about it, but from my understanding, you can't have it be too hot, and you can't have it be too close.
Yeah.
And you can't do it too long. And you got to cool it right.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot more shit to it than that, I'm sure, but
there definitely is.
But yeah, you got to have definite like. See, I got shaky hands, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to definitely be able to like keep two things, you know.
Right. Yeah.
You ever try to like measure things?
Yes.
With your hands, just like this, and then you have to move that measurement, and then you're like, fuck, I fucked up that measurement. I have to do it again. Because your hands are too shaky?
Yes, it's happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hey man, you want to do some pool tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely down with it.
Not right this second, I'm just saying, still up for it.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm still down with it. Yeah, because I got my pool stick stuff. Plus, I could bring him along. And
dude, there's this movie we should watch. I don't remember what it's called, but I have it on my Amazon, and it's Tom Cruise and Paul Newman. That's the other guy. And Tom Cruise, like I don't care too much for him as a person, but especially when he was a younger actor, he had some really good movies. Like, do you ever seen the that one movie that was based off the book? When you're a lawyer, you work for the firm.
The Firm?
You ever seen The Firm?
No. Don't think so.
Very young Tom Cruise.
Heard of it, but
very, very young too, Tom Cruise. It's a real book that was very popular, bestseller that decided to make a movie out of. And it's a murder mystery thriller, like, you know, type deal. And he's not like, he's just a kid lawyer. Just, you know, just a kid lawyer. Just barely became a lawyer type. And
so what are you doing?
It kind of exposes some of the ugly parts of American law at the, like, you know, the firm level.
Yeah.
Hey man, get your face away from that. You don't want to get burned. Put fucking nose right up to it.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself, so kind of please.
And Vito's just kind of like that when he was about that age too. He still wasn't.
He's just like, I'm gonna be a goof and just like sniff hot things and just burn my nose.
He did that same thing Vito does.
Yeah, he does that. Zukov will do all these little weird, like.
It's an ogre sound. That's
I know.
What I call it. I call it ogre sound. That's an ogre boy sound right there. You got tail wag radius that needs
absurd
to be controlled.
Well, broom tail, dude.
There. I'm having some flip-floppity.
Flippity goof.
Yeah, man. So I'm different though, man. My back problems, they're like right in the center of my back.
I mean, sometimes it just happens. Various, you know, instances for me. It just kind of depends on how I sleep, I guess.
Well,
it kind of varies.
For me, it was a use thing. Because basketball, you're like this.
Yeah. Well, at work, I know I got, you know, some fucked up issues because of my work.
You don't really like stand up straight. You kind of like.
Neither at my work. Like I'm always
crouch in
down.
Because you sitting your ass out to be able to move, and then you're like shifting a lot, and then you do this a lot of this.
Yeah.
And it kind of fucks up that part of your back because I'm tall, I'm having to go low.
Well, yeah.
Having to
I mean, and
dribble.
you've seen my workplace. Like, I mean, everything is so short, and I'm so tall, so I'm always having
no,
like.
I know what you're talking about because
I can't even really do it right now.
I get worse back pain actually from doing extensive like dishes and cooking work in my house. Like, say I'll be in the kitchen for 3-4 hours, just on my feet, because the counters are like this high. They're like this fucking high, and you're just like, fuck, dude, like. And then I talked to my chiropractor actually, and he was like, yeah, dude, for tall people, their fulcrum is in the lower back, like normal people.
Yeah.
It's actually like where you're, like right here. See, when I'm bending, it's right here.
Yeah.
That's where the stress is. That's where the bend is, right where my hand is, instead of right here. It should be, I have good posture, right? And it should be like this, from my ass. That's how we're supposed to rotate, but we don't do that.
Oh yeah.
Because who's gonna walk around the workplace going like,
just like,
move the tray here?
Yeah, no one's gonna be doing that.
No one's gonna do that shit. So
I definitely don't.
they're just gonna call for an earlier retirement range and universal health care.
Which sounds
Bite me, right-wing assholes.
Which would be base, but unfortunately,
I don't understand why people don't want other people to live. You got ability to save other people's lives. How about you don't pay for it, or I don't pay for it, but make rich billionaires like Elon Musk pay for it, because they can afford it and then some, motherfucker. They really can, those rich fools. There's a lot of rich fools. It ain't even be like one rich fool that you have to ask them do a lot. Just like every rich fool do a little. That would be quite a lot.
I mean, honestly, you know, which, like, at this point, you might as well need to just fucking...
Yeah, this fucking
might as well just appropriate all their shit.
Dude, I'm afraid of this famine coming on, man. That fuck freaks me out more than the damn pandemic did. You gotta eat, man. Humans have a right to eat. Look at, like, French Revolution.
Because we literally can't live without it.
Look at the French Revolution, man. They had bread riots, and they're like...
I mean, have it in America, too.
They
like,
literally had... Well, the bread... They said, hey, man has a right to bread. That was what they said. That's why they would rob the fucking bakeries.
Like one of the, like there was a labor song called Bread and Roses that started in a strikeout in Lawrence and shit, and it was basically just based off of this one sign that this woman had that a journalist pointed out that said, bread yes, but roses too. I mean, it's, you know, it's pretty much like the, you know, biggest struggles since like Dawn and Mandy, basically, when it comes to trying to get your basic bread.
Yeah, some dumb shit because... Like, if we're so civilized, right, we're so past our primitivity, right, then what is primitive? Okay, animals are always stuck in a constant pursuit of food gathering, right, and food resource quest. It's a food resource quest perpetually until they die. You know, that's what it was for us. Or was it? Because humans have to rely on their relationships and connections with each other to get that food and eat, because we're omnivores. And omnivores have to eat a lot of different types of food to not get fucking diseases and die, like beriberi disease, you know? Beriberi disease, you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, it sounds familiar.
It's the one where they fed too much white rice to the prisoners, had not enough nutrition, and they got a disease.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Sounds pleasant.
Yeah, it's not the best one, but you can die, I think. It kills you.
Yeah.
So leprosy was apparently a deficiency of food deficiency, mostly. That's why people were getting leprosy. So they were thinking like this disease, this plague was spreading if you got in contact with them.
Yeah.
No, all it was is like there wasn't good food everywhere. And that was the plague.
Yeah.
Bad diet was spreading like a virus through the streets of Jerusalem, through the streets of Rome. Fuck. And the rich always get the good food, and they always get the good bandages and the good doctors, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There'll always be those stories when history was like, have them use my personal surgeon to save the soldier. And it's just like, what? Why did he use the personal surgeon all the time to save people? Like, why is this a special thing reserved for like for once in like a millennia, you hear about this general who's like, save the soldier's life.
Yeah.
It's just like, dude. Like, how often do you have kings and generals just be all like, not even scathed in a battle? Like, they're just sitting behind, watching the battle.
Watching, yeah.
And
armchair generals, as they're called.
Yeah, and they got these fucking, like, doctors and resources to help other people, but they're like, no, this is mean.
This is mean.
And how much, was it for you, what, centuries? In centuries that warfare, like, rules that the medics and, like, the priests and stuff, you don't kill them, you know, for either side. You let them go and heal everyone and shit and try to save lives and shit, you know what I mean? That's their job. Because I'm pretty sure, like, a lot of the conflicts, you know, like the whole, you know, Robert the Bruce, you know, I'm talking about that kind of conflict with the Scotland versus England. They had that. They had those priests and you know, basically medics on both sides just going through the battlefield trying to, like, save people, and if they couldn't, they're like, I'll exalt you, son, go to heaven.
Yeah. It's like, well, I guess you're dead now. Bye.
You died like a warrior. There's some Valhalla shit. That in that moment, that's all that priest can say. Is like, warrior honor, bitch. Send you off, you know. You fought for your country, I guess. Or you fought to, like, rape another person's country.
Yeah, essentially. That's kind of what happened.
Dude, I didn't realize how, like, much the Welsh retained their Celtic ancestry. You know? They're very Celtic, also a kind of Viking mix. Some of the Welsh and the Cornish as well. They were just pushed all the way back to the west by the Anglos. They originally had it all, you know. They just got progressively over years pushed further and further back as I was investigating. I was like, man, that really sucks.
Yeah.
But they have different saints and stuff, and, like, named after people who are actually, like, Welsh that fought against the English.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird. Like, sainthood of your enemy. Must have been a pretty noble ass motherfucker, you know, did some cool shit for the enemy to respect him.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like a thing that isn't really seen as much.
Your working, man?
Yeah, it works fine.
Take a dab and play it a little bit, man.
Yeah, because at least it isn't really seen as much anymore. But there was, like, you know, a lot of different instances where there'll be elements of, like, chivalry amongst, you know, opponents and stuff, where it's like there's at least, you know, a sense of camaraderie, between the like, opposing sides and shit, despite the differences. However artificial or genuine it might have been between the two.
We gotta eventually get down to business, really, and, you know, get a list of everything that we need to have, either through renting or, you know, going and buying supplies for the whole project, you know. Your dad probably has a lot of gear we can use, I bet.
Yeah, I'm sure there's,
it's just, I never really, you know, he used to come in and out a lot when I'm here, and lately, not so much. I don't know. Is he, like, more just in that room now?
I mean, he's usually out and about traveling, doing errands and stuff for the most part. Whenever he isn't, he's usually taking a nap after that. So
yeah, but it used to be that way. He used to, you know, come in that room and smoke.
Well, probably it's probably just because he keeps, you know, honestly, really, if anything,
that room's kind of his room now. It's not your mom's room so much anymore.
Well, I mean, if anything, he just keeps, you know, not improving his own health and shit by any means, instead of actually, like,
you
know.
Maybe he'll get all like, okay, I'm gonna get up and do the yard work because Logan's ain't no one using my tools, bitch. Yeah.
I doubt it.
Doubt it, yeah. He'll be like, alright, do it. I don't mind yard work so much. Cleaning the house, that's more what I'm going to be like, well, it's going to be difficult. That's going to be multi-day. It's going to be a multi-day deal.
It's just a room-by-room thing.
Yeah, but it's going to be difficult still. The yard's going to be quick. The gate is the hardest part of the yard. They'll need
That's
to
might just be overthinking. I mean, I have a lot of hands here, so it's not. I got my roommate too. It's not that big.
Oh yeah,
a deal.
that's true. I forgot about him. Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal, so.
I don't know.
I mean, it's just
Pretty
having a
dirty.
date for it, so whatever. I mean, it's not too much problem for me.
Yeah, room by room, we'll see.
I'm not worried about talking about that right now, anyway. So, but
Yeah, that's fine, man. I'm just saying. Well, I did come here to talk about it. That's kind of like the thing, the one important, not nonsensical thing that I haven't said. Everything else I said is kind of like a bunch of bullshit, but it's fun bullshit. It goes
Well,
to
yeah.
the mook. The milky whiteness. What's that sound, Luca?
he already knows what it is.
You got more of a Vito look right now.
It's okay.
His face is more Vito looking right now. That's a more Vito look.
He's a handsome baby.
Yeah, that's a handsome, gorgeous boy. Not so cute right now. That's more gorgeous.
You just gorgeous boy. Oh, now you're gonna be all cutesy now with me. Look at you.
Now he's gonna go puppy mode probably.
Yeah, you just went puppy mode. Oh, look at you.
You turn it on and off.
I know.
Like my dog's
You
still.
stretch.
Oh, look at that stretches. Oh, his arms.
Oh.
Such a gorgeous dog. I mean, I don't really see why not. Why wouldn't they keep making dogs like this? Fucking people would love to have a dog like this.
I mean, because there's already a lot of, like, in various different, you know, all throughout the country, you know.
There's always a
everyone-
demand for dogs.
Not in. It
75
depends on
million
different
dogs.
areas. Some places don't have as high of a demand.
We got 300 million people or more in the U.S. and there's 75 million dogs. There's a pretty high demand there.
I mean, the problem is there's no, like, actual, like, you know, system or program in place to actually help, like, get, you know, animals where there isn't as high adoption rates, just because, you know, there's a lot of them there versus the areas
we
that
have
don't. That
too
do
many
have
kids
high.
being born because, in that logic, because kids be going to foster care, and that's a failed system too, you know.
I mean, there is, you know, some truth to that, because honestly, there are a lot of people that, you know, probably shouldn't be having kids, but just constantly keep doing so. So
I've actually had some logic to throw at anti-abortion, against abortionists. I mean, people who don't want abortion, anti-abortionists.
yeah, the pro-lifers.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to throw at them. It's kind of like, fuck, we were on the train of thought, now I lost it. I even think I threw it on Facebook. What was I gonna say about it? I drew a blank. I got focused on my torch and lightened and totally lost track of thought because I did that. I was like, oh, torch, fire.
Pro-forced birth. Pro-forced birth. Yeah, it's not even like, quote, pro-life, it's pro-forced birth. And partial, and pretty much kind of pro-death, too.
I was gonna say, if you want people to be born, that was my logic, right? You want more people to be forcibly born, right? Then how about you give people, like, conditions where they feel safe enough to, like, want to actually go have a family.
Yeah.
You know? Like, because the future projection of the next 10 years doesn't look so good, you know, for a kid to grow up.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely not.
Yeah, and so, and then people don't really want
Those
to get
pro-life, the
married.
states fighting abortion, whatever, about social programs.
People don't really want to get married in that traditional way anymore.
Yeah.
That traditional Christian, they aren't doing it as much. And even if they do, there's a high divorce rate with it. So, you see what I mean? Like, the societal conditions, I don't think that's just because that's what people want. I think it's because the societal conditions are driving more and more people to have their families kind of collapse and not be able to work with each other. And, you know.
Standard of living is decreasing, the climate crisis is intensifying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why, you know, there's a lot.
Also, people, you have to have work longer and longer hours, and you don't even get to know your kids. You just throw money at them. You know, kids need quality time. That's the real money for them, you know what I mean? Like, but instead you throw money at them, then they get raised by what? The media, the mass, you know, attack of the propagandic, you know,
River is going to continue to go
culture.
down. Corporate acts will continue to feign outrage that they don't have enough workers. Yeah, and honestly, it goes down into the corporate hacks and that feign outrage for it. But there's also like a lot of
There's still
shit.
workers.
Well, I mean, the whole idea is that they feign outrage over it, and because of things like automation shit anyway, and it also gets as a perfect wedge issue against workers themselves, because they're like, oh, people just don't want to work, because they're feigning outrage about how there's not enough workers and blah blah blah, and cycle continues.
That whole idea. So like conservative people are like all about creating more jobs, giving people jobs, right?
Supposedly.
And the whole point of that is so that people can get, a lifestyle that meets their needs, right?
Yeah.
That's and they think that's the healthy way of doing it, right? Okay, from that perspective, it's still socialist because somebody is giving that person an opportunity, a job that wouldn't have previously existed. And you're for that. You're for that opportunity for people, you know what I mean? For the American people to be provided and guaranteed by legislation or through people funding these programs or getting.
I mean, if they were actually for it.
No, I'm just saying. Well, like for example, Boeing.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of money from Trump, I think.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, and
Biden too. I'm pretty sure.
It created jobs, right? And they get big points for that. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, not exactly, because it just continues to feed the same total fucking industrial
it
complex.
creates the illusion of big points.
Yeah.
To a certain crowd.
Yeah.
The crowd I'm talking about. Okay? But did you see what I'm saying? Like, from a certain perspective, it's still kind of socialist. Because it's just kind of like...
It's just corporate socialism.
You're handing out jobs. It's a handout still. It's like...
But the problem is that the workers aren't the ones that benefit from it. It's the corporations. Because
these people wouldn't deserve that job until you created it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's not about deserving it or not.
Well, from a certain perspective, yeah. Before that opportunity didn't exist, those conservative people think, oh, they don't get that job because they don't work hard enough for it. Right?
Well, at least in their mindset.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But do you see, I'm kind of undoing their own logic with their own logic. It's like, well, if you're going to be from this philosophy, then you can't be with this philosophy so well now, can you? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't really work out so well. And, sometimes on the far left, I see some pretty fucked up shit, too. That guy, I don't know if you saw that dude on Facebook that I posted some of the shit.
I don't use Facebook.
No, I posted it in the group chat. And even Tyler and everybody was like, yeah, that guy's hella condescending and a shithead. He's like full-on Democrat, 20 years. Like, he's just a fucking cynical piece of shit and has no faith in people. He thinks that people suck and they're only worth being used. And some people are pretty much useless besides fucking with. Pretty shitty person.
Yeah.
I mean, he ain't like conservative, drinking the orange Kool-Aid type fool. My mom called him out and said that, and I thought it was funny. And it's like, no, you're just a hater. I eventually just called him out and like, bro, like, if you aren't going to tell anybody or me online that, like, besides get rich, that's what life's about, then, and you can't come up with anything else, then you're just a hater who's cynical, and you should, like, get the fuck out. Because I'm trying to be positive. Don't shit on positivity with your cynicism, you know what I'm saying? Dude's crazy. He was trying to say like Gandhi was a pedophile and shit.
What the fuck?
I was like, I don't know if I believe that, sir.
I mean, it's like, okay.
And even if he was, that's not my point. My point is, fucking India freed itself from Britain and its imperialism and exploitation.
Yeah.
That's the shit I'm getting about. There was a population that decided to unite and say, no, we don't want it. And there was another population in Britain. They were like, the fucking people in Britain were like, we're done with this. We're tired of being dependent for goods from India. They didn't like the system. The British people, the commoners, they were kind of done with it. They were tired of the idea of empire. And that's one of the main reasons why the British Empire started to dissolve. Because the people fought for it. They're like, we're kind of done with this shit. So, similar shit's kind of happening, I think, with our kind of, like our globalism with China and Russia and, you know what I mean?
Right,
our kind of relationships. We have a similar dynamic happening. We're an empire just like Britain.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just like replace one empire for another over the generations. Essentially, is what's been happening. And others are competing and trying to rise, against the big one, and trying to become the big baddie themselves too.
China's winning.
Yeah.
Because they're not fighting. They're just buying. They're winning with their money.
Yeah.
They're opportunists.
They're playing a lot more of a smarter imperialistic game.
They're like, we'll get a lease on your land because you're in desperate times, Brazil, and we'll just take all the damn resources off of it over the next couple decades.
Yeah.
Yes, that land still can be under the technical flag of Brazil, but it really belongs,
at least in some part, to the Chinese state now.
Industrially, like business-wise, has been ceded off to China. Essentially,
I mean, a lot of countries in Africa pretty much have.
Africa's been bought up by
especially for things
China.
like lithium.
That happened way before Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brazil's just recent. That's why I bring it up. As if like their little rivers don't have problems. You seen that river in Brazil's Africa, like the Amazon? It was like totally foamed over.
Oh yeah, I think I saw something about that.
He's like in a canoe. He's paddling foam.
Oh my god.
It's like yellow shit piss foam.
Ugh.
From all the phosphorus and different chemicals.
And all the different, waste and shit. Poisoning the fucking, like, one of the biggest, like, natural landmarks of, the world, really.
Yeah, people, say the Amazon's the earth of the lungs. Not necessarily true. There's so much biodiversity.
I mean, it's in part. I mean, the oceans, too, provide a lot of oxygen as well.
Yes, but that's not true about the Amazon, actually. The Amazon has so much biomass
and biodiversity and shit that's dwindling.
No, it's the biomass total. It's so dense that the amount of oxygen that it exudes, it gets sucked right back up.
At the same time, at this point, it's actually putting out more CO2 more than oxygen now at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's not even, like, putting out oxygen really anymore.
Yeah.
It was, but not at this rate.
They discovered it never was. It was always being sucked up by the organisms. It was a false reading. The organisms, they're just so... It was a cycle, It was a system of... and it just keeps... perfect. And it was fertilized by the Sahara Desert, dude. Which I think is pretty fucking cool. Get these, like, mass sandstorms that go across the Atlantic that land...
Well, yeah, because all dust and particles, either by air or even by sea current, will drift and seed itself eventually over time over to the Americas because of all the...
Well, it's kind of magical if you think about it, because it's like, you think about sand, and what do I think from my materialistic brain? I think of glass. That's what I think, right? And glass, you can never turn glass into a plant.
Oh, shit.
But if you do the inverse of that idea, you can throw like little sand particles, potential glass particles, and then they become through the air and land somewhere, and they become fertilizer. That's fucking mind blowing. You know what I'm saying? Like, they turn glass into plants, bro. If you really look at it, the world we live in has some magic to it. It's just not as magical as Harry Potter.
I mean, it's just that we haven't really totally understand all the wonders of the world, 100%, even living on it still.
If you sit outside and get drunk enough and watch your plants all day long in midsummer, they grow. And I filmed it.
Well, yeah.
It happens. They do.
Of course they do.
They move, too. They, move like fucking people and animals. You can't really notice it unless you're really just sitting there with it all day long.
Well, yeah.
You get to know your plants like they're fucking people, man. And, I get really sad. I think I actually had a really bad depression last winter. Because I had a real big garden going, remember?
Right, yeah.
And it got really kind of murdered by my move. And then winter came and murdered the rest of it.
Right, yeah.
And I just didn't have the time or resources to really advocate that much energy to save it, And it all died on me. And it really, I think it contributed to my bad depression last winter. I don't like watching things die.
Well, yeah, obviously. It kind of sucks.
I really get, like, I'll have a certain plant die, and it kind of ruins, like, a few days for me. And I'm joking.
Well, yeah, it's kind of
because
bummer.
when I was a kid, I had plants that I grew, and people would murder them to hurt me.
Jeez.
Yeah, like my stepdad. He murdered my apple tree.
Well, jeez. Oh,
He looked right at me and did it. Yeah, he
That's
looked
some
right at
shitty shit.
He was fucking a dipshit.
It's fuck shit right there, I tell you what.
I was like 2 years old, which was a lot for me because I was like 8 or 9.
Right, yeah.
It's a long ass time to invest.
Right, yeah, seriously. Especially if you're a little kid like that. That's pretty much like half your life practically.
That was like my little buddy.
Yeah.
Because I watched him do different things throughout the years. I mean, couple years. I've seen him get bark and shit, you know? That was cool.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's sad.
Yeah.
But plants die, man.
I mean, they do. I mean, honestly, they do.
Trees don't. Trees live longer than humans.
I know, I want to make sure one of them actually fucking dies already, because it's even being cut down to a stump, it's still growing.
Oh yeah, you gotta get rid of those trees eventually.
I don't even know when they're supposed to be gotten rid of. But I know with like my little potato I was growing, I actually started to notice some leaves growing out of the grass.
I wonder what your mom would and your grandfather would think if you turned your front yard and your backyard into like a full-on
like kind of mini farm, baby farm thing.
Yeah, because they have a million of them where I live. They're
And there's
all over.
yeah, they're all over here
all
too.
All over the fucking
yeah.
place. It's not that crazy of an idea.
It really isn't.
And they actually increase property value, I think. They actually make things go up because of the eclectic hippie vibe thing. People like that friendly feeling. It makes it feel friendly and safe, like children can be there. You know what I'm saying? Like
community guarded, all those type of shit.
Yeah. Hey, stop. Easy off. You put your face right on it.
You little bitch.
I'm gonna grab that sweet face. Because you're such gorgeous with the more gorgeous. You're giving me the evil eye that Vito does when I do this. Yes. You're coming so much Vito-ness. I'm just massaging your little face, your little muzzle.
He does kind of have a little bit of a Vito-ness to him, doesn't he?
A little bit. He's got like, I don't even know what to, it's just he's thinner.
Yeah.
He's just longer and thinner. His face is longer. He's got more of a border collie.
A little bit, yeah.
Face, like structurally, because they're a little longer, you know.
But he's just a sweet little goblin face, just so cute. And he also has kind of like this very smushable face. Give him like a little squeeze.
You have good teeth. Your teeth are healthy.
Yeah.
I was just looking at him. That's all, boy.
Yeah, he's got some healthy chompers.
You're good. You let me look at your teeth. You're good. Some dogs don't let you do that. You know, he likes to show off. He's like, let me show you my teeth. I'm a big boy.
Yeah, you big boy.
Yeah, you know I'm being nice. I'm just.
He does it a lot to Bandit because Bandit does it back to him when he swipes him.
I'm just checking you out. I'm just checking you out.
Bye bye.
Just wait till Vito and Jazzy get in your face and wrestle with you, because they go hard, man. They go hard.
Careful, my new boomstick. Careful of it. It's right there.
Yeah, I don't think there's any.
Well,
it's on safety, right?
Yeah, it's all good. I just don't want it to fall or nothing.
Yeah, I think we're good.
It's fine. Yeah, it's on safety and open bolts, so it ain't gonna.
There's no bullets in there.
Not in the chamber or nothing.
Okay,
just in the magazine. That's it. But it's not gonna load the way it's.
There should just be no mag in there.
I mean, it's not gonna be loaded or anything like that. The way it is, it's safe.
I don't know. You need to get like a gun safe, bro, for all your guns. Cause your house, came in your house the other day. Nothing was locked. Everything was unlocked. It was like, I was like, what the fuck?
When the fuck was that?
It was like a week or two ago.
Are you sure, like, you know, somebody wasn't at least here then at that point? Cause usually
nobody.
Cause I even make sure.
You were at work, I think. It was when I picked up Zukov. So it was like 2-3 weeks ago.
No, maybe my dad might have been here asleep or something.
You even texted me, you were like, go to the back door because my dad's going to lock everything. And I laughed because I just went to the side door and it was immediately open. And I was like, I wonder if your dad locked anything.
He always does. Like every time
Nothing was locked.
Literally every time I have to, like I come home and he's gone, I have to literally
I laughed to myself. I was like,
he never like
lock his
leaves
shit.
anything unlocked when he leaves, like straight up.
nope. I came through this door. I'm telling you.
Maybe my roommate was here, probably just sleeping and chilling. Because that's the only time he won't is if my roommate's here or I'm here. You know, so it's one of the two. So maybe he was just in the room chilling, you know, because he usually just chills
Or
in there.
maybe your dad was home and left the shit. Maybe he was sleeping and didn't hear me or nothing.
Yeah, because that just sounds like...
'Cause I came in and I did a little thing with the Zukov because he was happy to see me. Yeah, you know your name.
Yeah, because that don't
close to
sound...
the hot stick.
Yeah, that don't exactly sound like normal for that to be the case.
I mean, it's pretty typical to just be able to come to your house and to be unlocked.
Well, usually because there's somebody always here, just chilling. Usually
I
me
have come
or...
to your house and there's no one here and it's been unlocked many, many times. That's Tyler or other people as well. It is not a very secured place. The point is, you should get
So,
a gun
like...
safe. Gun safe. You should get a gun safe.
Piece of shit.
What? Just get a gun safe.
No, I'm not talking about you.
The fluffy...
That will literally always bitch about me doing it, even though I do too, you know, at this rate as well, because he always constantly bitches at me about it, but then...
About locking shit?
Yeah, but he apparently never does it.
No, I guarantee you that he doesn't do it as much as you think he does, or he says he does. Even when I lived here, dude, shit was always
he's always like fucking like a hyper
It was
shit
kind of
about that
actually
stupid
really
shit.
like homely when I lived here to be able to just like shit was unlocked. It was always like, because I never had a key.
Yeah.
When I lived here, it was just like, doot 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 doot, coming back from the world, kick my ass. Yeah, because at that time, that's what was going on. The world was kicking my ass.
Hey, buddy. What are you doing? Trying
You know
to
what
pick up?
time it is?
It's 11.
Well,
wanna
we
go
want to
pool?
play some pool. We should do that soon. Yeah.
Let's think about having one more little toki-toke.
Of the Dabarina or of the Bonzilla?
I'll probably just take one more little tug of my shit.
Okay, cool. You have fluffy tail like Vito. You have control of it so well.
Kind of.
Your tail is not quite as fluffy as Vito's though. We'll see. Your tail might become more magnificent with your puberty completed.
Yeah, he's been going through it, but you know, what are you doing?
He's looking at my bag. Probably smells like dogs. That he knows.
Oh,
greedy.
Yeah, I'll give you a little tweet.
Haha.
Give you a little good boy Zukov a tweet. Stand up. Stand.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Let me go. Let him have it. Yeah, he did his job. Now, these dogs all have like agility capabilities. Like, so I got a frisbee, and I've been doing like different agility dog stuff with my dogs.
Yeah.
You got to really get them motivated. Vito's not really so into it, but he actually has more skill than Jazzy.
Yeah.
But he's not about it as much. He'll get jealous and do something fucking like super. I mean, he'll do like a fucking. He'll like jump in the air, probably about as high as your trike. Grab the fucking frisbee, do like a spin, look at you, spin again, and then land. Like, they throw
doing like
themselves-
ninja shit, basically.
Yeah, so they get up in the air, they like throw their hindquarters up.
Yeah.
Because it's heavy.
Yeah.
And the heavy part just kind of
Flings up.
flings their whole body up, and they just kind of
Do like a little spin.
They just like spin through the air. They get higher that way, and then they get this controlled like catch. It's pretty epic, actually.
Yeah.
Border collies are known for that type of stuff, and you know that they're a quarter border collie. This is how I see it. They have a granddad that was pure border collie, which means they had two grandparents that were pure border collie.
Yeah.
That's 25%, and they're about 33% German Shepherd. So they probably have about 3 great grandparents that were German Shepherds.
Yeah.
So 5 out of 8 of their great grandparents were German Shepherd Border Collies.
Yeah.
So that's how that works.
So what are you doing?
The rest is where they get the mutt from, probably.
Yeah.
The Chihuahua, the Shih Tzu, the
And
Pomeranian.
everything, yeah.
That was probably a Pomeranian Shih Tzu mutt. That happens.
He's looking at the
And Shih Tzu probably wasn't a pure Shih Tzu. It's probably part Chihuahua.
Yeah.
People probably sold somebody a false Shih Tzu. They paid up the ass for a Shih Tzu that wasn't really a Shih Tzu.
Right, yeah.
Jazzy's got a Shih Tzu ass. She does. It's all red.
A little Shih Tzu.
It's all red and gold and black like a Shih Tzu's.
Shit ass.
A little bit, yeah. Her name's she's shit ass Jazz, I guess. Hey man, you ever seen League of Their Own? About the baseball women that took over baseball during the war? World War II?
I don't think so.
Well, all the baseball players were like, I'm gonna go fight the fucking Japanese and I'm gonna fucking kill Hitler. And bring morale, you know? So like all the football players, all those people, they left.
Yeah.
So baseball, they want to keep making it going, make some money. So they enlisted women that were pretty good at, playing baseball in their local towns.
Yeah.
They had scouts go all around the world.
Hey.
All around the country. Apparently the best player and then the MVP of the World Series were these two sisters from Oregon. Crazy, isn't that? And then there was another woman that was really good too, but she was notoriously promiscuous. And she was actually played by Madonna in the movie.
Huh.
I was like, what? That's fucking Madonna. Like, I didn't realize it was Madonna at first, and I thought it might be Madonna, and then I went and checked the cast out, and fuck, it was Madonna, dude. Like, it didn't really, tried to make it look different than Madonna. Like, she had black hair instead of the classic, Madonna with the blonde.
Well, because she's, obviously, doing an act, so.
Yeah, maybe she was trying to,
trying to emulate, what the person
All
looked
the
like
way,
more.
May. That's a good baseball name because she goes for home, but it's kind of a sexual innuendo. It's sending,
Yeah.
Anyways, they kind of broke some barriers. Those women, like big fat women and ugly women. They can't be desired.
Right.
They can't be, praised. Well, if you're a baseball fan and there's no men anymore, now you gotta go watch the women. And then, now you like the women for their skill.
Right,
Some
yeah.
men are attracted to skill.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Like intelligence and skill.
And that's survival instinct right there, man.
Oh yeah.
That's their biology and their mind coming together.
What's up, Dukes?
That's an intelligent animal. Its brain and its dick working together. It's like, that's a good woman right there. She's not what the media says is beautiful, but what, your biology tells you. A lot of those people end up, those long-term couples that, you hear about, 50th anniversaries and shit. They don't look good together, but they are,
Yeah.
Some of the ugliest couples are actually the best ones. Some just ugly ass fools.
Because it just shows that looks aren't always,
most important part of life. Yeah. Yeah, happiness, peace, freedom. These are things we want, man. Yeah, I need another lighter. I had a lighter I was thinking of bringing. And I thought, he's got a fuck ton of lighters.
Well, I do, but I mean,
not as much as you usually do. You used to be docked, bro.
Yeah, right here.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
He's mid-jacked.
Yeah. All right.